We're gonna
Welcome, PUBG esports fans, to the PGS preview. We are here to.
The big surprise, I think, for a lot of people.
skip ahead for a second,
Clan
but
G was able to take second place, and this is a team.
we also have
upstart
capture card.
some kind of middling teams.
So I'm gonna mess around with this capture card as well. I might have to. I'll have to run down in between games and stuff too.
I see the North American pros. I see the EMEA pros all talking about this kid and how much he could potentially upstart everything that's going on. So him on internationals for the very first time could be a big deal if they're able to knock it out of the park the way that they did in EMEA in a very, very deep field. FaZe is back. Obviously, they had a bad start to 2025. They did not qualify for LANs. I think once they were previously GPT, I think they got a little bit complacent about qualifying to LANs. However, at the beginning of the year, obviously losing GPT was a big blow for them, and I think that complacency got the better of them at the beginning. Now, though, they've gone back to the grind. They clearly were working on a lot between LANs, knowing that they hadn't qualified prior, and they have come back with a vengeance. They look like a completely different team to the beginning of 2025. And finally, you've got Virtus Pro, who, of course, we've seen almost win out PGSs, almost win out EWCs, and now they're back to get themselves another spot at LANs. They've had a little bit of a change up, of course, with the fact that Scoom is no longer the coach and Ibiza has stepped into that role, but I think that won't change too much for them on the international stage. From there, I think maybe we could see even more EMEA teams get themselves PGS pots to be able to push themselves forwards.
I need a USB-C port.
For the EMEA region, the strength is undeniable. Thank you so much, Cyrus.
That's
Thank you for
crazy. I don't know if I have a spare one of those around anywhere.
Let's welcome our good friend and also old friend Tofi for him to give us more info on the American regions.
Thank you very much, Lisa. As she said, my name's Topies. I love the Americas. I spent the whole year watching the action. I'm going to prepare you for what to expect. First, the GPT update. We have the Falcons. It's one of those regions where there's not a lot of GPTs, so the update's pretty fast. Falcons, still on the grind, still looking good. They dropped the ball at PAS. They did not qualify to PG3 through that PGC point system. So that means if they want to go to PGC, they need to perform at this PGS series. Now, the good news for them is the fact that they are essentially tied for first right now with the Freaks at 480 points. So they should go. The problem is winning this PGS gets you 480 points. So you have to really be on your game right now. They have to have, I would say, a middling event, and they are set for PGC. So if you're a Falcons fan, don't stress. There's a chance you miss, but it is very, very, very low. Couple other teams to keep an eye on, though, that could cause problems for them. Number one, Lisa, Team Liquid. They are, I think, a little bit bummed, and as am I, that they didn't get a GPT last year after how well they did at PGC. They dropped the ball.
We'll be right back.
PGS on our first half of the year when they got shot in the back by DraftKings during qualifications and missed a whole lot of practice time. That hurt them at EWC, but I feel like they're back on their game. They look good at PAS. This could very much be their event. The two other teams we sent, Al-Qudsiya and Mission Ready International Alliance, are a little more wild cards in my opinion. Both made up of members of the same team once upon a time. If you remember the old Falcons, we got Rello, we got Roth. Snakers helped Mission Ready get here. These guys know what they're doing. The bad news for Mission Ready, Snakers will not be at PGS. He has to work. Good news for Mission Ready, they qualified for PGC already, and Snakers will be there. Should be an exciting event no matter how you slice it. My money's on Falcons and Team Liquid to really stand up and shout for the Americas, but this is my biggest takeaway, Lisa.
Yes, thank you so much, Tofi. Thank you for your info. Thank you so much. All right, so we've now heard about every region, and it's time for the big question. Who's going to win the PGS 9 and PGS 10? So actually, I want each of you to give me your champion predictions. And remember, we've got a friendly bet on the line. Is it cool with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's go. So maybe we can start from paper then. What is your prediction?
Oh, this is easy. This is a no doubter for me. Okay, second place at both the first PGSs. It's time. It's the DN Freaks. They are gonna win this, no doubt about it. They are ready to roll.
Okay, that is a nice pick. And what about you, Condra?
Well, I think like a lot of people will think that, you know, this team that I have in my hand will take it all, but no, I still think that APAC will be able to secure it. I mean, you take a look at Expendables run.
It's just
last year,
like-
they say, oh, it's a miracle run. It might be a fluke, but man, they've shown that they're not a fluke because throughout the entire year, including the EWC, they finished 4th, and recently they've been able to really regain some tempo, finishing 2nd in the APAC qualifier. So they really want to solidify it and make a back-to-back run to defend their title.
Alright, still stands for APAC, and that is a good trick. Alright, so what about you, Claris?
Well, it's nice that everybody's predicted DN Freaks, the Expendables, etc. However, the Kings, the greatest of all times, Twisted Minds, are on the way to take even more PGSs. They're not sharing. They've already got 3 under their belt.
You're still
The
good? Okay, you
three-time
guys are still
PGS
getting audio.
champions, The
Yeah.
EWC champions, the EMEA champions, the greatest of all time, Twisted Minds.
We don't want
Okay, back to back
audio to
champions,
change.
Twisted Minds, good pick. And what about you, Tofi? Share the same opinion with Claris, or
Due
do you have
to
another option?
Well, it is noble of Claris
devices.
to take the hard bet of Twisted Mind to win this thing. Or of Quantra to say, take the hard bet of the Expendables PGC defending champions. Or to take the Freaks, who are the top of the PGC boards right now. I'm going to do something different. I'm
Okay.
representing the Americas. And I'm going to tell you, 2nd place PGC last year. I don't need a winner. I need a runner-up because it's time to win now. Team Liquid looked terrible at the start of the year, but it was little issues all along. Right now, PAS, they were on fire, and they have been training hard. Alo has been in the gym, and when I say in the gym, I mean on the keys, putting in tons and tons of work, getting stronger. I think they look good. They're my pick to take at least one of our PGSs.
Thank you so much, and a huge thanks to our guests for your great insight, and thank you all for watching. And now I think it's time to say goodbye together. Bye!
Bye.
See ya.
Is this dead? That's gonna be a problem if this is dead.
Secure their tickets to PGC 2025. The format remains the same
It's not dead.
as PGS 7 and 8.
It is dead.
All 10 of our global partner teams are returning to the PGS stage, along with 14 new challengers from 5 regional series. These 24 teams
Be back again. I need to get my charge.
and face off over 3 days in the group stage. Battling through 18 matches across 4 iconic maps, the top 16 teams on the leaderboard will advance to the final stage. There, they will stake their claim on the $300,000 prize pool for each PGS. But only one team will lift the trophy in each PGS, with the exclusive 400 PGS points awarded to the PGS 9 champion and 480 to the PGS 10 champion. Right now, the standings could not be tighter. DN Freaks and Team Falcons tied at the top, BB Team and Twisted Minds locked in 3rd, and just 10 points behind, PGS 7 champions 17 Gaming chasing in 5th. The stage is set for an explosive battle in PGS 9
Okay.
and 10. How will the leaders
Now I just gotta wait for my
upcoming PGSs,
Twitch to
and who
actually
will laugh their way
charge
to
for a second.
PGC 2025? PUBG Esports will be back in action in Malaysia for the PUBG Global Series 9 from October 13th to the 19th. And for PGS 10, the final PGS of the year from October 27th through November 2nd. Make sure to stay tuned to the PUBG Esports website and social media.
Also gonna fight there for Xiao Bei. First as well, it's all down to where mine is. I'm right by Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's up!
On the outside, casters, fans, family. As long as the team thinks we can compete, that's where we're at.
Ну, я думаю, что я покажу такой же результат, как и в своем регионе.
For some weird stuff on Sosnovka Islands, because a lot of people's alt drops are down there by the military base. So there could be some weird stuff, but since DN, I don't see them going down to Sosnovka nor Begopa. It looks like that kind of potential weirdness isn't going to reveal itself. FN is going to be coming out a little bit late there.
It's like Falcons aren't in day one.
towards that area. Everybody else
Rough.
seemingly going for more of their normal-ish stuff, but yeah, pretty tough plane path to start.
I mean, a couple of long drops up into the north. We do have, it looks like Slam and Navi that are pretty close to each other, but I think that that's just going to be a separation that's going to happen now. That should be pretty all right, but yep, it's eyes towards school apps areas. Here comes the drops. Petrichor Road going to be on the inside track, a bit more to the, I guess, the western lay on this one. Sorry. See how this is going to go. Twist.
Oh my God.
Get on one side of it, so just lining up against each other. The circle popped, and it goes way south.
Yeah, and it's kind of still got options on if it's going to go northwest or southeast. So definitely going to be pretty tricky here.
I feel like we've been seeing the circle a lot across regionals and internationals this year.
Yeah, dude. I think I've seen this like 3 or 4 times this year at international. So it seems to be a staple, as we do have an early kill here for extends of Navi.
Boom, Navi.
Lyrics of E-Arena. So some big expectations for E-Arena, but this is kind of that
Early
contested
kill.
area around farm. You know, there's
Right.
a lot of those kind of spread out compounds that teams are going to kind of want to flex their muscle with. Lou actually gets taken down by DL from DN. So this is around where there's, you know, some vehicles around the J compound and things like that. So everybody with that rough plane path trying to figure out, you know, where can we really spread our wings?
So this is interesting because Freaks kind of went for an encroachment on both sides of what we're looking at going on with Petrichor Road and Twisted, seeing if maybe they can vulture up anything. And Blue just kind of got caught in the mix of all of that. We can see that Freaks have kind of bypassed this now and moved more into that, I guess, boatyard Rajak area, so it should be a bit easier for them. The
Rajak?
off now, and it's really just back into Petrichor Road and Twisted. This is going to be a bit more interesting given the fact of the lay of the land in this circle means that we are going to see kind of a death funnel brewing up into the northern part. That's going to be around maybe Crossroads gas station, around that bridge area. So this is going to be one of the most northern sections where we do kind of have a mixed drop.
Yeah, exactly. This is always kind of one of those games where you start asking yourself, who is going to be the first to try to bridge camp? Who's going to be the first one to just try to play spoiler, rack up those kill points early, try to get, you know, your mechanics underneath you, get fired up a little bit. Salute there. Putting some shots into this car as he wants to get out of there. Probably just popping the tires, maybe, or is he going to blow this thing up? He's going to blow it up. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He wants to deny it.
Blue chip inside of it, so that's why he's going to go ahead and toast it, so that way there's no chance for recovery. On top of that, remember that there's a lot of teams that are spiced up on top of each other over here. Denying any vehicles is going to be big because both Twisted and Petrichor Road are going to need to secure themselves avenues to get inside the circle. So every single vehicle that's lost here is massive. And oh, that's going to be a bit pick off onto the side of that. So
yeah,
that we saw Lou go down.
Yeah, just getting a little peek at what actually happened there in that early battle. Slam, a team that a lot of talk around this squad, saw what they could do in MEA. They are ferocious when they are kind of out on those edges. They, like they said, they're maybe the best team in the world from the blue. We'll see if they can live up to that reputation. Because
freaks being freaks.
Granted, they play in the same region as Bloomy.
That's what I was getting. You beat me to it.
Sorry.
We have the same brain.
I know, we do. It's almost like we've casted together for 6 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while in PUBG esports history. So looking in, it's going to be interesting to see with the new blood coming from the squad, really how they choose to play. We often see like the newer squads play more, I guess, safe.
Yeah.
But this doesn't necessarily feel like one of those squads that's going to be aiming to do that. They're not going to go be rampaging around like we've seen some squads do on the international stage right off the get-go, but they're definitely going to be a squad that's going to be an X factor, specifically in, I guess, mid-game rotation.
I think so. That's kind of where my eyes are going to be on the map feed around like phase 3, phase 4 to see exactly how they want to navigate situations. 17 is doing a little bit of a fact-finding mission around the expendables. You never know. Speaking of teams that like to get spicy, they love to get spicy early. We see this all the time where if they find weakness on you, they are going to try to pounce, try to do some damage. There is the Bizzler. Just watching one of the other bridges. This is the bridge that's outside of the circle, of course, over to the east, E-Arena, trying to cross in that direction. Tigger going to be slamming underneath Slam, maybe. Nope, pulls off of that on the boat, and they're just looking for some safe landing.
Yeah, there's a couple of avenues that you can kind of run up over there, but I think that they're going to go for a longer wrap down to the south. I wouldn't be surprised. Well, I say that. They might be opting to brute force just a bit further down to the south. They man fall with one, so...
I think they heard these vehicles, and it's why they're veering off a bit, taking their time. Another team in the boats, Al-Qadzia, has got quite an interesting roster here, you know, with couple veterans and a couple new guys to the stage. You know, we got a chance to talk with them a little bit before the event just to, you know, see how they're feeling. It's their first time in Asia, their first time on a LAN, and they were really excited, man. You know, fighting the jet lag a bit, but they seemed really happy to be here.
As an America's guy, I can vouch 13 hours is a bit to get used to, but add in some land jitters on top of that. I'm really excited to see how fast we see a bounce around with them. Irina's Jacob got eyes on Petrichor Road, as this is going to be the, I guess, the log jam that's now happened. Tons of teams starting to get stacked over into this eastern bridge.
Bizzler still chilling, still watching. Irina actually stops up. They're kind of spread out in a line formation on the
Here
other
we
side
go,
of this room.
Bizzler. Here we go.
Pretty stretched out. It seems like they're taking their time, and they do have a rotation from Petrichor Road to consider as well, which you can see right here. Chewy driving around in that direction.
Looks like Paro's backing off of this, though.
Early, and now they found themselves unofficially gatekeeping this position, which is now got a cluster of teams around it, made it a lot more awkward. Also awkward on the western bridge. See, we've got the red zone that's pretty close to the bridge itself, forcing the Expendables very close to 17, who has set up a very defensive perimeter around this location. Looks like
Xiao Wu is just laying down.
Yeah, for sure. That's very classic Expendables. See Tanvu trying to do what he does best, and that's get some early info. Him and Delwyn very, very strong in those situations. Duckjuice up here as well. As Delwyn with that M249 could do some damage. He catches Low Ghost out in the open, and he's got the knock.
Quick pickup there. This multiple point approach from the Expendables is very heady and rewards with at least one kill for a night now. But is it going to be enough to kind of stall this out? Can he get the time for the rest of the squad to try to get in position? Bait is out right now. Shots going between two. Lots of ammo for Delwyn to work with. And he does manage to take down 7-7. Get the flushes as well. 17 in some trouble.
Yeah, the
Look how quickly the Extendables were ready to just pop right back over here.
As he tries to part ways from this battle, has to be careful there a bit. Duckjuice is chasing him.
Yes. Going after it. Bridge camp us. Shots going out, trying to juke it through, but remember that does slow down everything. See if Duckjuice can continue the chase on this one. He doesn't want to go too hot and heavy. He's got Tanvu with him, but I think that they're just happy to have secured the bridge. Now with the defensive line coming back up 17. See if they can get some counter shots coming in. Does at least manage to get the knock onto Duckjuice. He's just splattered across the road.
I think he went a little bit too far.
Classic Expendables. They're just going to bite down on you and not let go. And they're going to try to eliminate you from the match. I mean, 17 here will get a point off of this at the very least. Xiao Wu there with a nice little idea of his own to pull through and catch Duckjuice a little bit off guard. Now you've got a bit more of a standoff, a much more defendable position here for 17 as well, with Xiao Bei getting up onto the rafters.
Trying to shoot through those stairs is going to be really difficult, though.
He couldn't connect. You know, obviously the stairs are going to block a lot of those bullets, so it can be a little bit tricky at times. But 17 seems to have averted disaster, at least so far.
There's a lot of emergency pickups that are going off over here. I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of people are going to spot out these shots, maybe position themselves around that, but there is a cross for the emergency pickups that's going to be happening close to where Slam's positioning is going to be. So this is stalling out.
Where's the other member of Expendables? He didn't go down already, did he?
We got Twisted over there, VP.
No, there's still 3 up for Expendables. Where's the third player?
So this has kind of become a contained fight right on the edge of everything.
Yeah, and there is another kill onto Irina. They are duking it out with Virtus Pro on the other side. Nurin's going to go down as well. Actually, was that Beamy who just let out a little bit of a yell there? And he's getting hyped already.
Get that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams are in the blue zone right now.
In the calculus of when this
5 of them.
Really kicks off, and we are going to go south, so no doubter in the circle.
Xiao Wu goes down. Nade coming up from Tanvu. I was about to say that 17 feels like they were at least getting some momentum in defense. That means that Xiao Bei is just going to have to run. Xiao Wu doing a lot of fantasy squads some favors by staying alive at least until 10-10.
Yeah.
That's a good point, Matt. Do you happen to have him on your fantasy team today?
Don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what you're talking about. Wasn't eyeing that in the slightest.
Here's a little America's on America's violence. This is kind of classic for you guys, huh?
Oh, never happens, specifically in the earlier stages. I do like the quick stop using the car to manage to secure another vehicle for yourself. Slamming a bit of trouble.
So Team Liquid and Falcons are going to be in the same lobby the whole time.
It looks like they've managed to secure down the point for now. Most of the squads are playing pretty centered up on point. comes some friends as Hackatory did manage to take down Zhao Bei. 17 getting a
I think that vehicle is done for.
Free car to do something with, although might be stuck. Yeah, I think he can get it out of there. Bagel Pa was ahead of the curve here on the emergency pickup, so 4AM taking a bunch of damage on the drop.
Yeah, Tongmu goes down.
Lines in a Tongmu already down, and that's going to be just kind of a run back over into the ocean. No real options to work with. Landfall being absolutely denied. We got full sense on the other side of this one, so 4 angry men just kind of scattered across right along the edge of the island itself.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously this is a PO-less Bagel Pa, as they will be bringing in Gyuyun for the event, a longtime veteran of the PWS. You remember him from GNL and some other teams. Very good player in his own right, but still losing PO, the best player on Bagel Pa. He was the best player during the PWS for them. Painful, but still, we've seen what they can do without him. They can still do damage.
Quick update, Arena did manage to call back in Lyrics, so he should be able to regroup, but remember he's going to have not much to work with. The rest of Arena is trying to path in front of VP, as we saw just a moment ago, so...
You're gonna have to try and take someone out somewhere. You can't just, like, crash into an empty spot.
He's already been spotted by FN as well.
Yeah, it's going to get a little weird there on that East Coast. Yeah, Lyrics, I mean, what do you do here? I mean, you're just dead. There's nothing to do.
I mean, he has the same idea that 4 angry men had a second ago, but there were 4 angry men and 2 of them managed to make landfall. If he at least gets his feet on the ground, that's a victory.
The only thing we can see that we know on the map that's available is the mini pier, just to his east.
If he could get to that crate, that would be big.
That's maybe. There's a world where that happens. It's something.
Got nothing. He's got nothing.
He's got nothing, and there's going to be at least some level 3 gear plus a gun, as Petrichor Road is going to be taking the ferry over. This is kind of curious. They're going to go all the way. This is Novo, isn't it?
Yep.
And they're going all the way over. It's going to be a while that they're in the blue there, but it is only phase 2, so they've got a little bit of time.
I think it's fine.
To consider. Opan's
it's relatively okay
ton of safe space here. You're
play.
Use this dip the best you can. Already setting up that UAS to kind of protect yourselves from that off angle. VP still on the move, still on their horses.
Where are you going to go? There's not a lot of good options. Most of the stuff's already taken. E-Arena be taking a couple of pot shots at him. VP.
Oh no, E-Arena.
To go along this line. No real options to work with. Jacob does manage to get the knock on a 1, but Crexy gets counter onto it. Nixie gets a follow-up knock as well. E-Arena loses control of positioning, and now it's just poor old Lyrics by himself on the coastline. Luckily, the circle goes that direction.
Still a lot of water in this circle, so very tough to play out in this part of the map. It's a lot of slow.
It's gonna go up towards forest.
Wide open hills. There isn't a ton of hard cover around here. There isn't a ton of trees. The further west you go on Sosnovka Island, so everybody having to kind of nestle themselves over on the coast. You can see FN, Pochon, Starlord looking to do some damage. They still have a pretty split formation here with a 1-1-1-1. And, Zenith actually finds the blue zone knock there. Here come the freaks.
They just got to make landfall. They don't have any options. Hard crossing, just right down on Vega.
They just need to make landfall. No, they just need to kill one more person.
But remember, VP was also chasing over into this angle. Nixie does get spotted out by Heaven, gets the knock onto that. So Freaks plays this very cleanly. They still have 4 angry men pretty close to him as well, but I mean, they've got control. They've got a couple of walls that they can play from, but they know that they still have...
Shen might be able to get one.
Hiding right next to him.
It's going to be tough for 4AM to get involved in this. Getting out of the coast to the east is really difficult. There's so much open space, so even you can see Shen stuck down here. Yumin letting out with some smokes to try to find his way through. This might open up a door here, actually, for Shen, if he can kind of read this situation properly and kind of use these smokes that Gumin is setting up for himself to at least get in towards this space. But credit to the freaks, they brought the hammer down on top of Bagel Pa.
That was fast, just instantly landing and guns blazing. Feels like almost before they even touched the ground. Longjong trying to see if he can get some counter back into it. Does get
he almost got a second. No, he actually didn't almost get a second. I thought he was going to do a lot more damage to Salute there.
Men's woes continue as it's going to be Shin and Lu still just right up against the wall.
Yeah, this dynamic fragging duo that the Freaks has had all year is really shining right now for them. Yeah, you can see Shen pinned.
5 kills already for Freaks.
He's going to get exposed to some angles. So VP players.
I mean, if Falcons aren't going to be up towards the top, I want the Freaks to be. Because if the Freaks are taking points, then Falcons don't need to worry too much.
Alcadzia is over here with 1 member forward and Roth. The other member is going to be tailing back behind this, pretty far down.
Still in the
south.
blue
It's gonna be
zone a
FN,
little
couple of
bit.
Shots to force Petrichor Road, and they find the open area. They manage to navigate it in. They do get punished, and that's going to be Mission Ready's box that gets knock on. But I mean, it looks like they should be pretty secure. This could have got a lot worse if they had gone anywhere else except for this exact location.
Yeah, this house is just a little bit difficult to kind of avoid damage in, but they get here. That's the really big part for Petrichor Road. This was
They
gonna be
made it.
a very difficult rotation one way or another to find anything that's open, and they managed to suss out the correct spot. You know, they don't even see Al-Qadsia here necessarily, but FN Breakers, he was doing good work for them. We got to see a brief glimpse of him at EWC.
Yeah,
and he
FN
stepped
with
up,
3
for
different
FN,
angles
he
onto it
was
right now.
Really hitting hard.
Okay, Al-Qadsia, FN lined up against each other. Rello's playing a bit further over into the east to see if he can open up some more. Cowboy does get the knock on a Star-Lord, and it looks like it's going to get a bit more aggressive.
Roth!
Right through the middle of them. Big play coming up from Roth. Can that give them enough to work around?
Yes, let's go, Al-Qadsia.
On the outside, do they spot the one up on top of the hill? It looks like D might have, as the vehicle is going to start roaming away from it. But remember, Al-Qadsia still needs to get inside this zone, as it looks like Breakers is just going to make a send along this line that could put him pretty close to Corexy. Is he trying to go for a res?
Not exactly sure.
I mean, he's at the tower.
That's possible, I suppose. Breakers there just has to leave. I mean, this spread formation gets absolutely dismantled by Al-Qadsia. You got to give them huge credit in the way that they step up in this fight. The kind of knock into an immediate drive-through by Roth. Great timing.
Go Al-Qadsia.
4 AM's Lou gonna get spotted out. FS was on the outside of this. They're gonna have to find a way in, and it's gonna take them shooting their way through, basically. So at least maybe able to open up a little bit of space. Lyrics is, you know, wishing this was a sauna.
This is his whole game, man. That's all he can do. It's him and Shin over there chilling together, and that's about the most that they can do. You can see a regroup coming up from Mission Ready. Is a little bit of bullying still coming out from, it's going to be Petrichor Road, who they were taking shots at earlier. Inside the circle, on the high ground, as you guys should be pretty familiar with the circle, we see it a lot inside of competitive PUBG. Up on top of the hill is going to be Forest. Then down into the recesses north of where we're looking at with Mission Ready, as well as Petrichor Road, is going to be Navi from Main Trench. The Expendables, who were playing up into the north along that western bridge earlier, still with 4 members up, playing a bit further west of the Navi's position.
Oh.
So FN looks like he's trying to defend in for right now, but I mean, there's just, Al-Qadsia knows where he is. Multiple members, they're going to pick him up clean.
Hey, he kind of whiffed there. That's an MP5. That's the perfect scenario for that gun. Up close and personal. Let that high rate of fire tear through people, but he just whiffed on the spray there a bit. And maybe just looking at his map or anticipating something a little bit different. Nice little jump there from Thanadol. Didn't really take much damage on what could have been a little bit of a dangerous mission to get off the side. Lyrics has been watched for so long by Shen, but Shen went down somewhere, somehow.
There's a point to be had.
You
FS,
should.
do you see it?
Yes, absolutely.
Lyrics,
Don't shoot your teammate.
Things like, please. Oh, is that what was that what was in the crate? Did I just see it in the shoddy in his hands, and that's all he could find?
Just the DBS? Is
Yeah, I think that was it. This is sad times. Just park right on top of him, make his life miserable. Yeah, there you go. Hey, I mean, you gotta deal with what you're dealt sometimes, right?
That's true. I mean, that was everybody out on that coast was looking for that point. They're like, well, we're not going to get much out of this game. Let's at least get some kills. Twisted, very quiet in this one, but after that early loss, kind of, you know, turtling up a little bit, trying to at least secure themselves some placement points. They're going to highlight that here. On the central position, there's a little bit of a plateau here that they can work with, but it's
okay.
Tricky, it's precarious. Teams can come up behind you, they come up from your sides. There's a few angles that are kind of exposed there.
It's such a strong position, and everybody pretty much down to the south doesn't have a lot of different angles that they can work with except for going after it. So it's good if you can survive the storm of teams that are going to be coming along from that angle. But Twisted can definitely do it. We know that they have the capabilities. Forced up on top, starting to get some attention of their own as the Expendables coming a bit more alive. They've got to be careful because Slam has also heard this. Looks like they're trying to approach in the west.
Yeah, Boostic doing some good damage to keep the Expendables pinned. Forrest knows there's something going on out here, so they're going fishing with some grenades. Not able to find the mark, though. Not cooked well enough there. Baron just going to go for the drink instead. Try to fortify the lines here. The Expendables still 4 strong. Still have the ability to do some damage, but kind of a really awkward situation that they're going to find themselves in. I assume now just trying to work some angles here, trying to
I just
see if they can
realized
dislodge
why.
the Forest player so they can either make the push or maneuver themselves into this next circle.
This is a really interesting area to play between TE and Slam, just because they have to be careful not to get too close to each other off the angles on it, because the hillside's not going to provide enough real cover to work with, and you can see that they've left a couple of members a bit further back holding down angles. Duck Juice being the one for the Expendables trying to eye over there. Na'Vi, though, is starting to eye this same position that we see the Expendables playing. So we might see them kind of swoop in over from the east, as nobody really wants to push into the hillsides directly. That means that Na'Vi, with this position kind of sending extends up into that northern area, could be opening up a door for a backstab onto the Expendables at the worst possible time for the Expendables.
The only problem
The
is
Expendables are just in a unenviable position. Trying to work your way through this is really challenging because of the spots that Slam has. That makes it really, really difficult because you're not going to be able to get a clean fight against Forest if you want to try to.
we're just gonna keep this going for a second.
Compound. As Corexy gonna have to throw out some of that util, get that cover down, but it didn't matter. Didn't survive long enough for it to get there on the ground.
I mean, Alcazia was trying to give him some help as Freaks limping their way into the circle. It's not going too much better for them. Freaks now getting eliminated. Back behind that, Belmont's going to go down, and we just lose team upon team in just a few seconds. So, eyes on the circle itself. The way it's lined up right now, the Expendables still need to get in. Na'Vi doesn't have to go yet, so really it's just going to be the Expendables and Slam still just pretty much slamming their faces right up against Forest's hillside compound.
This is great for Twisted.
Ooh, Expendables. Maybe are they going the Na'Vi side instead?
They might crash Twisted. I'm not sure what they're thinking, or they're just going to actually try to get to the edge of the circle. They're going to lose a UAS for it. I thought they might just keep driving forward. Here you go. Duck Juice letting loose with some smokes, but they're actually going to pull up short. This is, I think they're trying to corral this fight between Slam and Forest, play on the outside of it, but Navi's still in an outside position is doing damage.
I mean, Navi's position is just ruining any attempt, and this is why we see so many teams try to avoid this, as the crossfire here is just absolutely brutal. There's not enough cover to really give you much to work with, but the circle did pop directly on top of Twisted, so that means that everybody in this hillside fight is in a lot of trouble, and they need to go quickly. Forest really can't focus in on what's going on with the Expendables too much, because they've got Slam still into the west back behind them. The Expendables have managed to start to slow down any of the knocks that are coming at them from the Na'Vi side of it, so Na'Vi has to make some decisions. Do they go after the Expendables? Do they try to brute force their way into the circle? But let's not forget Mission Ready and Petrichor Road both also have to get in the circle, and they're down to the
I apologize if there was a loud bang.
Huge fights out on the edges of this right now, and again, this is all playing into Twisted Mind's hands. Alcazia actually getting in on the action here. The Expendables just hemorrhaging players. Duck Juice does go down. I like this little micro maneuver from the Expendables to try to force the fight between Forest and Slam, but they're kind of in a exposed position, at least temporarily. Na'Vi now on the move. Let's see where they want to go. Are they going to try to challenge here? More players going down for the Expendables. It's Kiss.
I mean, Forest just defending in right now. They're going to be in right back behind
Dude,
Na'Vi.
Alcazia, first place. Insane.
That Forest tried to see if they could manage to manipulate into their favor, but Slam is still creeping up right back behind them, buying more and more space with every movement that Forest tries to go for. So the Expendables trying to play this, seeing if maybe they could fish with some dynamite, but nobody's going to be going over there. There's Slam. Finally, the backstab comes up. Kiss is going to go down. Morgor does spot out Olympus as well, so Forest has to spin it back around. Are they going to get the knocks? No! Scappy can't even really get what he wanted out of that. Does get one, but he wanted way more.
Yeah, he was hungry here, but this AK for Boostic could do some serious damage up close and personal. Somehow, some way, Barons holding the line, but Boostic still going crazy. Has one more to go.
Gotta be careful. Him and Arctic step back away from the angle, realizing it's a bit too hot. Can they get some more? Falls it back in. That is going to be Forest finally going down Petrichor Road, trying to walk their way through Mission Ready Alliance, but it's going to be now Na'Vi that gets the attention focused back over into Petrichor Road and stops them from being able to leave the compound. Hey, let's not forget about Alcazia that has been using all of this distraction to swoop in all the way to the west.
Yeah, they are bullying Slam away from that hillside. This could give them a little bit more breathing room as this circle starts to collapse, starts to eliminate some of the playable zone. Mello holding the line behind the rock, trying to keep
now if I do this,
good damage.
Big shots. I mean, the kill feed is going crazy. Everybody's got some type of vision on each other.
I go like this.
Starting to come out. Molotov right back behind Slam, using the hillside to at least buy some space, but it's going to be not enough. Rello spots it. Now then, Alcadzia sitting on 8 kills right now, continuing the reign of terror. This has just been a bloodbath. Game out, this whole walk has just been firefight into firefight. Twisted, who's had control of the circle for a long time, finally goes down, but they haven't been able to get too involved. Now Alcadzia up on the high ground, looking down into Na'Vi, has to be careful because Petrichor Road finally coming up back behind Na'Vi.
It's 12 kills now for Alcadzia.
Let's
Welcome to the
go!
Big stage, boys. They are absolutely fragging out. The confidence here has to be sky high. Chewy is going to grab some level 3 gear. He's got a FAMAS. Him and Nan going to try and establish a presence on the hillside. But Alcadzia has the high ground. They've got the crossfires. Hakatori now doing some damage. Finds the side angle onto Nan. Has him down. Sees some players above, wants to keep them at bay.
Nobody in the circle right now except for Alcadzia. They've got it completely on lock. Na'Vi has nades raining down next to him. Their solo member in Hakatori looking into Petrichor Road's direction. The other members of Alcadzia still holding on to that high ground. Petrichor Road has to be the catalyst. They have to fight their way up. Only one real angle of approach that they can work with. Rillo's going to be on top of it, but Hakatori realizes the approach come in, already laying down. Who's going to spot out who first? Shots do come out, but it's going to be Chewy that takes down Hakatori, and now maybe has some angles that they can play from.
A beautiful approach there from Petrichor Road, fanning out just wide enough that Hakatori was going to have a hard time getting any kind of transfer. Even if he got the first knock, he didn't even get that. So beautiful work there, putting that level 3 gear to great use as well. And this is an Aches left that is not with Petrichor Road, and they are still coming out swinging. I mean, you got to for both of these teams are missing some of their best players, and they're fragging out here in this first game.
Okay, Alcadzia lined in. Big potential game for them. Really coming out. This is a squad that we know that can play very well with a point lead, knows how to continue to put on pressure. So can they come out, secure themselves a solid victory right off the start? But Petrichor Road, a squad with so much fans, so much faith back behind it, wanting to find success early to prove to themselves that they've got enough space to work with, to really propel themselves into what we're going to be looking at, a phenomenal PGS number 9. It's a 4v3, but Alcadzia with control finally lets Petrichor Road have 2 members inside the circle.
Does Roth not have any more health available that he can restore to himself?
They've been fighting for a while.
Yeah, first aid kits, bandages, might have just kind of expended themselves, as he could use that desperately. If he can hold that angle, that's going to be huge there for Alcadzia to keep Petrichor Road pinned in, just force them in towards the 3-man stack that they've got up on top of the hill. This is difficult no matter how you slice it for Petrichor Road. I don't think they have many smokes left. I don't see any in Ming Ming's hands. I don't see any in Chewy's hands. So this is just going to have to come down to hoping that Alcadzia kind of overextends themselves, gives up a free kill. You can see they're trying to isolate an angle, isolate a flank to break open.
Yeah, it is Salt. Sorry, I don't know why I didn't notice your chat. I don't know when you said that.
Instantly spins in. Chewy's feeding that information back over to his other teammates right now, as looks like Petrichor Road still just can't.
But I also bought a capture card for my Switch, so I'm trying to get that. Oh.
It would on the ground right now. So Petrichor Road, 2 members up.
How you been doing, Salt? Dude, seeing Alcadzia doing what they're doing though. Holy, let's go. What a first game. I don't even care that Pero goes out that way. Holy, game number 1. But I got Pokemon working. It's awesome. Let's go. So the new Pokemon game... Oh no, you wouldn't believe it at all. Cowboy deserves to be up there. D-Idol, I'm sure does too. But holy... Boom. Pokemon. That's cool.
They look really solid.
That was an absolutely crazy game. Circles just
Okay.
going crazy off the get-go. So much learning. I know that Claris and Toffees are wanting to dive into it.
And then we just go like, well, first we want to drag it down. But we want it above this, but below camera, and then we turn it off. Right. I'm so glad that I got the capture card working. It took me about 5 minutes. So I just had to figure out where everything had to get put in. Dude, I can't wait for Roth to be back afterwards too, so I can chill in his chat, talk to him, see what's going on and everything. That'll be a ton of fun. But I gotta go check on my laundry and stuff. I got my Elgato working, so on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we're gonna be doing a Pokemon stream on the new Pokemon as soon as it comes out.
They were playing very, very well. This is a team, for those of you who may not be familiar
So
with
that should be a ton of fun when that happens. I'll be back after I check on my laundry.
And two young guns in D and Cowboy that don't have any of that LAN experience, but they kept their system intact. You could see they ran a 3-1 almost the entire time, and their gun skills, Cowboy in particular, was very, very exciting to watch.
I was feeling things for Slam G. I will get onto them in a moment.
Absolutely.
Because what was important for me, for Algadzia, was that rotation around the west, up north, to just kind of third party that fight that was going on in that compound to shut down the angle of Slam G. And this is what basically won Algadzia the game, in my opinion. What do you think?
That's what happens when you have Rollo on your team, though, right? You get these sort of big moves, and that's why it's good to mix that inexperience with experience, because they knew this is the move that wins us the game. We have to do it now. I would say that I don't think D and Cowboy, if it was just them, would have made that play. That was a very mature choice at the right time, and then executing it was amazing. As you watch them coming to this late game, not only, imagine the confidence boost. Your first time at a LAN, those two players getting these huge numbers, and then Petrichor, one of the most legendary teams in PUBG history, denies to you. Against you. Not only do you dominate in numbers, but you make a team made up of some of the greatest players just give up. No, definitely. Impressive stuff coming in from Algadzia to start things off, especially considering it's the first game of groups, it's the first game of PGS9, and we get this circle. Circle 1, suddenly every player, every team is like, oh no, how are we going to deal with this? And they dealt with it brilliantly. Here, and this might even be sort of playing into this idea of these new talents. It felt like a bunch of our teams went, salvage game 1, and went into salvage mode, whereas the teams that came out on top, they went aggressive. You saw QAD playing very, very, very fast. Slam G had no qualms about taking those fights, and we're going. And so I think Boostic had a 1-3 that was incredible to watch. Like, those guys, it was like there was no pressure. They've done this for years. Yes, and now I get to talk about Slam G briefly because they get themselves to top 4. That's brilliant for them, right? Obviously, we had kind of theories or how they could potentially play on LAN. People maybe taking Boostic for that 10k pick on Fantasy, and then he pops off. The Boostic boy is here, baby. It's time to go. That's an exciting prospect. I mean, Boostic has paid himself off on your fantasy team in one game. What does that mean for the next 5? And again, they have nothing, like, they're ahead now. They get to play however they want to play, and it is going to be fun to watch. Yeah, a very, very exciting start because it's really not the big names. Right. They're able to take so many of these points to start off game number 1 for Erangel. And actually, I want to turn back the clock all the way to the beginning of our game. Yes. Where suddenly, of course, we have a difficult playing path for school. We have a difficult playing path for apps and all of these kinds of things. Suddenly, Petrichor Roads divided themselves off to apps. Twisted Minds has divided themselves off to school. However, DN Freaks catching one early for Twisted Minds. The potential of this happening again between these 3 teams in our next Erangel is a bit spicy because Petrichor gets all the way deep into this game. DN Freaks exerts themselves already in Twisted Minds, who goes into the late game as 3. A little bit kind of, limped. And it's tough. Petrichor, I think, benefits from that. Also, I got to say this about Freaks. They're playing crazy They went ahead, they did that move, then they went and dropped on top of Begopaw in a Phase 3 pickup.
Won
No
it out.
cares whatsoever, dominated. This is a worrisome moment for everybody else to see Freaks willing to take those risks early on.
Navi also in that top 4 as well, with the 7 kills coming their way. Coming in from that northeast side, and it's a little harder of an approach, I would say, to those kind of final circles for Navi. So it's understandable why they did fall by the wayside. But look at that! This is exciting, because this is 3 players who actually, it's not only Boosting, it's not only Cowboy, it's also Extens, who's the newest gun on Na'Vi. All 3 taking the top spots
And
here.
D. You got almost every name up there was a new blood player. Very, very exciting. Also worth noting, between Slam G and Al Qudsia, they knocked out almost a third of the lobby by themselves.
There's enough room in the laundry for me to put one of these 2 blankets in there, so.
That was, for lack of a better word, terrible.
Yeah.
Not only was the first circle bad, the second circle was a 60% playable space.
So 2 takeaways from that. One, we have such an exciting time already, because yes, the game is a little bit in flux for some of our players. You've got 4 maps to play, you've got BRDMs, you've got Panthers, you've got C4s, you've got the DMR change, you've got a lot of things that will allow these new guns to really be able to potentially make waves and cause some disruption here. Second thing I want to take away, when we looked at that leaderboard just then, they fit Mission Ready International Alliance all in there. That was amazing. I can't believe that they fit it in. That's insane.
I had to take a breath during the intro process. That name is so long. I mean, I love that they picked the name, and they told me this because regionally it confused everyone. That said, it's been working.
All right, Grassy Pastures time once again. Let's see if we see the run back as we head over to the commentators for game number 2 here of PGS 9 group stage.
Okay. I'm back. So, sad that you're gone already, but I do appreciate you stopping by.
Oh, he's
awesome. Thank you.
Coffee's called it out. Mission Ready International Alliance to mess with people, including my brain. Can I tell you how hard it is for a guy with dyslexia dealing with Mission Ready International Alliance and Mira in the same region and trying to cast it?
Yeah, it doesn't sound fun. I don't envy you in that regard.
Tons of blast, but I mean, fun team. I love the squad.
Also,
I mean, we get
why the heck did I put a hat on? I just got a haircut. I'm on vacation for the week. You gotta see how much I messed up my hair.
Already kind of not happy with how things went, but the problem is that, you know, changing things up a bit here. Maybe he's going for the vehicles out on the outskirts. It looks like, so they're not going to mess with VP. It's just
I messed up too bad wearing a hat.
Get lucky here with an AK headshot. It could happen. It's Beamy of all people. He's trying to find that angle, but I think Twisted Mind should be a-okay.
And squad knows how to play in a
There we
position
go.
like this, so they should be fine. Now running up to the hills, curious to see how we're going to see any other mix-ups. I don't think anything.
Love my haircuts.
Freaks now over there next to Petrichor Road.
Roth.
All considered, Circle does a little bit more friendly this time, as it does look like it is going to stay on the main island. But you know, we've been getting some crazy circles.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm not counting out the circle until it is firmly on that northern island. As Twisted just going to do what they can to get their vehicles and then get some good loot as best as they can scavenge. 4 a.m. already up in towards the northern part of the map here. Yasnaya is going to be a-okay for them, at least for now. I don't see Twisted driving in their direction or anything, so no problems. Al-Qudsia, what a start. I mean, Cowboy in particular comes out fragging, D as well, doing a nice job. So, you know, Rello, Roth, the long-time veterans there for this squad, have brought some magic here to begin BGS 9.
This is a squad that we've been... I mean, I know America's in potential. How many times we made that joke before? But really, there's a lot of capabilities whenever we look at D and Cowboy. The uptick in the fragging capabilities of those 2 players specifically, we've been seeing for quite a while. Just a consistent growth pattern for them that I don't think that we've seen the skill ceiling on just yet. And a game like that last game is going to give them more confidence to kind of start maneuvering from, and maybe give them some more firepower to really start to bring out. Because I mean, look at that! That was a crazy game coming out from them.
Absolutely. I mean, Cowboy in particular, there's 748 damage.
Boy.
To come out here at PGS 9. Welcome to the land.
And what was interesting is Petrichor Road and Al-Qudsia both pathed in over along that eastern area, so we're doing a lot of circle chasing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was one of those circles, though, where if you can find the right timing to get into the zone and kind of do some damage, and we saw both of those teams kind of do that, especially Al-Qudsia against FN Pochan. They absolutely dismantled them, you know, just left breakers on his own to try and retreat, and then they caught right up to him and took him down. So That was a really nicely executed series of fights that they had to take to get themselves into that late game scenario. I think they were the ones who took down Twisted as well in that.
Oh, got a little bit of a dust up going on between VP and MRIA, but I think that should be fine.
Mission Ready International Alliance.
Al-Qadsia as well as VP Mission Ready. Petrichor Road already found themselves good path into positioning as well.
Dude, the teams that we're sending from the Americas is gonna be so entertaining when it comes to PGC.
For sure. For some reason, a lot of times these end up going towards the lumber yard or towards the shelter. Doesn't have to. It could go towards farm. That is also definitely well within the circle's decision-making capabilities. Or who knows, maybe we get real lucky and it goes back down to Sosnovka and things get absolutely bananas, but we'll have to wait and see a bit as I'm a little bit worried here for Mission Ready in this position. Hanging out around that shelter can be really challenging. I rarely see those positions go well, but let's hear in from Park Pro, the Big O Pot player, see what he had to
제가
say.
한국에서도 나이가 제일 많은 친구인데요. 저희 팀이 나이가 좀 많습니다. 근데 또 젊은 친구들과 이제 경합을 하면서 저번 PGS 7, 8 때 이제 쉽진 않았지만 그랜드 파이널 진출하면서 우리도 할 수 있구나라는 마음으로 좀 멘탈 관리 좀 하면서 이제 운동도 조금씩 하고 있고 이제 관리를 하면서 이제 우리도 할 수 있다라는 마음가짐으로 왔습니다.
Oh, I feel that the old man mindset coming in there. Starting to try to get my mental back ready, you know. Make sure I get the exercise in. Got to try to keep up with all these young bloods. Like, Vegapot, I know is I don't want to say like no, I know you're an unbiased caster while we talk about your Korean favoritism, but Vegapot is, I know, close to your heart.
Yes, absolutely. Well, it's kind of a fun team because obviously, you know, you've got PO who's still wrapping up his military service here. That's part of why he can't be here. He's still not quite completely done with that. But not only do you have kind of, you know, the original PUBG esports superstar in this team, he's grabbed together some streamers, some other former pros like Sungjang who've had quite a lot of success in PUBG esports throughout the years, and Park Pro has been a standout player. He's kind of been primarily a streamer who's also been playing some esports, and he has really stood up and played well. Khan has been great. Some damage here. Tamu hitting salute. Might have got the tire there, not sure.
Yeah, it looked like I saw the car do that little pop-up whenever the tire got hit, and yeah, he looks like he's suffering. Can they manage to get over the dip? I think he's clear for now. A couple of crosser shots coming up over all of it, but this is going to put them pretty close to the center, but there's a lot of friends nearby. You were worried about earlier Mission Ready's position. They're going to be kind of just on the outskirts of this looking in. Looks like the Freaks aren't going to go for a full stop there, and I don't blame them. That's a good later stage spot, but at this point, that feels way too dangerous to stay in.
Exactly. That tempo dip this early, pretty tough to manage. Eventually, some teams are going to get some kind of angle on you or put some pressure or find some grenades. DL getting clipped quite a bit there. Bizzler and company from Mission Ready doing some decent damage, but the Freaks so far escaping disaster. Now up towards that death road.
Tons of Freaks fans right now just on the edge of their seat, as it does look like there might be some seats in comfort as it top of death road could be the stop-off point for right now. I like this spot. It gives you a lot of opportunities. It kind of the two different arenas.
So Kadzia 10 points ahead of second place right now. That's a huge game number one.
There's going to be a couple of teams that could be pathing pretty close to you. Make it a bit scary. 17 Gaming though looks like they're just going to.
Because this is group stage, so it's top 16 that make it through into finals. You want like
can we please avoid the
7 points a game. It makes you into a usually comfortable area. So the fact that they've already technically done like 3 games of work in a single game is awesome.
If they can see them, that's the question. Once they hear it, can we position fast enough to try to get shots at them? It looks like they might. Belmont, you better be careful. Couple of shots do come out, and that means that the hillside's going to be covered. Couple more retaliations, but just runs right in, right at Tanvu. Looks like they realized he was isolated, but Tanvu tries to get as much as he can out of it. Does get a knock, and almost half of another one. So are we going to see the rest of the Expendables try to come after this? Flash just has to get left behind. Nade's going to be rolling in. That bounce looks like it's going to be a bit short.
I like what Full Sense is doing here. They're making sure they know the Expendables play styles. These guys play in the same region, and they're making sure that there isn't any further commitment to this battle. Trying to keep
Flores is behind though.
at bay, but little do they know, Clories is coming up from behind.
There's just too many angles. Nade's going to go out.
No, they were ready for it.
A narrow miss. Glorious hasn't spotted out the shift just quite yet. That's an entirely different team. He is going to hear the vehicle. He's running right into the face of it. No fear, but that's going to be the cost. And the Expendables lose another one. Are we going to see the continuation of this chase?
They were still ready for it though.
Rally this back up. The defense, by just playing aggressive into the face of the Expendables, is paying off.
Clories just missed the timing on that grenade by a couple seconds. Really smart there by Full Sense to move their player and try to
Belmoth played it perfectly.
Stuck in that smoke again, anticipating the Expendables, trying to find their angles, trying to get.
They had that Full Sense on.
They used that little hill edge to keep themselves obscured. Clories didn't see that movement, didn't see where the Full Sense players had repositioned to. That's really, really nicely managed by Full Sense. That could have gone really bad, really fast if Clories had gotten there just a few seconds earlier.
Expendables were kind of still wrapping around, seeing if maybe they could bite off any more of Full Sense, but looks like it is going to be Duck Juice that runs right back into Pachinki. I think he might be heading for the tower, but Full Sense also going to be following in right back behind him.
Well, still not completely out of danger, our Full Sense. If some relative stability. Circle, speaking of stability, has gone towards the north, sitting pretty dead center there, just with Farm and Milta on the outskirts. Oh, Khan lights him up with the MP5. Xiaolu down. Khan using that BRDM to good effect. Xiaolu's trying to get around so he can't get run over. Yeah. Oh, he gets there.
Okay, well, here comes the reinforcements on both sides. 4 angry men, still just trying to navigate the beast of a vehicle that's roaming around. Longs with a very sneaky little run by, spots out Park Pro.
Khan.
Counter spots out what's going to be going on with Longs. So this has kind of turned into an external firefight, pretty much between Songjiang as well as where we see a Tongmu at. Neither
I heard that in my right headset.
Kind of gatekeeping each other out of this fight. Shen has spotted Sungjiang though.
Tongmu
is going to try to punish that. I can see him loading up with the grenade, tries to throw the grenade out in, and it's going to be a rewrap here by Akan. Sawed off, does some damage, can't find the knock. Instead, it's parked.
He already got
doesn't give him
the
res. So Begapa starting to get more control on this one.
Tongmu
himself right now tries to run for the vehicle. He's going to go down, and Begapa managed to pick up some kills early.
Tough fight here. 4 a.m. Team that got 8th in the PCL in the lead up towards this event. You know, Shen, the big name signing for them, doing some damage, trying to keep Bagel Pot bay, but that BRDM so valuable in that situation because it gives Akan the ability to jump in and out of it a bunch to safety, to find his moments to strike and do damage.
And we really didn't see them that much. BRDM inside that last game, just due to how the circles laid out and everybody was
whack that they're saying there's someone still knocked on 4 angry men, but nobody alive.
Now that we've got
there we go.
Centralized circle back on the mainland, the RDM starting to be a bit more of a factor to deal with specifically in these earlier sections.
Yeah, and it's almost like the analyst desk had a little bit of a psychic premonition because they were just talking about how impactful the BRDMs can be, and we're seeing it right off the rip here in match number 2. Xiaobei, Lil Ghost on the other side of this hill. The Freaks haven't moved too much since we saw their rotation pretty early on in the match, and again, this could be a little bit tricky on this hillside. You have to be pretty wary of approaches from the east, approaches from the west, up and down this road. Like you were talking about, teams are going to want to come in through this area because a lot of rotation paths that are going to be quote-unquote safe are going to want to drive in this vicinity.
And you can have the split between 2 teams up here where we can see Freaks and 17 trying to hold it down, but 17, I don't want to say has been greedy, but they really want some control off of it. So they've only sent 2 up to the road itself, and they have the other 2 they're playing a bit further down in the lowlands to see if they can make sure to control area down there, because we do have a lot of teams that want to play. There's a lot of strong compounds, so if we see somebody have to shift in, that could be big. Full Sense, looks like they've managed to do a firm regroup, and they're going to be wrapping down into the south pretty far along the coastline. Shots at range are coming in from, I believe that's going to be Slam, that could spot them out in any given moment here. Get in just a second.
Pretty interesting. Virtus Pro has actually popped an emergency pickup. Yeah, great Great pickup here by the observers to catch this, because this is a pre-pop for the next circle, and the other two players of theirs pretty far away on the map, so they have the ability, if this hard shifts, to rotate in with their other teammates. However, might just use it for info if it just kind of stays center. See what circle does, see what VP does. Wow, this is really nice for VP. This is a really smart emergency pickup.
Okay, are you going to take it is the question.
I think they
I think
should.
I was going to say they could just use vehicles to regroup. It might be a bit safer. So
Yeah.
Yep, Alcazia is just going to cut right between them. They're going to be fine to let that go. There's full regroup going to happen.
Go out to the house on the outside. I think that's where Alcazia is going.
Go ahead and steal away
Yep.
the building. Very strong building for this position. Death Road's still going to have some visitors, as is going to be the Freaks dealing with Mission Ready rolling up right next to them, cutting a path right
Boom.
along as
They
were
made
trying
it in
to
there.
So the Freaks are going to just go ahead, let that one pass by. Petrichor Road.
They probably end up losing vehicles,
Gonna
but
force back behind them. Begapa tail end very far up into the north. Twisted, the only team that's really not making a gamble move at the time, kind of playing this a bit slower and steadier.
It's just going to be a standoff in the farm. Most of the real estate claimed here.
Yeah.
we have 3 teams there all the time until someone tries to make a move.
Using that wizard tower to get some info to try to consider a new move. They do have Forest wrapping around to the west, and you got Bagopot is going to be coming off of their victorious fight against 4AM up from the north. So a lot to consider here for Petrichor Road. If they can play some good defense, kind of keep Bagopot arm's length.
Forest.
Yeah, this is the real danger now. They've gotten real close.
This is the issue with this hillside. Remember, Forest has got themselves the BRDM that they can play around with, so be a bit more bold, and you can peek the top of that hill. Make sure that there's nobody hiding in any of these shacks. That's well read from Forest. This is a very common defended position. I mean, we just saw a team here a second ago in 17 that's already abandoned it, went for the low ground compounds instead. So, Begapa kind of eyeing everything. They do get vision on what's happening, and they can kind of catch the profile.
These wires are all over the place now.
I'm going to try to go more west, but I don't
There we go.
really know if that's going to go too well either.
It's
That's just
the
gonna be
solution, not a good one.
Yeah, you got the safety of that BRDM. Let's take another look back at this fight with 4AM. Did he run his teammate over?
Oh no.
Yeah, the worst timings. I feel that one. I've never had that one happen to me before.
Yeah, we've all been there.
Yeah, that's just every single PUBG player right now relates to that one moment. Like, yeah, okay. My friend put a bumper on my face, and then the team instantly was there.
They're just doing a great job. A little push and pull here from Bagopot. Just keeping 4AM.
What a
completely
spray.
They had the counter move at every situation. That's a frustrating one. You know, when you have an accident like that that's punished so quickly, it can be very unforgiving. Akan here. Speaking
BRDM versus BRDM.
Imagine if you had flipped that.
Just brute force against each other. Baron says, nah, we're going to go ahead and see if we can get something out of it. No big shots yet, but here comes the rest. Quick follow-ups on both sides between the two as the BRDMs are just jockeying up against each other. Distraction coming up mostly for Begapod, trying to exploit Park Pro once as much as he can get, but it's going to be Olympus and Scappy that managed to get the retaliations back onto it. Forest do manage to take down Begapod, and nobody pounces onto it. No third party. The circle has popped, and it has gone heavily into farm.
And here comes Petrichor Road. They've already got Scappy knocked. Forest barely clinging to life, trying to get players out of the blue so they can go for the safe reses, and they do get them into the BRDM, and they're going to scooch away here. Ming Ming is going to claim Scappy's life, but Forest knows that they can't really take this fight. And look at this prize the Petrichor Road is going to claim.
That's mine now. Oh, this rotation feels so much better than it did 10 seconds ago.
That's huge.
I mean, moving down from Death Road, now with having a BRDM for just being a bit aggressive, that is massive for Petrichor Road.
Yeah, I mean, I thought for a second there maybe if Forest was going to be given enough time to lick their wounds that they were going to be the ones scooching away with 2 different BRDMs, but they've gotten into some level of safety there in the shack, trying to find a res. Petrichor Road in the meantime kind of fanning out a bit. Olympus still inside of the vehicle proper. Baron, I don't know. He's waiting for the smokes to pop. Is he going to be given the opportunity to get that res? There's going to be a lot of players peppering shots down into there.
Well, there are enough distractions. Petrichor Road's trying to regroup just to the east of this. 17 still needs to get in the zone. They've been kind of more surveying what's going on to the north. The Expendables have spotted out AZ and his BRDM, but they're going to kind of let that one go. FS just has to make a run down, slam in their defense, playing a bit further down in the south wall. They're trying to regroup, just eating them, man. There is nothing that could really be done there. Slam
man.
just finding it all.
Oh, dude, Lurex gets the first 2, Boostic gets another. a little bit pinned down, but Flash.
Did they actually get the finishes on them though?
He's gonna go for the C4 here. Is he just gonna? Is he just gonna go try for the revenge mission? But the grenades from Zenith are on point. Slam's in trouble.
Boostic's just got to run. FS just running right now. Oh, is it revenge? Where is he going? Looks like he wants to go after Slam. He's going to be rolling right up into it. Steps away, big explosion, but it's already going to get some. Oh, the vehicle off to the side takes down Boostic.
Boostic.
The explosion launched a car, and that little bit of a ridge sent it along the side to take him out.
Oh my God. I mean, Flash there only got 1 kill for all of his efforts. If he could have gotten that vehicle a little bit closer, probably had 2.
But he got revenge.
He did get revenge. You're not wrong.
Oh!
There we go. It's popping off everywhere.
Oh my God.
I don't know.
Well, maybe. Mission's not ready no more.
Okay, Expendables just got to send it. Petrichor Road's going to be regrouping, so that's going to be another distraction. Forest doesn't have too much they can work with. Expendables do manage to steal that one away, but it is going to be Ming that does go down. Sorry. Now, looking up on the hillside, it's going to be the Freaks roaming into the same pathing as Petrichor Road.
What is this game number 2?
Chewy's trying to defend in. Salute already down to half health. Peeks between the two. Vehicle flips, blows up, and that's going to be Freaks now finding themselves with a new pathing option to work with.
Oh, and Virtus Pro getting wiped out by
Just one team after another.
He gets 3 kills. He has been knocked. Example in Batulins trying to scramble to find
holy dude
behind this hillside. Little bit of time here before the next circle closes, so should be able to get this res, and that's going to open up some time here for Batulins to do a little bit of scavenging, grab some extra util, get the res, get a little bit of info.
This is crazy.
They've got so many teams still hunkering down in the farm that they got to cut through.
Well, there's an interesting thing happening in the farm right now is Al-Qadzia's compound isn't really in the circle anymore. They may have to move. I think that they might have like a little bit of a section that they can continue to play, but there's nothing that they would be able to.
They're only 1 point off of a placement point too.
Well, then they will be just essentially pinched between 2 other teams holding down farm. So I'm curious to see what Al-Qadzia opts into doing, especially given the fact that they have Twisted right back behind them. That's going to.
I don't know if they have a vehicle to move
really
with.
Has way more room over into the west. It's just FN that they have to compete against.
Yeah, and
It is just FN, but this is like very barren area.
Just got a player knocked. It's actually Star Ward. Delwyn there found it. Let's look and see what happened here for Forest. You know, you don't have many great options. You lost players earlier. You've got a BRDM probably not in the best shape of its life, and you feel like, well, this match isn't going to go great. We can probably do something about this. Look at all these Dragon's Teeth set up here by MRIA. And Olympus just slow rolls it in, and all of a sudden, they try to get out, but they can't.
Just look at them scatter. The defense was so good until it wasn't. And, Forest feels, yeah. I mean, would you have wanted to try to push that Wizard Tower? That would have felt terrible, as FN looks like they're going to spot out Twisted in their approach. Perfectix is out. Breakers, man. He's putting in work.
Yeah,
Sosa
really good during the PWS,
finds
so
example.
obviously it's tough for FN Pochon not
I mean, at least it's another placement point for Al-Qadzia.
still recovering from that injury he suffered at EWC. Been getting a little bit of help with that. Lyrics, though, finding some grenade Durans as well. Al-Qadzia had to make their move. You're talking about this, Matt, and they are
Roth and Rello, but you're taking down the 2 non-fraggers, technically.
I mean, there's nowhere to go.
Xiaowu gets a knock onto the right person. Oh, the timing. So perfect for Cowboy to cross.
He's got himself Panzerfaust to maybe knock on the doors of E-Arena's compound, but not having too good of a revealing position. At least managed to get away from the Na'Vi sightlines for now. New circle pops, and now E-Arena also going to have to move as well as Na'Vi. Farm pretty much out of it.
I wonder if
It's a good nade by Cowboy to push him off of it.
a spot onto that Panzer. They drop down out of that window pretty quickly. Now you're going to have to get a little lucky with some of these bounces from the frags. Going in deep, finding a ton of damage onto E-Arena.
Just slightly the wrong spot.
E-Arena, but not really enough that they can make this move. Cowboy at least finds some damage onto Jason.
That's even more damage.
Another grenade does hit onto Opons really nicely. So here we go.
Kicks around, does get the knock. Any points that you can find for Alcadzia would be great, but Arena wants to get the defense. But look at this, Alcadzia's 1-2 punch of D and Cowboy.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They didn't get D or Cowboy.
Special. They have come in and there are no land jitters for them. Oh God, here we go again. This time it's DL for the. Oh my goodness! Oh, the Expendables.
Oh.
This is they're dead. There's nothing they can do.
That Wizard Tower is cursed. Don't go near it, but explodes a bit too early. So that means that we do have Duck Juice still alive. And here comes the reinforcements for the Freaks. BRDM rolls right in, and Duck Juice hears it. He knows. But what Freaks are you gonna do? It's gonna be hard to push in. It looks like they're just trying to deny out the angle, maybe?
Well, yeah, they're trying to figure out exactly where he is so they can start throwing util in. They've got some stuns. They're going to come through. Stuns out on the other side. Meanwhile, Na'Vi having a tough go of it here. Jacob holding the upstairs, but he's going for the heel. It's a duel, and it's going to be Sosid with the timing.
Oh, but look down below. The push instantly to see if it could be exploited. Again, it's the duo from Alcadzia chasing in, seeing if they can find and exploit this. Does manage to pick up one more point and playing off the angle. Nade's go low. Good throw coming from Ferris, though.
That is a really nicely timed grenade there. See if he can find the flush. Thinking about the res here now. Cowboy as well, trying to probably work things out with D to see if they can get him back up on his feet. Eventually, Baron is going to go down. No longer going to be lording over this circle as Forrest. That crazy play, a couple insane C4 maneuvers that we've seen here so far. Forrest hoping.
I think he's going to get it. He's going to get the finish. He's going to get the finish.
Going to throw the grenade in to go for the finish. Doesn't connect.
Well, he's committed into the res right now. Can he get it off in time? Does manage to do it. Blue zone right up on top of him. Utility starting to come out. Cowboy playing on the other side of the wall. D trying to get his meds up. Instantly taking down Ferris. Spots him yet again. That is going to be Na'Vi. That
still 31 points.
But that means that now Na'Vi has their
in
eyes
2
on
games.
if they can get out of the farm position, while FN is going to be coming in from the south. Freaks playing from the compound we saw them take just a moment ago, but 17 was still all of their members up in control of the west.
This would actually be the best spot possible for another C4. If 17 had one, they could just roll it down this hill, and there's absolutely squat that the Freaks can do about it. But I haven't seen them at least think about it just yet, so maybe they're one of the few teams in this lobby who seemingly doesn't have one. FN, yeah, gonna have to make a move, but they've got a lot of zone control. They're gonna have a ton of information.
Isn't there a anime that has like an explosion wizard? Just like imagine cutting that back and going explosion, explosion, explosion on that wizard tower.
I don't know if he's gonna be able to get too much further into
that is now the explosion wizard tower.
But FN, Star-Lord, not really in a position to do much about that. FN just holding their ground, not making any moves just yet.
Well, a lot of the high ground that we see 17 playing from, they're going to lose. The way that this hillside goes down, the vision is going to be favoring the position for Freaks. And on top
I don't think Freaks can get that, though.
Angle of approach are trying to deny out 17 from being able to kind of push down that hillside as well. So 17 might have to actually shift way more down into the south and put them closer to FN, unless they can brute force their way into this. And that's why you see 17 taking a lot more bold peeks along this to see if they can get a knock to find some way to path in, and it's just not happening.
I'd really like to see FN make an aggressive maneuver, like get a 3-1 split going somewhere, some way, and take some zone control here, because right now they're being a little bit too passive for my taste. They've still got a 4-man. Yes, 17's a threat up on that hillside. But if you can find some safety from their position, you can at least hunker down and set yourself up for a defensive fight. Keep Na'Vi at arm's length as well.
I mean, you got to go now, so they at least have Star-Lord that's scouted out. Getting into this position is good for now. They're going to use the rocks to try to deny out the angle from 17, but that leaves them pretty vulnerable to Na'Vi's angle. So that's why they've got the UAS there to try to protect up. 17, do they think that they have enough smoke down on this wall? Yep, they're just going to try to go for the brute force on it. Jiawu going to be leading the way, 7-7 back behind him. Heaven trying to fend in. Nade's going to be prepped up, and there's just so much over here for cover. Can we see the nades come out? Good toss lands right on top of him.
Let's go, Heaven.
Heaven trying to hold the line up. Goes for another toss. Going to be a bit too far. 7-7 can't quite spot him. The Doritos being enough. Finally, 7-7 manages to get the knock he was after.
Oh, 7-7 steps back. Heaven was cooking a grenade there. Here comes some more. Human trying to do what he can to clean it up. A little ghost on point with the spray.
Okay, so 17 manages to get in position and
Are they actually going to be able to get all 4 back up?
It's going to be hard though. So now Navi actually is going to be very focused in on FN, so FN can't get too involved. That should give 17 a bit more time to work around this one. Shots coming in, quick run in. This is a very bold just run in coming in from FN. They want to get rid of Navi, realizing the vulnerabilities of that angle. So now FN, where do you go next?
This is really problematic though, because FN needs times to get these reses through, and that's going to allow 17 to regroup, reset, reestablish, and they've already got that situation well underhand. Look at this graveyard. There are so many dead bodies, so many cars, tons of those Doritos that are there as well to set up this defense. I mean, this has got to be some really huge outplays with the guns for FN, and it's not going to be easy against a team of 17 gaming.
Vehicle's going to blow up too.
Mission Ready started the fortress over here, and then vehicle upon vehicle just collapsing in. I mean, what do you do except for maybe try to do a similar idea to what we see? Do you just play it bold and aggressive? Looks like that's not going to be FN. Instead, they're just going to try to go for a bit more safety, use vehicles for some cover, and that's going to give 17 a lot more to work from and a lot of different angles that they can try to play from.
Yeah, and this is smart by 17. You can do more damage to these vehicles. You know, if they start blowing up, then you're limiting FN's rotation options. I mean, honestly, as FN, if you can't find a knock here, you might actually just consider eventually going down to the blue. But they're going to try to play this forward, trying to get those angles. They're going to let breakers loose.
Interesting, they're still trying to get a bit more of an advance, but they're going with a slow and steady. See if they can peek around, use distractions, use the tree for any form of cover, but that means that any headshot on these shots that come in is going to be massive, and there you go. You can see it's going to stall out, make it more vulnerable, but Xiaowu takes a lot, so he actually has to retreat from the angle. That can open a bit more. Starting to see if maybe we can get some bounces. What's going to happen in this?
That's a great blue zone.
Blue zone.
I think it's just slightly too far away. Oh no.
Causes distraction. It might open up some space here for Karan or somebody else to make a bit of a maneuver. The problem is Lil Ghost is just a turret up here.
I mean, FN isn't even moving forward. The blue zone goes out. It does stall, but it doesn't feel like it gave them enough for what they wanted, and so FN is still backs up against the blue zone. They're going to have to move, and this is going to be problematic. They do have one member in Zenith that's going to be a
Breakers already goes down to the blue zone.
Members of 17 still going to have cover to work with.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Xiaowu goes down. Yeah.
Starting to hit headshots. Okay,
Zenith finally.
Response, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. You know, Karn had that level 3 gear. He's got the P90. He goes down to the blue 2. I think this is 17's game for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's just so hard at that stage. There was so much cover down. 17 played that so well as just the graveyard there in the center of this circle as it was just car upon car. C4 is what, 4 times in that game?
Damn.
And 3 of them,
a lot.
2 of them were at that compound? I don't even know.
I think it was 3 at that compound. I mean, it was absolute madness.
I don't know, but I gotta go do more laundry. I'll be back for the start of the next match.
It was just, you know, who's next up to bat? Who's got the next C4?
Paper, this is just game number 2.
Yeah.
What are we in for at this event?
Hopefully more.
I'm buckled in and ready. If this is the way it starts off, this is just going to get crazier as it goes.
I'm just laughing because that was just so wild in the middle of that game. There were so many things just unexpectedly blowing up, and I mean that poor wizard tower is just in shambles.
I mean, we saw a BRDM theft. What do you want to talk about? There's so much to look at.
Game 6 madness. Wait, sorry, what? It's only game 2? Wait, what's going on? Oh no, this was a disaster. Of course, those 17 Gaming, our previous 2-time PGS champions, is able to get themselves a victory. And yes, I guess bang. Yeah, that's one way to describe it, Toffees, I suppose.
Would you say that game was explosive?
a little bit.
Yeah,
I'd go as far as to say.
I mean, at the end of the day, the MVP of this game was C4, and that's the reality. BRDMs and C4 over and over and over again. Whether it was the silly fight on the hill where we saw two teams chasing each other in circles with BRDMs, to the crashes, to the defense, to the breaches, and if it wasn't one of those two things, it was a Panzerfaust inside of a warehouse. This game was all about using these new utility items in crazy, uncounterable ways.
Now, I do feel, as we take a look back at this Wizard Tower once again, I really feel, whilst we kind of talk about... I don't even really want to talk about the end of the game.
Right.
I want to talk about how I feel bad for Mission Ready International Alliance. They'd created a fortress. There were so many deployable flare cover there to be able to just kind of solidify what would end up potentially being the winning position and was the winning position. So to be ram-raided the way they were and gone,
And I don't care, any World War or War aficionado would have been proud of the defensive structures that they put out there. It was almost impossible to push. The only uncounterable situation they run into is a BRDM with a C4 strap to it.
Right.
And that knocks them out, and then it opens up this cluster of attacks over and over and over again.
Because if this is any other vehicle, then there's at least an opportunity for them to try and, you know, gun down the driver. Or if, for example, they somehow had the most crazy Panzer shot ever on this BRDM. However, that is a very unassailable assault to really deal with, it feels.
I mean, the way the hill is coming over, if it's any other car, you've got three. They were smart. 3 players on the outside holding that area. You can destroy any other vehicle with 3 magazines of ammunition, right? So there's literally only one way to dig Mission Ready out of there, and they figured it out.
And then it didn't stop there because it kept going at this location. And eventually, I do feel like, let's talk about 17 Gaming here, who did win this game. Obviously, after all the chaos settles, they come in from a western position to be able to breach on this position, and it works out splendidly. But because of all the carnage that's there, because of all the... It looked like a paintball range. You know when you go and you've actually got all the things you're dancing around, you're like, where are we going? It looked like a paintball range had been created. That's the most cover I've ever seen that location ever. So it made the approach really easy towards it.
What Mission Ready did actually caused problems for future teams, because when they could only do it because they had 4 players with 3 on the outside. Everyone else trying to hold that with 2 cannot do it because there's so much breach cover for every other team coming in, and that's why we saw it change hands so many times.
I feel like I've already had a fever dream today. But there we are. That is the end of game 2 and how it all sits. Now, of course, Na'Vi also gets themselves very far into another game here. I don't think there was ever going to be really much of a hope of them getting much more off that game 1. However, coming in from that south farm position, alongside that, when all the chaos was going over on the west side, I felt like there was 2 different games going on in this game.
It really did feel like that, between the Twisted Mind sort of playing a mechanical game versus the chaos on the other side. But Na'Vi was exciting to watch. I like seeing Extends put up these big moments. You know, ever since that transition from Stayed to Extends, there's been kind of this, where does Na'Vi get back on their feet? Because you go back to when DiffX was on the team, they were unstoppable. This is starting to feel like that Na'Vi again, and I'm enjoying watching it.
Yeah, but it didn't materialize in the start of it. So it's like it took some motions to be able to really get things going. Beyond that, all that though, Al Ghazir getting themselves another good game here. So 2 Erangels down, 2 good results for Al Ghazir.
Huge for them. And again, I think MRI would have been with them if they hadn't gotten knocked out, but Al Ghazir is finding that perfect balance between the gun skills of Cowboy and D and the expertise of Roth and Rello, and I love watching them play right now. Honestly, they're on track, I feel like, to just be going into their day 2 with no cares in the world. Already 30 plus in 2 games.
Yeah, it's brilliant stuff for them. Good to see. Again, I'm very excited to see how all of our teams that are coming who have greener members are going to be able to fare here, because it really will shake up what we know about current PUBG esports and how it actually sits at the very top. I do think that we'll probably eventually get to your Twisted Minds, DN Freaks taking all these kind of titles here. But these guys are going to make a run for it for sure.
And they're going to start to put pressure on the big dogs, and it's going to make them improve. That's what I like to see. Twisted Minds had a bit of a doldrum, but everyone pushing them from behind made them get better. Speaking of Twisted Minds, notice they went to Kameshki on this one. They were no longer willing to deal with that Petrichor situation in the DN Freaks. I respect that, that they said this is about us going the distance and being the best. You know what? We're going somewhere else. It's not worth the fight.
Yeah, to briefly expand on that, I know that from some of the EMEA scrims and even some of the other cups that have been going on and stuff like that, they've been flexing a little bit elsewhere. On even Erangel, where you would always expect them to have challenged in the middle. We did, of course, see an international where they were going head-to-head at loggerheads with Petrichor Road, and of course, they kind of did deviate. That Kameshki drop for them they're well versed in it, so it will be able to give them some solace knowing that it's open for them.
I like that it's showing flexibility. I remember a time when Falcons was hard on, I have to have the middle section or I can't play the game. They made the adjustments and improved as a team. I think that Twisted Minds with that flexibility now is going to be awesome.
So we've got, of course, 17 FM Pyeongchon making a really good run for it as well. Na'Vi is there as we take a look at the numbers from 17 Gaming overall. It's not the biggest of wins here for them, as 17 Gaming gets a 17-point win. Why do they always do this? But there is another team I do want to talk about as well. Forest Natural Gaming, the C4s that actually do make that happen. Olympus is the driver, but Baron's making it happen. And of course, big shout out to Xiao Wu here being able to take that MVP spot for the day.
It was
game.
So shout out to Xiao Wu, but again, to that Forest Gaming situation, and that was a result of you know the Benny Hill fight on top of the hill where they were going up against Begopa.
The two BRDMs.
Yeah, and instead of them finishing the fight, they ran. He threw his team, and I think it was Olympus that was down in the back seat, drove to a safe spot, and only because of that were they alive to do it. In the end, Baron gets himself the kill lead, but he does it because he sacrificed Olympus for the job.
Yes.
He set the C4 and said, go, my son, give yourself away.
Olympus said, for you, Baron, and just charged headlong.
For the Baron!
And he did well for him.
Yes,
he did well for him, that is for sure. Of course, D is up there as well. As you do see, 17 Gaming getting 17 points. Evan Ponchon with 11 as well. Towards the very end, I understand that they were in such a difficult position. They were never going to wrestle that away unless they got some miracle shots against 17 Gaming there. It wasn't going to be a thing.
I mean, honestly, like even looking at it, you're like, there's no progression. They can come out and play outside of the tower with the cover. It was such a beautiful setup left behind by MRIA. Alcad Sia at 31 points total.
Nice.
What a whopper of us. That's only 2 games, y'all.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
You went really American then. Jeez.
Well, look, that's our team.
It's Alcad Sia, y'all.
That's Alcad Sia, y'all.
Yeah, y'all. I like that.
Y'all keep scoring now, you hear?
Not bad at all. Not bad. Na'Vi in second place at the moment. 22 points go their way. It's such a mix-up. From, I mean, admittedly, it's only 2 games. But every single region, that's the great thing about what we have for PUBG esports at an international level right now, is every region is so competitive. So, brilliant stuff here so far from your boys.
I am excited to see. It's one of those, especially with Cowboy. This is a talent that we've been waiting to sort of pop off.
First time I've met him as well. Nice guy.
Nice guy. And you know, I asked him before the game today, "Are you feeling any pressure? How are you doing right now?" He said, "I'm very relaxed, but I feel like once that first game starts, I'm going to really feel the pressure." Well, you know what fixes that? Coming out that first game with a 12-kill win. Doesn't seem like the pressure's affecting him anymore. Yeah,
I can completely agree. Like having like potential first land jitters to have a result like that, gosh, it's got to be such a weight off your mind. Well, thank you very much, Toffees. We are going to go to a short break. When we return, we have got more here. PGS 9 has only just begun.
You got to make the best of what you can with shotguns and SMGs at close range.
A heaven in a beautiful position.
It's going to give Mir the chance to push up the Shrimsy. Stepping up as well. Vixen's caught on.
Finally, Draining gets the headshot. Tiggleton repeats at Tripsy.
Not landing, that is very, very hard.
Give away those triple points.
Twisted Mind has made history, becoming the first team to claim the championship 3 times in a row.
Really impactful. A couple grenade side of here. They lose a player, but it doesn't matter.
PGC champions, the Expect.
Now we're about to get underway for the next game, so I can back up. Then I'll go back downstairs in between games. I don't know if it'll be one or two more. Then we'll probably start skipping ahead on these games to really get all caught up.
I'm not gonna, but I'll say it and pretend like I will.
So right now we do want to get all caught up.
We'd get tired before the fight would really even begin.
Okay, so let's see how we've got going on here. Most people make them drop along the main path. Oh, no big surprise on that one is, yes, you can make the opt in the later stages, go for army base, go dock in that positions, but it might have some pathing problems later in the stages. So no surprise, most of our teams are just opting for an earlier drop, separating out off the plane path. Looks like everything's pretty clear so far. 17 kind of close to each other, but I think that should be fine. The only problem with it is two members of 17, two members of Twister on both sides of 17.
The VSS, the Angry Bees, the VSS quite strong in a lot of players' hands right now in this meta. Yeah, Shen there does catch some damage, and Lyrics is just stuck. He has to wait for the pickup. I see Opans has
He's
a
having
vehicle.
some trouble at the start of these games.
It's not been a good day for poor Lyrics.
It's like, please, what is this? Circle into plane path. Okay, Slam, Forest, mission ready. You feeling good. Everybody else, get ready. Buckle up. This is like...
I mean, Mission Ready was probably feeling good last match, too.
Eating up even more space. This is like, what, 40% landmass?
Yeah. There was one, I can't remember exactly off the top of my head. I saw it during the regionals.
Shipyard.
Yeah, where it ended by Shipyard, but then it like ping-ponged like across the river, and it was just absolute madness.
Get him, Lyrics. Oh. Okay, Lyrics, here's your opportunity. What can you do with the Pan? Pan versus VSS. Jump out. Oh, he tried for it, Lyrics. You might not have won the battle, but you won my heart in the attempt.
You got to respect the try. You never know when you get the lucky Pan headshot, and all of a sudden the craziest crap you've ever seen in a game. Yeah. But not going to be the case this time, as you know, Irina tried to recover, but 4 AM's out of the curve, man.
15th and 16th respectively, trying to get something happen. That's a big jump up. Now all the way up into 14th above Mission Ready. Mission Ready, the receivers of a C4 in the last game.
Otherwise, they probably would have had a very big game last game.
Against Bagelpa in that previous game, right? So for 4 AM, like, I'm seeing some smiles on their faces. You know, when we looked at them in the replay and kind of got their reactions after that loss to Bagelpa, they were angry, frankly. They were not happy with how that went, and of course, because they accidentally ran somebody over, but that's a great start to this game for them.
I will say that the team that I saw happiest as they were going for the break was Forest. They were laughing quite a bit. I mean, take your victories as you can get them there as managed to chop down Mission Ready. Mission Ready going for an early rotate with Lou, as given this circle, positioning early is going to matter a lot. No surprise that Twisted reads that in Mission Ready as well. Salute also moving into the circle pretty early, but that's going to be more along the southern hillside along Army Base.
Yeah, Forest, man. Sometimes the Forest becomes the Lumberjacks, but let's hear from Rello after their big Game 1 win.
Hi, welcome to the interview. I'm here with Rello from Q80. So last time I think we talked was back to PGS 6, right?
Correct.
Yes, and how does it feel to be back for 9 months and to be back on the international stage on LAN and have 13 kills and a chicken dinner for the first ever PGS 9 matches?
Honestly, it feels amazing. It's been a long, tough year for us. I'm really happy with how we've persevered. And to be here with 2 rookies with D and Cowboy and just so much potential, and I'm so happy and proud of how they've been playing. It's awesome. It feels amazing.
Yeah, I think it works, right? It works from the chicken dinner. I hope this energy keeps going with you for the rest of the PGS 9 and 10.
Thank you.
Thank you. And back to the casters.
2 historic PUBG members on this roster of Al Qadzia that have been on the search for success for a long time, now finding 2 players that are hungry and want to make their first steps onto the international stage, finding a lot of success. I mean, a 9-point lead in 2 games off the start is good, but we have seen Al Qadzia have big days followed by not a lot. So consistency is going to be the thing that I'm going to keep my eye on, but this squad starting off early, again, I said this after the first game, is a team that knows how to play with a lead.
Absolutely. I mean, I think when you started, you know, kind of talking about, kind of the tendencies of Alcadzia to have a big start to events and then kind of peter out as time went on. I was like, oh, so they're just reverse DN freaks. Like,
yes, yes.
Although I will say, the freaks, as they did this in the PWS, where they started out kind of slow, and then after that they just took over. But they did kind of adjust their game style, I think, and you know, you're seeing some decent results here so far today. I mean, they're in 4th, they've got 14 points. That's frankly better than normal for them at the beginning of an event. So what the biggest change I saw from them this phase was that they were willing to be more aggressive in the early. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, I thought they only played on Sunday.
Oh.
No. But go back to my point. The freaks have learned to be more aggressive in the beginning part of the game, which is something that used to not be in their play style. You know, you're seeing them pull up on teams where they realized that they were able to drop quickly before their opponents and get those points. We saw it in game 1. So those kind of little adjustments that the freaks have made to be more aggressive, to be more confident, have really been paying off for them.
So let's look circle real quick. We've got Petrichor Road, the only team that's really playing on Shipyard side. Then we've got on the other side of Shipyard, that's going to be Navi, who are feeling pretty good.
There's no way it gets to Shipyard.
Split along the Army Base Hills. They're going to be pretty close to Forest as well as the Freaks. Alcadzia, though, is going to be kind of approaching back behind at near 17 Gaming, who is playing to the south of Slam. So, Alcadzia continuing their reign of terror on this lobby. They are hungry and not close to being full yet.
Well, this is what you're seeing, kind of the knock-on effects of having a really nice start to the day, having that energy, having that confidence. So you're able to start hitting shots, you're able to start taking positions that are maybe...
Doesn't seem like they're gonna like push it too hard either, though.
To cover D, which is really nice thought kind of put into how you're maneuvering your pieces around this chessboard for Alcadzia. And Roth there gets a nice knock. You know, you're not going to be able to get a kill off of this, I don't think. But that doesn't matter. You're still doing damage. Yeah, that's helmets, that's vests, that's you know, emotional damage too, in a way.
That's a big thing, but it's also
emotional damage
right now. And you're getting these shots onto 17 after having these successes. You're starting to feel like everything's working. Oh, we can even take these fights against 17. Look at these shots that we're hitting onto them. It just continues the momentum. That's one of the reasons we talk about momentum so much in PUBG. Is the more you start to feel you can get away with, the more you feel you can take from the enemy, the more bold you will be in trying to take that, and therefore start setting up whatever you want to have happen. Salute wants to set up something for himself and just gives Kiss a little kiss as he walks away.
Yeah, usually Kiss giving other people the kiss of death, but Salute there just waiting, seemingly not reading that very well. Now you've got DL watching Scappy. Might have seen him leave because I see Guman kind of hot onto Scappy's heels. Salute as well. They know he's out there somewhere.
Just feeding the information. Salute just charging around. I think that this is going to be enough to get some surrendered positioning at least.
I don't think they're going to find anything off of it. But
the arena way down to the south, down in the blue zone right now. In no apparent rush.
Are they getting the chips? That's the big question. Where it was the option left?
Well, we saw it in game 1. That's
So it's just up to 4 a.m., right? What do they do with those chips? Did they leave them? Did they do something wonky with them? We didn't see anything like we did in game 1 where the freaks blew up the car that had the chip in it. But who knows? It's hard to keep track of all that. As Salute still looking. Scappy not too far away, actually. And Salute is actually going to scoop up the sawed-off for himself. That's going to be even better if any more teams try to encroach on his territory. Chewy here thinking about the glider.
Well, speaking of encroachment on territory, look at this. FN actually opting and playing to the east. Back behind that is going to be Begapa for Angry Men, as well as Full Sense, the only teams that aren't quite in the zone yet. Hey, let's just go ahead and do some trick jumps while we've got a red zone going off, trying to get into the safe zone. I mean, it's fine.
Can you imagine?
Oh.
If it just like hits right as he's going over. It'd be so cool if it happened, though.
It would be cool, but it would also be a big feels bad.
Yeah, it would be a feels bad, but, you know, it'd be worth it for the viewers.
Worth it for the viewers.
Chaos joke happens because I love like the evil things that can happen in PUBG, but that's just like the nature of what PUBG is, right? Is there's some randomness that can happen to it. There's some brutality of the game. That's one of the reasons why I like it. You got to fight tooth and nail for everything that you get. But Full Sense manages to dodge the red zone. Do manage to get in. Right, looks like they're actually going to be coming in right back behind their friends that they keep finding time and time again in the Expendables.
And there's a BRDM there for VP as well. So that's a nice little pickup.
Yeah.
Forest is really corralled here on this peninsula. Well, no ping-ponging across the river. It is going to be straight over to the west. Army base, Yongchun on the outside. Tanbu looking for some tires. Damage being done here to full sense. Can they get out of this?
Oh, there's still a tail end back behind it as well. Not finding enough just yet, but hey, let's go ahead, get some assistance coming in. It's going to be Alcazia. Spots out and manages to get the flush onto Belmont.
Yeah, M16 there in the hands for Cowboy. Very good gun right now. And he's putting it to good use. Looks for a few more parting shots, but you got to
He's an ace as well. That's kind of whack.
A team like the Expendables that's going to be underneath your south. You need to
guns.
make sure you've got some sturdy defenses because
Sanadol.
The Expendables are a team that absolutely
Holy.
you apart, will dismantle you, catch you at off angles, but instead it's then caught out by D.
Look at this. Got to be careful around the tree lines, though, realizing the fact that there's a couple of vulnerabilities. High ground could be a problem. Clory's just trying to crawl his way back. Defense trying to see if they can come out. D.
Oh, your toe.
That are needed to keep his teammate alive.
It's okay. Roth is making his way over here.
Spots out Cowboy. Big problems for Alcazia.
Yeah, they just weren't in a good position to back each other up here.
And now Zhao Bei.
You cannot give opportunities to. The Expendables collecting. And they will find some more kills. Clory's does go down here, but the Expendables so far coming out ahead in this battle.
It's the downside to momentum, though, too, right? Is the fact that you feel you can do just about everything and maybe sometimes step a bit too far. Is now Alcazia just going to be playing full damage control. Roth alone inside of a compound that a lot of teams are going to be eyeing.
Roth just going to have to lock it down. Let's see if he wants to move.
I mean,
or is he just repositioning the car to keep the tires and kind of keep things a little bit maybe more obscured, have an escape valve as well. If things go real south, maybe he can get out. Does have the C4 for defense, so if he gets...
That's tricksy.
If he gets crashed, he can use that to buy himself at least some time and maybe an escape.
Big Apollo looks like they've spotted out Petrichor Road as the vehicle's just kind of roaming around down in front. It's going to be a Khan trying to defend. Realize that this is going to be just right along the coastline.
Mini MP5.
Proper, so going to be on the, I guess, the smaller island where the circle is going to be at, is the best way to describe it. Park Pro is going to be regrouping back behind the rest of them, crossing the bridge just now. Here we go. Let's go ahead and get in some more BRDM shenanigans.
Yeah, this was, I think, Forrest getting hurt by VP.
Oh,
he saw it! What? No!
Hubris. Going for the kill and just the instantaneous reaction from it. Oh, that's PUBG, baby.
That is absolutely bonkers. Oh, speaking of bonkers, Duck Juice does get one, and he's even able to find the flush before he goes down. FN rolling up late into this circle, and the Expendables get caught.
What a
very spread out.
weird spot.
There it is, the Baron claiming his prize.
The BRDM Baron right there. Stealing from the rich to give to the poor, i.e. himself in that situation is...
VP
now,
were the peasants in this one.
You remember us freaks? You were messing with us. Oh no, you don't want to roll in there. He's got a Panzerfaust. You fought so hard for it.
He took a bunch of damage. Didn't get knocked from that somehow.
Oh, but he's got friends all around him. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Emotional victory accomplished, right?
Yeah, right. Forrest is having a blast out there today. I have to imagine stealing BRDMs, getting huge C4 kills. Obviously, that isn't going the way they want. Now, Twisted Minds
pickups.
has Bagel Pod driving up on top of them. It's a 1-for-1. Yeah, Sungjang, but Perfectix has a really nice off angle, maybe.
I mean, that was just a very quick reaction. Park Pro still alive right now, not getting flushed out. They have to be careful because Example is actually coming up back behind them. Could backstab this. Perfectix going to be rolling in as well. Not the cleanest angles to work with right now, but it looks like it is Example feeding that information over to Perfectix. They're trying to set up to see if they can get a crossfire onto this, maybe, or are they just trying to scout it out? I mean, they're not really pushing too hard into this one. Perfectix maybe not being too comfortable with the cover that was going to be over there.
Yeah, and I mean, you know that it's Twisted.
They're going to get out of there.
Team that is going to be very, very fearsome in any fight that you take against them. So better safe than sorry here for Sungjang. Doesn't want to really mess with that too much longer. Mission ready. He's got full sense up there. Okay, FN isn't going to get their res, so that's a nice pickup there after taking out Duck Juice.
Mission Ready got some friends pretty close.
Gotcha. So when you actually res, that's when the blue chip thing comes up on the leaderboard.
How they navigate. Tanvu for the Expendables also going to be able to spot this out. Looks like they're going to go a bit wide in this. Mission Ready doing a good job. You can see that Michael's already very far ahead. Full Sense taking some damage, but also giving some in retaliation. It's actually going to be Tanvu that got the damage into that, providing more of a path for Mission Ready to try to escape this area.
Yeah. Mission Ready really dialed in towards Full Sense.
Oh, Chewy.
Striking from behind. Arctics going down. That's a pretty easy one, and no one's really there to help.
Hey,
and here comes the
Petrichor.
reinforcements.
All right, and that opened it up perfectly, man. That was all timed the exact way Petrichor Road wanted it.
Mogor probably really wanted those kills.
But I mean, you can see a lot of already been spotted up, but Mogor up on top doing a good job on just trying to
Just
control
find
this for the
Az.
rest of the team.
Pretty sure I saw a P90 floating around here in Slam's hands as well, so gonna be a little bit tricky. Bagel Pa might have a role to play in this. Sungjong pretty darn close to the back end of this fight. I think if you see another knock or two both ways, maybe Bagel Pa thinks about getting involved, but they're still dealing with Twisted Minds, so I take it back. In fact, they're hemorrhaging players. Twisted Minds has broken through their formation, and they're cutting them down.
Petrichor Road, they're trying to figure out how they want to go through this one, as it did feel like Petrichor Road, with the drop coming in as well as getting the knock and the flush early, had the positioning that they wanted to, but Slam's done a good job of just kind of holding this down, slowing back down the pace on everything, as we are going to continue
Can be
to
back
move
up
in
into a
around
4v4.
Base just to the south of it, so very messy hillside, a lot of strengths, a lot of ravines that you can play from, a lot of foot pushing, so big strength, and you've got to keep your head on a swivel as you move into this new circle where a lot of teams, specifically over to the east, are just going to have a death funnel right along these compounds that Petrichor Road and Slam are playing from.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult, even for Twisted Minds. They've taken a nice fight here against Bagel Pa and gotten them down to 2 players, so now they have the numbers advantage. But even if they win this fight, going more deep into this game is going to be rather tricky. And so the objective becomes find those
I think
kills.
you got to give up
So
on Akan at this
definitely gonna
point.
reveal Akan's presence. He's trying to figure out some way to get out of this bad situation. And quite frankly, there aren't a ton of great options. You've got Navi up there. You've got Twisted behind you. You know, no matter which direction you choose, seemingly going to be a very low percentage play for Akan up there. And Sungjong's just trying to rat. He doesn't want any piece of this anymore.
And Twisted, which way do you go? As there is a small path that maybe you can navigate. 4 Angry Men just going to go ahead and leapfrog themselves into the circle, try to see if they can get ahead of 17. They've got to be careful that they've got the Expendables a bit further to their west, and up to the northwest of them is going to be Full Sense, but just a couple of the members for it. So the Expendables do spot out 4 Angry Men. 17 as well as spotted out 4 Angry Men. So remember those foot pushes and the capabilities with the vehicles? This is where it gets really complicated because you're looking every single angle, every tree, every rock, every hill is going to have somebody behind it.
I like the way you said that. This is complicated, to say the least. For 17, they're trying to find an angle into a fight. Sungjong now out in the open. He's been spotted, and Twisted Minds wants to finish what Bagel Pa started after they took out their IGL and Batulins. They will get Sungjong down. That's going to be example. He's going to find that knock. Akan trying to do what he can, but he's on the outside looking in, and he's in a world of trouble. The blue, of course, compounding matters for him. Twisted Minds just happy to kind of keep leapfrogging their way forward. Again, you just got to find kills here, Twisted.
This is interesting how it all intersects, right? 4 Angry Men moved forward, denied out 17. 17 has now had to shift up into the northwest. They're lined up against Slam, who can't move anymore. They're lined up, remember, against Petrichor Road that we saw earlier, so that means that now Twisted is locked back in. So these 2 different firefights that we were watching back to back have led to where now Twisted is having to firefight through way more teams than they wanted to earlier. Khan's been spotted out, and that's going to be all she wrote for Begapa. But Twisted, you still got a firefight ahead of you. If you want points, you want kills, there's an opportunity to be had. But Navi looks like they're actually going to be coming up right back behind Petrichor Road. Big firefight starting to happen on multiple areas here as Navi is going to be brute forcing into Petrichor Road, and they've got to figure out how they're going to handle it.
That Boostic cracked out of his mind, having a just unbelievable day to his international debut. Gonna have just enough time there to get the first aid to go. Lou looming, has that M249, wants to put it to good use. Nope, gonna be denied. It's Boostic again.
Okay, but still not done. Still got to go. We've got Freaks, we've got Navi, we've got Petrichor Road, 17, Slam, Twisted, all lined up. This is just brutal firefighting back and forth along a hillside with not a lot of cover, not a lot of vision to be had.
So much happening in the kill feed.
Trying to see if he can spot out anything else, and nothing revealing itself just yet. Look how many teams are taking blue damage. 17 just kind of roaming through it all, but that means that they're going to go loud, reveal themselves. Freaks now trying to step into this angle, and Navi finding out the backside of this. This is just going absolutely crazy.
That's a nice turn for the Freaks, but that's given 17 Gaming an opportunity here. A Groza in hand, level 3 gear. This is a really tough fight now for the Freaks, who looked like they might be able to get some good damage with grenades to soften them up. Instead, it's 17's turn. They're claiming lives.
Everything is just falling over here. There's nobody that's coming through except for 17. They're finding the angles. Heaven does get some vision onto Xiao Bei, slows him down a bit, but no fear coming out. He's going to go for the throwable right up against the blue zone wall. 7-7's just going to charge this one forward. VP's Nixie is very far away from this one, but could have some vision depending on how the pathing happens into it. Expendables still getting into the firefight with 4.
Nixie's a solo. Roth is still alive as a solo.
Wolfsense has to be careful because they have somebody that's going to be passing over them in Batulins.
How are they doing this? The Expendables are down to 2 people. They're 2v4ing 4 a.m. They're absolutely out of their minds.
You can never count them out. When they've got 4 members up, you never know what's going to happen. When they've got 1 or 2, it feels like they can just absolutely unload on everybody around them. 4 Angry Men has to retreat. They have to run, but now that puts them right back over next to Xiao Wu.
Now this is.
Where is Lou gonna go?
Lou. He's just in trouble. I mean, good luck. Yeah, you're dead. It's just an easy one for Tigger. And his full sense has to kind of batten down the hatches here a bit. 17 Gaming with that fearsome level 3 gear after a nice successful fight against the DN Freaks. Even though Heaven does manage to escape somehow, some way, I do appreciate that we got Batulins back into this game somehow for Twisted.
7-7 actually stayed really far back over here to see if maybe he could take down Heaven. Heaven takes him down. The other members for 17, remember, they were down next to where we saw Lou at for 4 Angry Men. So with FS taking the shots onto the 4 Angry Men's last member, that means that 17 now knows where at least 1 member for Full Sense is going to be, and spotted out the other ones, and now that means that they're going to have way more opportunities in how they want to navigate this. But remember, Heaven, as well as Nixie, are still caught on the outside of this. Nixie spots out Heaven, so he goes down. The dominoes continue to fall.
Yeah, well, Nixie's very far outside of this circle. 17 here.
Roth's still surviving.
To go for a grenade to try to get the knock onto Flash. They lit him up. They had to have known it. They just couldn't find the comfort. You know the Expendables are hungry. You know they're going to be looming behind you if they're given the opportunity. The good news here for 17 is that actually FN rolled up into the Expendables backside and is keeping them kind of pinned down from making maneuvers that they would probably otherwise normally make. Nixie trying to get in E-Arena.
I mean, if you're going to highlight Nixie, I feel like you should highlight Batulins and Roth as well.
Shots for sure going to be watching that. Delwyn on top of Xiao Bei. I'd like to see maybe FN get involved in this fight if it kind of kicks off, if it takes a long time. Maybe there's a knock or 2, a lot of damage, a lot of shots ringing out. Xiao Wu gets a spot.
Oh, that is big. How well is it cooked? Dropping it right back behind him. The bounce does get some damage, but doesn't get the knock he wants. That does mean that Delwyn has to pop up, creep forward just a bit. Tanvu tries to come up back behind him, but Xiao Wu reads it well. Throwables coming out. Now looks like he has to step away. No options. He gets taken down. Xiao Bei, last one up over here. 17 just didn't have any options. They had to push onto this angle. It was the only vulnerable position that they could have gone for, but now it's going to be Xiao Bei getting spotted out by Tigger on the other side.
Well, he is not long for this lobby, I think.
Tough one for 17.
A pretty desperate position to be in. Those are good angles on both sides. There's even a blue zone set up in his path towards the new circle to try to prevent him from getting in. Xiao Bei just doing a little bit of peeking around the tree, but not going to be much else that he can do. But
he goes down to blue zone.
Maybe he gets lucky, gets an extra placement. Nope, just going to go down, and that is 8th place.
Roth is getting more placement points.
Over with 2 of their members. Remember the fact that they still also have 1 member all the way over into the west, hanging out over there, pretty close to Roth, who is still alive, by the way. So the 2 members for FN Ponchon over here to the south, seeing if maybe they can contain something going on with Tanvu and the Expendables, but all right, Alcazia, just keep it going. I mean, we know that Roth, this is a guy that can play very well by himself for a prolonged period, and he's got full stealth mode, no backpack, man.
Heck yeah, that was Karan, the player that FN had rezzed some time ago, so not really much that he could do there. Striking towards the Expendables and Batulins.
This is how this area goes.
Oh, He didn't look. He didn't look. He didn't see him. He didn't see him.
And remember, Batulin's got rezzed, right? He came back in over here, so he's got nothing. Nothing. This PGS is just absolutely ludicrous, and I love every aspect of it. Raw trying to peek around, but
Finally does go down. He picked up another kill, though.
in a second ago, so this is going to be Breaker swinging back around. Finally takes down the behemoth at the top of the leaderboard.
I'm having a blast today.
This is just fun games.
But look at this. Batulin's is like, I heard some footsteps behind me. Maybe I should move and try to see if I can maybe eke out a few more placement positions because he's got literally nothing. And it's just a matter of time, you would think, until somebody just spots him out. But it's just a question of how long can he hide himself. It's a completely different game that he's playing than everybody else in the lobby.
Whenever those footsteps happened over him, I just imagine the exclamation point just pop over his head. Be like, what? Fine. But hey, he's in circle.
Can I hide in it?
He's in circle again. All right, so the Expendables finally get eliminated. FN do spot them out. So FN gets pretty much control over the southwestern area, but not going to have too much to work with in circle. Mission Ready, who we haven't had a chance to talk about a lot, and E-Arena, who did manage to kind of rally themselves back together after their start, are going to be controlling the west and the north respectively. FS has been kind of popping off over into the east, so FN and FS are going to be our two moving factors coming into the circle.
Yeah, I think one of the big questions that I kind of have rolling around my mind right now is, as Mission Ready and as E-Arena, you know, what do you do? How do you kind of navigate this situation? You kind of have one of those handshake agreements where one team says, okay, we're going south, the other one's going east or north or whatever, and you just kind of leave each other alone because you've got great opportunities here as the only two teams with 4 players up to really get deep into this game.
Well, E-Arena owns a lot of the circle, but look what they're dealing with. It's all uphill. So while they have control of the area for now, they have to be very cautious due to the vulnerabilities of the position and the way that it's going to be set up.
Oh.
4 angry men push that
what in the world
just could not happen.
Dude, Delwyn double headshots and then finds another knock. Shen tries to get aggressive up close and personal, and usually he's one of the best in the world at that, but the drop shot from Delwyn, absolutely devastating there, and then Shalu's just left on an island. Nothing he can do. Meanwhile, Breakers has found Gats. So kind of the big question here is, you know, which of our 2 4-player teams was going to kind of start hemorrhaging players? They're answering back. Star-Lord goes down. Fox able to stand tall, but you're losing players here as Mission Ready, and you're giving E-Arena a chance.
Yeah, but I mean, one for the defense of that angle isn't necessarily the worst. Thanadol for FS does look like he's shifted over into the south. He's stretching his legs over.
Where's the last player for MRA? Oh, he's just over on the rock to the right.
To work with, but you can see due to the control angles from the
slightly further forward.
They can't really sneak out too much. Oh, so sneaky.
No
wow.
The best snake in the world.
How is Please just...
This is why I want a snake emote.
There's no way.
No, Batulins gets these.
This is absolute madness. He can't make too much noise here. The good news is when you're prone, like the sound cues don't go very far. It's like 5 meters.
Okay, here's an interesting idea. No bias on this one, but Thanadol is kind of isolated right now. If he were to go down and get flushed,
he could scoop up his gear.
He could scoop up the
gear.
What
if this? Here's my ideal scenario. Thanadol gets really weak, and Batulins sneaks up behind him and punches him, takes his stuff. Dude, that'd be so
Yeah,
cool.
but then he'll get instantly swung up by the other members. But I love the idea. I was thinking about it too.
I'm just praying for the most ridiculous stuff. That's it.
That's been today.
Yeah.
Give me more. That's all I want. I'm a simple man. I see silly things happen in PUBG. Give me more.
It's been quite a game. Well, let's see what Mission Ready can do. Given a little bit of space on the edge of the circle, they've got that hill, kind of that they're able to barricade a little bit.
The fact that Batu did make it up into a top 4.
The vehicles with the foldable shield, and he's got the level 3 gear. He's got that Mark 14. Even feels comfortable enough to go for a drink of water. Love it. Love
Remember,
the confidence.
Rehydrating is important.
True that.
I don't have any water.
Wishing that he had water.
Maybe I'll get some water in between games.
I really want to reiterate
while I go do some more laundry.
He's such a smart player. He's played the game for forever. He understands how far sound cues go with footsteps. So like each state that you're in, if you're prone, if you're crouched, if you're standing, and if you're running, if you're holding down shift or whatever your key is that you use for the extra movement, will create louder noises. So again, if you're prone, you're crawling like this, I think it's about 5 meters, maybe even less. So it's a really short distance. And look how he's keeping himself evenly spaced away from Thanadol so he doesn't give up that info. This is really, really smart. Just doing his best to stay as far behind him as he can
He wants that grass so bad. He just wants any form of cover.
The circle is actually the issue.
Yeah, and that's right on his heels as well. Thanadol, I mean, sneaky.
Dude.
Nobody was revealed yet. And Arena doesn't have an ankle on his... Oh, Thanadol does take some shots.
Come on.
Smokes down.
Knock him.
That's going to slow it down.
He's right on the edge. He's okay. He's okay.
Everything's fine. Imagine Thanadol peeks back behind him right now and just sees a dude near on naked with no... Oh! No! All right, I gotta look back. Batulins, okay, yeah, they're happy. Batulins is just laughing right now. He's just living his best life. He stole so many placement points where he shouldn't have. Victory.
Nice grenade there from
Thanadol. Yeah, honestly.
More grenades starting to rain in. It's created a bit of a funnel here on top of Mission.
I don't think they're going to be able to get the res onto Vox at this point.
Really dangerous position to throwables right now, hoping to get this res through. Michael has a P90 as well, and he's putting it to good use.
Hold off right there, Arena. You're not allowed to push onto that angle. Flash now starting to eye down into the same position that Arena is going to be playing from. Full sense up on...
Michael with his second.
Top of this is going to be very, very cautious on this. Oh, big nade from Lorenzo causes problems. Mission Ready International Alliance is eliminated. So that puts Full sense on one side, Arena on the other, and Arena just trying to get their feet back underneath of him. Lyrics, the only one up right now, trying to get a res, just trying to see if he can survive, caught up in everywhere, and Full sense starting to get the idea that this could be an opportunity. Lyrics, though, does spot out one.
Think about how this game started for Arena. If Lyrics can somehow come through and pull this out, he's prone though, he's surrounded, he's down. It's gonna be Full sense getting a win here. The Thai squad holding firm throughout that game.
Holy.
Full sense with the full send right as soon as Mission Ready went down, giving them everything that they wanted. As I'm getting everything that I wanted. This PGS is just glorious.
This has been really, I mean, we've gotten a little bit of everything.
I mean, we have.
It's like game 2 is like all the new stuff that's added in, the C4 spear tips. This is like Batulins on a Mission Impossible. Unbelievable.
I mean, we're seeing BRDM thefts. I just want more. Give me more.
Full sense getting themselves the victory here off of the back of Tago as they find themselves a brilliant little spot in the end. It wasn't without its tribulations and trials though, as I'm joined by Toffees to talk about this one on good old Tago, because Toffees, that was potentially difficult for all of these teams to try and find themselves a decent spot.
Yeah, you know who did find himself a decent spot? Batula. The song that you were singing in the green room. That was hilarious. But like, why would they ever look behind them, right? So
yeah.
He gets away with this incredible recovery worth of points. MRIA, who got a little bit of a karma return after a debacle in that second game of Erangel, did put up some numbers.
Yeah, no, definitely. I was getting an MRI grain, though, watching Michael had both crate weapons.
Yep.
I mean, admittedly, it was always going to be difficult for them to try and get off of that spot with that lip that they were eventually going to have to come off without having got any knocks, really, to be able to kind of make a move occur for them. So, Batulins was having some fun towards the end. We turned around and heard him audibly shout after he got found and then laugh.
I don't think you guys couldn't hear that at home, but he literally yelled, "Oh no!" as he turned around. And then they've been laughing until they left for their break, but we're laughing the entire time. But that's, I mean, what can you do? You bring someone back on a blue chip, you recover what you can, and when you walk away with the extra 4 points, that's a great day.
Yeah, not bad at all to consider that you need to get some of those little recovery points here and there when you're having a bit of a harder time, for sure. However, beyond all of that, we have to talk about Full sense and kind of getting this victory here for them, an important one at that. And it's an interesting road this team has obviously been on, right? Because considering that they started off EWC under what we thought was going to be the day trade banner, they switch over to Full sense. I didn't really see much from them at EWC, kind of, that was really impressing me. So them trying to make a mark here on these BGS is very important, I think.
Yeah, I think this is one of those situations where they've been they're group stage heroes, and they have consistently been that, where they have these big moments in the group stages, but then they kind of fall off in the finals. So while I see a big win from them on this one, and they're looking better, it still feels like every time we get to a final, they are the most average of the teams. 8th, 9th, 12th. It's just consistent outside of the EWC 19th was a bit of an anomaly. So I kind of wonder, I like seeing it, but I'm stressed about watching it continue.
And for the most part in this game, I think coming in from this east side compared to what was a huge plethora of conflict on that west side, right? That's where a lot of people were having a bit of a harder time in the blue, trying to make those transitions here, Toffees, into the later game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's also part of this game. In the same way that the first game was a crazy circle, this game was another massive mess over there on the side where the river cross was. And so at that point, you're sort of like, we just got to salvage what we can out of this. So it's one of those, again, if you survived, if you made that long outside rotation and got to the safe side, you get a free couple of points here.
One thing I wanted to ask you, actually, because obviously you cover PAS, I cover EMEA and everything that's going on with PEC, is in PEC in particular, almost every Tego, we saw the river be an extreme focal point kind of and problem that people have to deal with on Tego. Was it the same in PAS, or are your circles a bit more lenient towards just major landmass?
I mean, I feel like it was pretty aggressive. I think that's not the first time we've seen those sort of north river run circles. And we do know that a lot of teams have been trapping and setting up positions to say, we don't think we're going to be able to play into the late game because of the craziness of these circles. Let's go ahead and pack river and see how many pickups we can get as teams try to cross over and make those transitions.
Fair. And I think for some teams like a team like E-Arena, for example, on the north side of this circle, I was expecting even just a little bit more from once you get the hard shift north there, right? I mean, technically and admittedly, it is a little bit downhill from what else is going on in this game. So I'm hoping also to see something more from E-Arena. Never mind, Full Sense getting this win. The region in general, punch. You know?
Punch harder. I think one of the problems with that section of Tego, though, is the way that the foliage is designed. It's from high to low. If you're more than, say, 20 or 30 meters elevation, it's really hard to get sight lines in terms of those fights. So I do think sometimes we see it slow down a little bit because you just can't guarantee when you make those pushes that you know what's going on.
And some of that foliage, like the bushes on Tego, is unbelievably thick compared to other battlegrounds, actually.
Exactly.
So we've seen solos hide around in these. It wasn't... Batulin's didn't even have a bush.
No.
He was just hiding. His hair was the cover. Look.
There was a point where he used a rock that was like not even a real rock. It was a phasable rock. He used
did crawl through that rock.
Crawled through a rock, used a shadow. My favorite moment by far was when he super sneakily crawled back behind the tree when Thanatos was in front of him and managed to, again, get another point out of it.
Well, here's the numbers, as they do tell. It's not a huge win here for Full Sense, but a win nonetheless. 6 kills go their way, not even 1,000 damage broken. But that being said, nobody's really breaking 1,000 damage here, looking at our top 4, as we have the good old Expendables.
It is good.
Cool at the top.
You know what? Expendables in second place lately has just seemed like the key for them. They're coming in with these numbers. It is good to see the defending champions up there. Again, Full Sense, though, big excitement to see them putting up these numbers. Belmont, Thanadol, Flash, they've been together since 2021. Like, this is a very long time for a team to be running at this point. The question has consistently been, how is Tigger fitting into the team? Is he going to be the solution? And I want to see if that continues.
For E-Arena, I did think Nuren's going from where he was prior. I think it was day trade, right? Anyway, by the by, it was a while ago now. I thought he was a great addition to the team. And, you know, not getting the most from this game or whatever, but definitely a standout player here for E-Arena, who I think does fly under the radar currently. Like, obviously, they have GPT, and that was a little bit unexpected for some people here, but flying under the radar, 9 kills, or 9 points go their way, I should say here, but it's all going to be APAC looking strong for our podium.
Yeah, APAC coming out very, very strong on that one. I do think their style spoke to the end of that map, especially when you talk about sort of what happened in the blue and escaping from those fights. Alcacia still holding that top lead, even with that last game where they got knocked out a little bit earlier and had to salvage. They found a way to get 3-4 points, so their consistency has been impressive.
Yeah, the overall standings as it does sit, a little bit of a slowdown for Slam G. Only the 16 points that we see for them so far here, so Alcacia has been able to continue on. Slam G from that first game, not the best of times.
Yeah, it is. They've fallen off a little bit. I think they got caught in a couple of weird transitions. They do think, you know, they're outside fighting. They know that they're good at that. They run this sort of pizza slice system where they run a wedge to the middle. That said, they are now up against a bunch of other regions who also have very strong edge teams, particularly in APAC, and I think they're suffering.
Now, Rondo's coming up next. Obviously, we're focusing on some of these teams that we just saw. Twisted Minds, Na'Vi. I'm thinking 17 gaming as well. Surely there's going to be a conflict here in the middle of Rondo. Surely.
Easy peasy. Let me give you your quick hot drop updates. We got Full Sense versus FN at Danching, so there's going to be a hot drop there. Twisted versus 17 with maybe Na'Vi at Test Track, and EA versus Slam G at Rinjiang. So 3 hot drops.
Let's do it. It's time to get Rondo on the way. Head over to the commentators for game number 4.
Okay, Rondo, what you got for us? 3 games of absolute treats so far. I want more. Give me some more of this PUBG craziness. It is just, I mean, yeah, some funny stuff has been happening, but the funny stuff is based off of crazy good plays, like stealing a BRDM, managing to revive one of your players whenever you're in a desperate situation, and Twisted Minds, and Batulin's managing to somehow cling to life and sneak back behind. These are all really good plays that are just leading to fun moments.
Exactly. I mean, none of that happens, without Forrest just
skill.
Yeah, skill. And it doesn't, like the Badulin thing doesn't happen unless Twisted Minds can win that fight against Bagelpod in a 3v4. All those things kind of snowball into these crazy situations. And speaking of crazy, we are getting more. We are getting the hot drops in this game. So that seems to be the early story of Rondo. The Expendables versus Full Sense. It's going to be APAC versus APAC here. Who is going to come out on top? Both of these teams had really nice games in the previous. It's going to be Breakers. Oh, this pistol. Oh my God, it's FN Pochon here. Excuse me, this isn't the Expendables, it's FN.
FN with the pistols off the go. I was worried because I saw the pickup and was like, okay, this is going to be hard to win with a pistol. Nah. What else can you manage to get out? FN now with the momentum off of it. And FS, remember, they just got the last game, so they were coming in with this one thinking, okay, let's go. Let's see what we can get off of it. And instantly has to slam on the brakes because really even losing Tigger this early that's harsh.
Yeah, he's been one of the best players for Full Sense. So that is a troublesome one for sure. But still, if they can get through this and get the revive, there's always that potential. FN's going to be scooping up some nice guns. S12K, Vector, really, really strong in these situations, but Zenith cut down by Tanadol, trying to get ahead are him and Karan, so it's going to be a 1-for-1 so far. FN really trying to press their advantage, but they're going to pay the price.
In a world of vectors and pistols, the one guy with an AR has some range, can secure it down and hold down a good sight line, force really a shift back over from FN because they were wanting to use that street. Any loot you can get, so yeah, go back over and steal what you can off the corpse of one of your friends. Now Belmoth, who is kind of holding down a pinched position, starting to rally it back together with the support of his allies, holding down different angles, making sure the fact that nobody can really run in on him. So this has just been a good rally back coming up from Full Sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at that. Tanadol, your man of the match from our previous one. Well-deserved. A lot of kills, a lot of damage. He's absolutely knocked it out of the park, and he's continuing right where he left off on Tego. Looking for a flank angle, trying to create that extra little bit of pressure onto FN, who is now kind of turtled up. Again, tons of great guns for close quarters fights, but Tanadol going to be taking a much longer range approach to this, so Starlord could be the one that has to contend with him from the roof if he stays up there.
Pumps ready. Belmoth. Here's the pitter-patter of feet, knows that the encroachment is happening. He's pretty isolated, so he's just got to do it himself. Oh, good support on the side. Flash does spot out Starlord up on top, but still the push down below. What can you do with it? Slow it back down. Belmoth retreats away from it. I like this. This is just good counter movements happening.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Full Sense has got a lot of pressure in on this fight, and that's a good shot from Belmoth, and that's going to be Full Sense winning that. See if they can get the res. Okay, there are the Expendables. I knew I saw them somewhere on my screen, and they get a little bit of damage in. The real question is the Expendables, do they kind of really try to put some pressure on the Full Sense, try to prevent the res? That's an option?
They're kind of separated out across this. They've got 2 members, I believe, across the river, and then they still have Delwyn and Clories that are kind of close. So here's our circle. You can see we are leaning a bit south, with Test Track, of course, still being in play in it. But really, Petrichor Road and VP pretty centered up right now. As this is, I wouldn't say we're leaving the test track area, but definitely has a feeling that we're leaning more south right now.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think unless we get some hard shifts like double north. We didn't see any other fights, like the desk was mentioning in the lead up to this game that there could be some hot drops, but so far we didn't get anything that came through with that. But we do maybe want to hear in with some players, potentially. No, maybe not. I don't know. Boostic? Maybe? Maybe not? Not yet.
Watching
We're working on it.
It's got to give you that
Patient.
There we go. It's gonna start crossing over.
Hey.
Gotta be close though to the expended.
I was a little hungry, so I heated up some leftover mac and cheese too. So.
Let's get a quick listen in on what's going on with Boostic.
Очень интересное чувство, потому что, увидеть людей вживую и в интернете очень сильно отличается. Это очень круто. Даже не могу передать словами. Мы просто хотим показать свою игру, как мы играем. Мы не будем там рассчитывать на... мы не будем смотреть на поинты во время игры. Мы просто хотим показать свой плейстайл, геймплей и показать свою игру. Я думаю, что мы очень хорошо подходим друг к другу, и мы очень хорошо состыковались в этой команде, потому что каждый выполняет свою роль, и каждый понимает, что ему надо делать.
I mean, said it perfectly. This is a squad that has a lot of high hopes, specifically from their region. We know has a lot of talent, but there's a lot of pressure on you when you're that squad, right? You're the guys that are stepping in, and all eyes are now being drawn into you. Al-Qadsia kind of in a similar situation right now, being at the top of the leaderboard. You've got to learn to weather that on top of really still performing, leaning into what got you to this stage. And I still have massive hopes for Slam and what they're capable of, as Boostic has just been a phenomenal talent already. Wait until they warm up.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's really encouraging. A lot of players that are new to these big events are really showing up here early, giving us just a real treat to watch. So we take a quick peek back at what happened overall. That's Breakers with the 1911.
Wow.
Headshot with it to boot. But then you try to cross through. That's dangerous. Out in the open there. Just didn't get the read. Maybe just didn't quite understand the angle. And then kind of off to the side, we didn't get to see Flash take that high ground position through and could see through those trees to get that kill. That's really impressive, and that just opened the floodgates.
I just love the retreat from position to open up, because whenever the two people encroached into the building that Full Sense was going to have to try to defend in, they stepped away, allowed them to kind of usurp that position, and that meant that Star-Lord aggressively shifted on top, opened up an opportunity for a teammate at range to get knocks, and then now the low ground position felt so much safer.
Oh, Guman.
It just was really well thought out by Full Sense. Trouble here, potentially for the Freaks, but Salute was already turning the car. That's really nice driving. That's going to keep them from disaster. They'd love to flip this car over. They got it. Oh, no, not like that. Wait.
Oh, wow.
DL, look at you with the driving skills. Guman, how'd your car end up like that? Why can't you drive like DL?
Poor guy.
Giving Guman.
He's just trying to watch the map. He's probably IGLing.
I know.
Come on, man.
Too many hats.
It happens. I mean, still, that was fun to watch.
Cars flip all the time, especially whenever I don't know your teammate gets shot at and suddenly you have to start doing
I want to kind of go back through everything
I mean, yes, there are some close
and find
shots that are going on, but
who has
Four Angry Men are kind of close to Slam at the
flipped their car the least, and then just reach out to them and go, hey, do you want to start a PUBG driving school? I've looked back over all your international driving skills, and you haven't flipped a car that often as compared to other players. So I was hoping you'd teach him how to drive a car.
Part of their success, part of why they've done pretty well. Fifth in APAC, and not the best start to the day, but still a few more matches. We're over the halfway mark. We're into match number 4, but definitely this is where a lot of teams, that kind of started the day off rough, will kind of flip a switch and start picking it up.
I mean, Miramar to end the day as well after this gives you a lot of opportunities. You can't Especially for a team like Irina, whenever we were looking at, who's been taking some early casualties, still managing to kind of ride it up. Not in the best position on the leaderboard overall, but given the fact of what's kind of been happening to them before they can even really get a vehicle or get any loot, it's kind of shocking that they're at least holding down that position.
That's true. That's true. 17 sliding on in, just north of Hungshan, and they are A-okay there. There's not too many teams until you get to Forest to the north of that, who have a 2-2 split, and they are going to be kind of locking that position down. There is, of course, a couple revive stations in the area, but that's no longer in play. Well, we talked about test track and hard shifts.
Test track, why?
We've done it. We have summoned the North hard shift.
I caster cursed it myself. I didn't know you could do that. Okay,
Cast that curse.
Looks like Twisted is going to go ahead and try to get control over the tower. Look down into the south, though. Look at the gatekeeping that could be happening, as it is just a slam-packed full line
Is it?
across the southeast right now.
I think it's just north of that tower. That can be kind of crash onto.
They're going to be bumping into Mission Ready International, so that means that Roth is going to get spotted and taken down. That means that the positioning that Al-Qadsiya wanted is now gone. The other members tailing back behind it, going to have to look for a new home.
Yeah, Roth, for now, out of this lobby. Not sure if there's going to be any res available. The rest of Al-Qadsiya pulling up close. Maybe they want the fight. They're going to have an opportunity to maybe take it. Oh, 4 a.m. disaster again. Oh, Artix, if you had just held that down, but Shaolu, he does finally find it. Artix able to keep a little bit of a good off angle there and has helped out. 4 a.m. in trouble. Slam trying to recover.
Just bold, runs in, says no, I'm going to go ahead and use this bit of cover. Longs really wanting to secure at least another kill or a flush. Does
a headshot.
Good shots coming up from Longs. New approach, new contender on one side. He's going to go down, and now it is just Shin. While the rest of Slam is in shambles, can he manage to get the nade to secure the points? And tries to prep it up, goes for the toss. Is it going to connect? Gets rejected by the car, but almost takes down Boostic.
Well, that could be huge if Shen can kind of get the read onto where Boostic maneuvered to, but there's the hill in the way. He's not going to be able to find the angle necessarily. Players are dropping. Mission Ready losing players to Forest, but they're able to trade back. Kiss out of the lobby early again, and Shen.
Qadsiya did get taken down too.
Get the hell out of here, because he cannot find the angle he needed. He was so close, but that grenade just took a funky bounce off the car.
Respect to Slam. They were in kind of a dangerous spot. Does manage to rally back together. Mission Ready International also going to get eliminated here, as it was, I guess, a kind of mutually assured destruction between the two squads, them and Al-Qadsiya, based off that Roth firefight, or that Roth catch.
Seems that way.
Can't really call it a firefight when everyone's just getting jumped by a whole bunch of different guys.
Did Roth even
So obviously, top 16 is what you're aiming for.
Roth always shoots first?
Roth always shoots first. Even if it's not necessarily the best,
But
Roth will shoot first.
After day 1, you probably want to be
you should only be
top 4.
And Chen sticking it out in the shack, just waiting for any sound cues. Doesn't need to have the hands.
Because if you're top 4,
until somebody tries to get into his territory, the Expendables, gas station,
then theoretically, even if the 8 teams that come in tomorrow dominate, then you'd still probably be close to the top 16, or still in the top 16. So
that would be so awesome.
Some players are starting to try to figure that one out.
Yeah, you need to just start like putting that out into the universe more.
Make it happen. This is how you scout. Think about it. The best way to secure a location, you could take it for your whole team.
Ooh, southwest. Okay, moving away from the test track. So Petrichor Road going to be pretty well centered up. Some open space for somebody, whether that be Forest or the Expendables or who knows, to claim a compound. Petrichor Road, I think, will very wisely here, going to group up, try to set up some defense.
I'd end up being the Expendables, depending on how far they want to go.
Scooting around the outside of that.
Where is Flash going?
South of where Petrichor Road is at. This is going to make for some pretty interesting later game stages of this if we stay centered around this, but also kind of create different arenas that teams are going to be playing from. So Petrichor Road's controlling this area up into the north, while Freaks are going to try to kind of figure out how they're going to handle Begapod that's on one side of them. 17's gotten more aggressive. They're going to be playing on top of the hillside just the west of where Petrichor Road's going to be at. So you can see that rock just due to the verticality of it, bisecting.
Really find his moment. 7-7, throwing some grenades. The rest of the team really find his moment. 7-7, throwing some grenades. The rest of the team really trying to keep Forest at bay and seemingly successful so far. Hakatori did have a mortar.
We may be back in just a second.
VP out in the open here, sitting by this ruins, and Lukaruk's in ruins himself. Gonna be taken down. More of those mortars, man. If another one comes up short, that would be real trouble for VP. But not sure if Hakatori has any more. They're already on the move.
There we go.
Giving up on that mortar barrage.
The quality is going to be down for just a second. Well, my internet fully resets.
Trying to sneak into the circle, so really good job of just using mortars as a form of control.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I saw a C4.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. You know where they are.
And we'll chuck it back onto 1080.
You have to sacrifice somebody to do this one, I think, because it's uphill.
And you also have to roam right next to Twisted. Arena looks like they've gone for the big hillside.
I don't know.
Maybe?
You know you've got them bunched up. They've got the info. It's just, are they going to be able to get there close enough? Hard to say.
Nixie feels it. He's starting to step more out of their covered position and looking in. Okay? Using the vehicles, creeping it forward, Navi. What's the plan? Is it just to try to get into this point? That can't be up. Yeah, I was going to say that.
There he goes.
Can't be it. Prep it up. Let's get it to go as Navi, who's gotten to third place off of consistency, feels like they've got themselves a plan to roll in, sending in. Other members look like they're trying to prep up back behind this, already inside the vehicle. They're going to follow it up instantaneously. Nixie did shift down, trying to cover. The rest of VP reads this, instantly running out, and no, not going to go with too much of it. There is the explosion, does at least get one. Navi flips the vehicle, though, at the worst possible time.
Oh no, that grenade from Nixie could be right on the money. They're getting ripped apart here by the guns instead. Nixie with a nice transfer. One more to go.
The spider sense is paying off big for Nixie, but the explosion takes him down. Corexy all alone up on top, surrounded by enemies. FS hears this, the Expendables hears this, and now problems continue to mount. Twisted has even sent a member over here to see if they can kind of see what's going on with Nixie.
Oh man, Navi out of this. They went for the witness me play and just come up a little bit short. Slam moving around the edge here.
Contender.
Yeah, this is tricky, but there is some steps to work with. So you've actually got some cover. You just got to get through Twisted, which, you know, not easy on the best of days.
Hey, Batillans has loot this time.
What's that?
Batillans has loot now.
Oh. What a guy.
He can take shots. Finally.
Now he can fight back.
I think I was a little dehydrated.
Feels bad if you're a Slam fan right now, as now they are pretty gate kept out over here. The Expendables have kind of usurped that position that we were looking at that was going on with Navi and VP.
Top two teams out already.
They have also spotted out FS, starting to control that territory. Slam, are you going to go for the bully approach into this? That's about all you can do. Lou is playing pretty far back behind this into the north and could wrap around. Example actually also going up over there as well.
Well, it all depends on how good of a read Slam has on this reposition that Twisted is trying to set up. Perfectix, by the way, double headshot Lurix and had to get right on the ground to get that heal off. Lucky he didn't get knocked, but that's going to be a tough fight now for Slam. They're just going to have to do it with the guns. Maybe a good grenade here or there. Freaks, in the meanwhile, have their eyes set onto Xiaowu and 17. He's trying to throw a smoke out to bail himself out, but the rest of 17 doesn't really have a great angle. This hillside providing a lot of cover. Xiaowu has an escape valve. Heaven there getting some eyes on what's going on, but not much they can really do currently. Both teams have cover.
Well, 17's position is really strong in the circle. I knew that somebody was eventually going to come after it. And 17 not over-peaking this one right now, realizing the fact that the Freaks are going to have to come into the zone. Most of their members are lined in, waiting for them to try to cross down in that lower road section. Slam actually just going to play this a lot more aggressive, shift in using the vehicle, but Perfectix, did they lose track of him? He just spins back around on this one, makes it look easy.
Yeah, and now Lou's coming in to reinforce this. Got to be a little bit careful here as Perfectix going for the reload. Lucky shot. Lucky not to get knocked by that grenade too. And Mogor trying to hold the line, but Slam in trouble. I take it back. He hits a grenade. Who am I kidding? Don't count these guys out just yet.
I mean, brutal. These guys are just taking it to Twisted Rhymes right now, trying to survive through it all.
Twisted Rhymes.
This has gotten more dicey longer.
One player left.
Finally coming alive on the outside of this one with Tulins.
Mogor.
Not a lot left to work with, just that little bit of a ridge. Think of maybe they can at least get a flash, get a point out of it. Now, where do you even go?
And a bagel pot they might have something to say about this fight too. A lot of damage being done both ways. Twisted a little bit beaten up, so if Bakeopa can find their moment, they might be able to find the backside of their opponents. The Expendables out there on the edges of this fight too, so Twisted takes a good one. Freaks go down to 17, like you said, just had the angles, had the hold, didn't overcommit. They're able to cleanly wipe out their Korean opponents.
But Forrest did hear that firefight, and it looks like they're trying to sneak in back behind 17 to maybe catch them whenever they go in the circle. Petrichor Road already defending over there. Slams
one behind another, behind another.
Stalling out Twisted, because Twisted doesn't want to go into the circle just yet, and that's giving Bakeopa, who you were talking about just a second ago, who might have backstabbed this, more time to reinforce. And look at the focus on Bakeopa right into Twisted's line.
Yeah, now Bakeopa just has to hold. They didn't get an opportunity. Maybe if there's a little bit more fighting on that side, they think about a third party, but for now it seems like it's better safe than sorry. Just a little note here, Full Sense does get their revive, so they're back up to 4. They've got a 2-2 split, 2 in the circle, 2 out, along with the Expendables.
Looks like they both 2-2 splits have full equipment too, and that's after coming back.
Trying to use that as a little bit of bait to see if he can find his moment. He's so good in those spots, and here we go again.
Okay, where's your target going to be? Do you know that Forrest is right next to you? No, their eyes are set on Petrichor Road. They want the position that Petrichor Road's playing from. This is very, very strong. Gonna be rolling it right in, but was very well read on defense. It's just gonna be 7-7 going down, so that's losing him for nothing.
Yeah, I think it is kind of fun to see the calculus that the players...
It was a little bit late, though.
Like, we're going to do it again. You know what? We're screwed anyway. Let's just go for it. Oh, the car's on fire, though. Isn't even going to get there.
Tries to see if he can get into the face. And denied.
I think that happened with the other one, too.
17 tries twice, but Petrichor Road holds it.
The Xiao Bei, an MG3 in hand, could do some damage. Actually opts to go out into the blue. Kiss, do you have any idea that this is about to happen? I don't think you do. Oh, he does?
Oh, nothing worked for 17 there.
Wow.
They had all of the potential with that firefight that happened earlier. Now, Forrest right up against E-Arena. Petrichor Road feeling good. They've managed to weather 2 C4 incursions onto them. The Expendables still trying to deal with FS in position. FS sitting at a high kill count right now, holding the line very efficiently and shutting down the Expendables on every single approach.
That's some nasty shooting with the AUG. That is brutal stuff. Yeah, the Expendables just couldn't find their moment. Usually they're pretty good at sussing situations out. Duck Juice just goes for the spray with the 3X, gets denied. Examples like, yeah, nice try, bro.
I mean, what are you even going to do there? He knew it was problematic. Okay, now it's just time to hop in a buggy and see what you can get. But guess what? Bakeopa heard this a second ago. They're now starting to run into the same position. So all you've got is Tanvu surrounded by 3 different teams. Well, kind of. Thanadol is down right now, so it doesn't really count.
There's a world here where maybe Bakeopa just kind of survives because everybody else just beats each other up on the edges. And
I know what's happening right now.
Have to wait and see if they're able to make that situation kind of manifest.
I'll have to see if anyone else has a C4.
Over towards Full Sense, and Tanvu has decided to throw in the towel. White flag being waved on this fight, at least for now. Maybe if some damage is done, that grenade comes up pretty short. Tough hill to get those up, and now they're starting to find the distance. Flash has to get the heck out of there. Thanadol will be claimed. Points going over towards Twisted Minds.
I don't know if you guys can hear it listening in, but the players are getting pretty loud right now. It's a lot of speed talking, feeding information over, trying to see how they're going to handle what's going to be happening. With Twisted managing to hold this, FS just has to go more into the west. Remember, this is where E-Arena is at. Forrest was trying to encroach into this exact same spot. E-Arena very focused in on them. Now has to deal with a close-range threat right back behind them, so has to give up onto that angle, surrender it. And
Do you rather have to take down Forrest now, or...
Oh, this is really nice for
find the encroachment that they want, and E-Arena managing.
Did I just lose internet again, dude? What is happening?
To hold this together, but being the distraction, allowing Petrichor Road to run right up into Bakeopa.
Oh, and all of our Thai teams just.
What the heck is going on with my internet lately?
Bakeopa is trading with Petrichor Road. Scappy has the Panzerfaust, looking to put it to good use. Jacob on the other side of that rock, and here comes Example.
Sneaking up, Can he even predict it? Jacobs does drop the nade right on top of Scappy. Tanvu still just hanging out, hearing all of this happen. Example, gonna have the easiest shots of his life in a second. Picks it off, and E-Arena is eliminated. Forrest still in a ton of trouble as the other members for Twisted have spotted them out.
This is huge for Twisted. They're going to rack up some big points in this one, seemingly. They have navigated these fights masterfully, as you would expect. Bagopot trying to get uphill. Tons of smokes being thrown. Park Pro trying to kind of leapfrog his way through, but he's got a best AZ on top of this rock.
And here comes the backstab. Twisted playing into the west. Going to be right back behind Petrichor Road if they're not careful. This is a very close range fight right now between Petrichor Road and Bagapa. If anything, Tanvu being a massive beneficiary out of all of this, as he doesn't have to get involved in anything, but Lou's doing a very wide wrap around. Shots now coming out from AZ, trying to hit onto Park Pro. Does the damage to stall it back out yet again, but Batulin's now starting to take those shots into the back of Petrichor Road. Lou has been spotted by Tanvu, but hasn't taken the shots yet.
Tanvu just trying to wait for his moment, I suppose. Gets level 3 gear to boot?
Oh my God.
Are you kidding?
Oh, Lou gets taken down at the worst possible moment. That flank would have been massive. Batulins now has to focus back in. Example trying to see if maybe he can continue his push down. Petrichor Road realizing that they're getting backstep, has to run down the hill, runs right into the face of Bagapot, takes them down, has some cover to work with, but they've surrendered the circle. Only Twisted in it now.
Twisted. Kings of the Mountain right now in Petrichor Road trying to claim a little bit of territory for themselves. Example, holding the off angle. Batulin's going to be on point on the front lines. An Example is bested by AZ. What a turn. Batulin strikes. That's 2.
Holds it together when it matters. Going for the blind spray in. Doesn't get what he wants out of it. But Tanvu realizes, runs in. We've got 3 solos up, fighting for a victory.
That's a big nade. Second one to follow it up.
Other members for Petrichor Road trying to crawl up. Batulins realizes he has to run over, going for the meds, but could that put him vulnerable? This is the exact angle Tanvu's running up from.
Tanvu just hoping, and just remember, he's got that level 3 gear. He's got that little bit of extra
Trees down.
of damage that he can take in those fights. He's going to wrap even further. I love this from Tanvu. Get the high ground, get the invo, play safe.
From near on nothing to an opportunity for the Expendables to backstab in. Twisted now starting to warm up and really assert their authority onto the lobby around them.
Oh my God, I had to sneeze and now it's like gone.
Even in the disadvantaged position, Ming fighting for everything.
Oh, they're ready for Tanvu to be up there though.
Blue zone, we are still only at phase number 7, and this is going to be all about tactics, reading, and whoever takes a shot revealing position and who can pounce.
I love Twisted Mind's awareness. They know that Tanvu is looking for that moment. They know that he's looking for that backstab. So they go hunting for that first, because Ming they know is pinned down.
They're using the hill for cover from him as well. So good.
Yeah, it is just masterful understanding of terrain and position. They're looking for Ming, but I don't think it's going to be too surprising that he's behind that rock. Batulin's almost had Ming earlier. Got him with 1 grenade, couldn't connect with the second, so couldn't find that important finish, and it could have been a 1v2 against Tanvu, who, look, I wouldn't count Tanvu out in any situation in this game. Now they're just like, you know what? Let's just throw some mollies at this rock. Somehow that fire doesn't spread onto the backside.
Oh no.
Balls right there just to hold it through. Does it go down?
That's bad.
Managing to survive it.
That's bad for Twisted Minds.
Over there. I mean, I would think the same thing with that Molotov, the way that it landed, that, okay, if there was anybody back there, they had to catch on fire.
You gotta watch these. A little bit dangerous. Could roll downhill, but hill's not steep enough that they can roll super far. So A-OK for Twisted to give themselves a little bit more safety and comfort in phase 8. They're going to be on the very edge. It's going to be Ming who has to make a move. I suspect that Ming just dies to the blue here.
Well, here's the thing, though. Like, Tanvu is listening for sounds. With the Molotov, it didn't really make enough for him to know what's going on. He doesn't know where he should be jumping in or where he should be chasing, so he's just had to go full-on defense and listen in. The moment he hears a firefight, if Ming surrenders himself over the blue without fighting, okay, never mind, doesn't matter. Ming gets a knock in, but there you go. Blue zone going to be enough to finish it off. That unlocks Tanvu, chasing it up. It's Tanvu versus Batulins, 1v1.
Oh
this
boy.
Is crazy. That level 3 gear, oh so precious right now. Tanvu looking for the grenade, looking for the spot up, but Batulins hiding, crouching down behind that hill. Hasn't offered the sight line just yet.
Just a Hail Mary, see if maybe he can get anything with the nade. Doesn't connect. Patulans throwing out the smokes, realizing the opportunity to go for the res is big. Tanvu playing this safer could spell his own demise, giving the time for the res, but he doesn't know exactly how the lay of the land is set up in front of him. He doesn't want to risk it. Instead, believing in his firefighting capabilities, thinking the fact that he could take the 2v1. But now, with example back up, this is going to be so hard for Tanvu. He's got the high ground to work around, though.
He's got 3 stuns, too, to the 2 for Twisted. Twisted has a few extra smokes to work with.
Oh, did he spot that?
I think he knows now. Well, maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't. He should hear this.
Oh, they're flanking back behind him. Does he even know? The utility's now starting to come out on the other side of it. He's got to be careful. He steps away. He has a toy to play with that could be big. Can he connect
Oh
it
my
on
God.
it? Does he know exactly where it's at? Does it connect? Tanvu needed that. Now has to step away from the angle with the blue zone nade out, the Molotov out. Now he's had to step away. He surrendered the center dot. He has to fight his way back in. Does get the knock onto example. Spots up.
One more bullet.
Hasn't gotten the knock yet. But Tulins drops out. It's going to be Tanvu chasing after it. Spots it. And the Expendables managed to take it away.
How do they keep doing this? Their players
Holy.
are beyond belief. Vietnam won PNC off the back of individual plays like that. They are just
Holy.
outrageous. What a great game for both of these squads, but it's Tanvu who somehow, some way gets it done.
This has got to be the craziest first day of groups we have ever had in PGS.
Yes.
This is just nuts
Easily.
play into nuts play. And remember, Tanvu was by himself for so long in that game.
Yeah, it looked like he was just going to be killed by somebody who just caught him, but somehow Lou doesn't see him when he's prone.
Long period of time to then.
I want to get caught up. So we're going right into Miramar.
That was a good read on the fact that, hey, a C4 is coming and prepping for it. He just wasn't ready for the wave of teams that came afterwards.
Right. It was it was just chaos. You know, Navi's had a really good day overall, though. We haven't gotten to really see them too much on screen, but they've been ultra consistent today. So you've got to really feel good about Navi, even though we haven't been able to really talk about them too much. Things that the players might not feel good about is this plane path. It is east. This is an island plane path, I swear.
Oh, are we going to have the island conversation?
Dude, can you imagine if that happens today?
If any day it was going to happen.
It would be today.
It's pretty unlikely. Again, I think it's like 1 out of every like 2,500 games that it ends on one of those islands. It's pretty rare. Dang. I had a brief hope. It's still a horrible circle.
Yeah, I mean, but it is a pretty interesting circle. We have actually been seeing this kind of as a hard, I guess, eastern lay circle pretty regularly, where really Death Star Trench is still just barely inside the zone. Made for a lot of very interesting games, specifically right along the border wall over into the east. There's a lot of dynamic verticality that happens over there, so really hoping that maybe we do lean into that direction. But if not, I mean, just truck stop itself. This has actually been a bit of a pursuit, as the Expendables did get spotted going for this vehicle very early.
Yeah, but they fortunately have the faster car, so they're going to be able to get away from Salute's MP5. He had a moment, went for it, just couldn't quite connect enough. Did a little bit of damage, but fortunately for the Expendables, they are going
Only going to be a little bit of damage, and he got away.
Safer territory, as they will be trying to regroup. But let's hear from Tanvu after he has gone absolutely nuclear today. Oh, hold on, not yet. Not
now.
Hi, welcome to the interview. I'm Lisa. I'm here with Tanvu from the Expendables. That was an incredible, imaginary, very, very, very good chicken dinner. So you just come into the final circles, 1 versus 2. You got it down. You killed 2 people. How did you do that? What was going through your mind in that 1 versus 2?
Vừa rồi mình đã trải qua một cái tình huống rất là tuyệt vời, rất là xuất sắc khi mà trong vòng bầu cuối cùng thì mình đã 1-2. Vậy thì không biết là bạn có thể kể rõ hơn về tình huống đó hay không? Có gì đã xảy ra và mình đã có những suy nghĩ như thế nào khi mình thực hiện cái pha đó?
Thì lúc đầu thì bo tụi em rất là đẹp, nhưng mà tụi em chết trong khoảng combat của SS đấy. Với SS thì chết, mà còn chỉ mình em thôi thì em chỉ có suy nghĩ là đi sinh tồn thôi và đi núp. Nhưng mà tình huống đấy chắc là rùa thôi, nghĩ là vẫn là rùa.
At first we got really good circles, but then some of the members were wiped out in a combat with another team, and at that time only me alone was left there, and I just thought to myself, just had to survive, so I just camped, and then I think it was thanks to luck that I could win the situation.
Ooh, that is very humble. A little bit of luck and plus your very strong ability. So thank you and good luck in your future games. Bye.
Oh, this is scary for Guyon. He is driving right in between a couple members of the Expendables. Has he realized the situation? I don't know if the Expendables gave up any of the info. Well, now they have Duckjuice with a long-range 4X Scar Spray. Can't connect. Just opts to go back into the church. So Guyon, I think a little bit lucky. Had he turned one way or another, used one of those compounds for any scouting, he was in trouble.
Well, it's also kind of a carryover off of that early drop, right, where we saw the Expendables not having a chance to really get their loot back together. Has he maybe read this and realized, hey, they might not be too strong. We might be able to bully this back in, but I mean, if anything, just a firm regroup, as the other members for Begapa are playing just to the east of Azahar. The Expendables and Begapa both playing for my heart right now. It feels like they're thinking the same thing. Maybe the circle goes this direction.
Well, that was scary for a moment for Guyon, and that's all I'm going to say.
And look at Lyrics playing for your heart right now, going over there next to the island.
Yeah, just get a crate to drop over there. And
you can't die early there. Nobody else is around.
That's a really good point. He has come back in the games and done some stuff. So,
True.
you know, I mean, even though it's been rough early games for E-Arena, they still have plenty of ability to hang on in games, as they just going to use that boat for some scouting. The problem is everybody's kind of already grouping up in some of those valuable compounds that are on the coast. So for E-Arena, you know, it's going to have to be really diligent work here to make sure that they don't lose a player early. There's a lot of teams kind of already jockeying for that position.
Lots of different little mini setups that we're looking at. Petrichor Road just a bit ahead of E-Arena right now. Well, I'd say a bit ahead, but also kind of on top of at the same time. It's gotten a bit awkward with the way that this is all set up. Slam's going to be in front of them. The Expendables have regrouped along the coast just to the north of that we were looking at earlier. Begapa just to the west, as we saw. Meanwhile, we also do have the Freaks that have already gotten into position. That's going to be to the west of Na'Vi. And then VP's just going to be to their east. So that's kind of everybody that's in that terrain before we get into truck.
Canada, D and Boostic top 3 in
top in the charts right now in the kills department.
Kills.
A couple of members of the Expendables in there. Really good day for Boostic too. Jacob, this is what I'm worried about. Petrichor Road is right around you. This is really dangerous. He's funneled right in. If they can get those tires, and they have, he is in dire straits.
It's all on the Lyrics on the outside. He was trying to take some shots, but, I mean, the boat's just not giving him what they want, and Petrichor Road is chasing this down. They are unrelenting. They want this point, but he somehow clinging to life. Finally does go down. It's going to be Chewy that gets the tap in, but got to be careful. Lyric does have some vision, as well as other members now. Nurin should start to get some vision as well.
Clories is out in the water, too. Not sure if that's a glider or also a boat. You know, hard to tell from here, but something's going on. As maybe just a glider.
It has to be glider. I don't think that there's a spawn for boat right there, right?
Maybe. I don't remember off the top of my head. I never use boats on this map unless I'm going to the island.
I mean, we don't know all the boat spawns exactly where they're at.
I think there's one up here, but I could be wrong. As E-Arena just chilling.
We just saw it on screen.
And they are, again, just kind of a little late to this party. A lot of teams had similar ideas. Kind of, again, that's probably down to heat maps where teams are kind of judging where circles like to finish, so they like to position themselves early off the back of that. He's maybe okay, I think.
I mean, kind of.
Oh, no.
I was going to say, he's got a lot of friends around him. That's going to be problematic as Orange v. Orange going on right now. Tigger, though, doing a good job of bending in. Little Ghost is going to go down. Jalbei in a bit of trouble as well. So it looked like there was a bit of a momentum swift back over here. Now it's going to be all on to what, 17 are you going to do to try to regroup into a low ground position?
I don't
Blue on, or orange on orange.
Take this fight. I mean,
this is whack.
Maybe. You really want that point is the big thing, but Tigger's been so good today. He knows that player's back there, but he can't get the spray. It all goes into the side of the hill. Flash goes down as well. 7-7, the only one up for 17. This is mutually assured destruction. Full senses Tanadol trying to finish what the rest of his team started. 7-7 gets behind the hill for safety.
And there's no one else around there. If they can finish this fast enough, I mean, maybe some reses could happen, but Full Sense just going to go ahead and say, maybe it's a bit too risky to go for on this one. So, I mean, are they just playing for safety on it? Looks like that might be the case. Or maybe, is he going to go for Wrap and be bold? Do it.
I mean, it is an APAC team. That's all I'm going to say.
I mean, the play is there if he can go for it, and it looks like he might actually be venturing back
Wow.
to go for it.
How Begapod didn't step out to try and take out Longs right there.
Space, and they denied. He is going for it, but again, just can't quite find the angle. Yeah.
That's like okay, I'll see what happens, guys. Well, Belmoth bleeds out. Oh, no, I didn't get the knock. I can't get to you, Belmoth. Oh, I'm so sorry. I guess I'll go on now. That's what that feels like to me.
Well, Tanadol not committing to this so far. Okay, never mind. Nope, who am I kidding? It's APAC. He's going for it. Well, no, he just repositioned a little bit. He's flirting with it.
The comms are probably about the same as what we're saying right now. Just do it.
No, do it. Come on, man.
No.
This is APAC. We go for these.
Well, it's taken long enough that the reses are going to be coming out now, making it a bit more awkward. Remember, this isn't even in the safe zone because of how eastern the circle lays. As just to the south of this, Mission Ready has bumped into Twisted, and Twisted is forcing Mission Ready more into the north. So if this doesn't resolve fast enough, there could be a new contender.
Straight down to the south.
Dust storm here. This gives an opportunity for somebody to try to make a cheeky maneuver if they so choose. But now is when Tanadol tries to find another angle. He might be trying to find the northern edge towards 7-7. Somehow 7-7 gets a good read one way or another. He's moved to the side of the hill that's going to cut off Tanadol's rotation if Tanadol is indeed continuing to try to gatekeep. And it seems like that standoff will just remain as Bagopot gets in their cards, gets on the move, slam up ahead. Yuyun continues to be the scouter on this map. Oh boy, he has taken so much damage. That M249, so strong.
Should be on the second floor.
Right? If you're the scout, you're supposed to take the damage. But then the rest kind of trickle in back behind. This is about the, I guess, meanest way the circle could have gone. There was a lot of teams that were leaning a bit more into the northeast. Now we've got a lot of the Impala field back in play, which is kind of a no man's land right now. That means that Truck Stop and Impala itself, Cantera is still going to be in play, are going to be kind of different angles that teams could be vying for. With the way that the shift is, looks like 7-7 finally gets spotted out, and Full Sense gets the moral victory at the end with their, I won't say full send, but mid-level send?
It started as a sort of full send, and then it all just kind of went weird. Sungjong, though, wow, just takes out Lurex. Nice shooting underneath.
Slam has fallen down into 11th.
Into grenade range instead. Slam's like, put him in the vehicle. Let's get the heck out of here. Oh my God, Sungjong almost got him.
Can we see the other ones get in position in time? I don't think so. So safety of the bar should be enough to provide what we need here. So just jumps out.
That's great.
So what?
Quick decision making. They could have easily lost Lyrics. That's a really nice.
At the end of the day, you want to be at 42 points. 42 points is probably going to be right around.
Kind of a victory on both sides for this is roaming around the outside of the circle right now. We've got the Expendables coming in from the northeast, going to be pretty close to Forest.
Yeah.
But then we also do have FN over into the west. That
is probably going to be about half of what you need to make it through. Getting somewhere to the 70, 80, 90 point range, you want about 7 points a game.
Way out in the distance. That might have actually been Lyrics.
Oh,
way out there.
Quick update. I think Danadol actually did get the chips for his players and is running up to a beacon. Yeah.
Heck yeah, dude.
Are we going to see multiple chips next to the leaderboard now?
This guy just, again, it was all about that rotation he made when the dust storm came. He came around the other side and 7-7 lost track of him. That's really heads up stuff. And he continues to just be a nightmare for the other players in this lobby to deal with as he's firmly in control of being that top spot player. Did I just see a tac pack in Star-Lord's hands? I did. He is bringing the goodies.
Oh, we're going all off meta today. We're going to be having some fun with it. Do note that also due to Alcazia having a bit of a fumble in the mid maps, that FS is presently our #1 team in groups after that firefight.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Okadzia not in first anymore. Sad times.
Feel pretty good.
No kidding. This is a really nice day no matter what happens the rest of the way through for them. You assume they're going to be able to rack up a few more points. Kind of curious what Star-Lord I was thinking with the tac pack, you know, Panzerfaust, you can bring some extra stuff to the party. I did see very briefly in the PWS, I want to say it was Game PT, was running the med kit thing that lets you heal faster and res faster and all that stuff. So
this is why I made
you see kind of weird stuff from time to time with the Korean teams.
Let's get more feel. Hey,
oh God,
no, that's how you innovate. Oh, that is not how you innovate. That is Salute and Deal both instantly gone. Perfected's taken a lot of damage, but still alive. Freaks, this did not work out.
Not at all.
Just crashed this. This is a horrible circle, by the way. Just went straight south.
Look at the... Okay, if you have the map stream open right now, this is all geometry everywhere.
I mean, I was thinking in the back of my mind, I'm like, man, if this goes south, this is going to get messy.
Yep.
Because everybody was leaning north of Impala, in between Truck Stop and Impala. And, you know, the Freaks just made a gamble, and Twisted Minds was a step ahead. And again, those Panzerfausts make, you know, crashes like that oh so dangerous, especially when you're putting multiple players in one car. The Expendables,
yeah, 2 down quick.
Do what they do, just drive around and look for violence.
So a lot of lean into Impala already, given the fact that we're only at phase number 3, but that's just to avoid the fields and the catastrophe that could happen over there. FS looks like that's going to be where they're going to be making the drop. The Expendables over here at Petrichor Road as well. In the northern factory around Impala itself is going to be VP on a very wide split. Navi's going to be playing to the west of them, right along the compound with a lot of strength. 4 Angry Men trying to navigate right along that pathing, as we can see here. Twisted using the road, the only team that's kind of playing over into the fields itself. So 4 Angry Men, you do have some train points that you can play from, but none of them feel like super good, but
no,
it's the best you can get here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this circle's all about just taking what you're given, because there isn't going to be a ton.
He's actually leaving the factory area and moving into Forest's area? That's interesting.
Well,
they've already got
they're
much
under
territory control.
Well, they're under pressure from VP, so maybe they think that if there's going to be a knock or something, they might be able to find an opportunity. Forest it's actually a con with a bolt, and it's Corexi who's going to steal that. There was opportunity there, maybe for Na'Vi to find a third party and get a freebie or steal a kill. Al-Qadzia, after such a great start to the day, has been quieter, but still in second place, tied with Twisted with 37. So some work to do here on Miramar.
Al-Qadzia being tied with Twisted feels pretty good for them right now, but the Miramar is where they're going to need to start to rally it back together. This is a squad that we know how... Oh no. Oh, that's okay. That's fine. Everybody's already inside of vehicles, roaming away. Nobody saw that. Just us.
He's lucky FN didn't see it.
Fine. I mean, he's a cowboy. That's riding like horses and stuff like that, not driving cars.
Yeah, that's true. Imagine if we had that in the game. Just gallop around. Oh boy, Slam heading in towards Na'Vi, and they're getting lit up along the way. Well, actually, Al-Qadzia gets Star-Lord somehow. Oh my God. Lurex, instant knock onto Extends with the M249.
This is a fight for position right now. As this is center up in the new circle, you've got to try to get something out of this one. Slam realizing the fact that there's going to be some new contenders that are going to be coming after him pretty quick. All the Impala teams also having to extricate themselves out of those compounds, could be pathing in back behind this one. Luckily to the north, Slam has managed to kind of rally it together. Going to be Na'Vi spotting out Forest as they were trying to limp out of position. Baron going to be the last one up for them, as now Mission Ready is going to be just to the south of this. Remember, VP going on with Lucarux was stretching out a second ago. He could get spotted out. Let's go ahead and bring some mortars into this party, as well as Slam doing a good job to survive for now, using the opportunity. It's going to be 4 Angry Men roaming right in, right up on top of Na'Vi. Hakatori already reading it, gets the drop on to 1, make it 2.
That's nice work from Akatori. There's another player coming, but it's actually Baron. He's helping out Akatori here. A grenade from him. If he can find another one, he might just scoop up a bunch of extra points. It bounces to the right, though. Doesn't get any confirmed kills. Akatori actually going to be the one to start claiming those. Oh, the rockets are landing on the roof. They're accurate from Bagel Pa, but there's safety for Na'Vi.
No,
I'm not going to my mom's tomorrow anymore. She's sick, apparently.
Along the field itself. Here's how loud
So,
and violent it's gotten
I
over here.
stopped doing some of the laundry stuff, and I was going to finish it up tomorrow.
Supervising this firefight.
How
Now
about
starting to
me?
take shots into FN, forcing the back around onto this angle. That's going to open up a new way for Slam G to take the shots in. This is just getting wild.
This is messy. Everybody knows that they need some way in this part of the circle, and Bagel Pa's just watching it from afar going, I don't know, you guys go ahead. We'll wait this one out.
I want no part of whatever's happening there.
Nope, I wouldn't either. I don't blame them. FN in trouble. Bunch of blue zones in the middle of the longhouse there. Mogor just throwing a stun for good measure. Just eyes back over into here, but look at this. Look at this, So said. He's hitting himself. I don't think they have any idea.
They're about to. Oh, no, go that way? Okay, that's too tasty. You gotta take that. It's gonna be Boostic going down, and now Arctic's just gonna be down below him. No real way that he can put in much more. Glorious is gonna get spotted on the outside. Sosed's also gonna spot on Arctic's. Now Sosed still got some cover to work around. Slam, who's been dealing with all of the stuff going on around him, now finally gonna get backstabbed from right inside the compound that they were so desperately fighting for.
Baron trying to cling to life, but the Expendables, I don't think are going to allow this much longer. Stuns are out. What in the world? How does he get duck juice before he goes down? That's crazy stuff. Chlori's
Oh, yeah, right. We're going out to dinner, huh?
He's going to have to go for 2 different reses.
Yeah,
The
that's
question
fine.
is, can anyone even punish that?
Twisted is called an emergency pickup right up on top of this, so whenever everything closes down, seeing if maybe they can just leapfrog over what's going to be happening in the firefight. Then it all is going to be up to the north for FS, right back behind Begapa. We still have people kind of creeping out along the lines for Impala Factory, and that's going to be QAD just on top of VP, as all the fighting still containing around the center as the circle is going to lean in. Center, but there you go. Shin right in the thick of it all.
That's a great throw from Vox. Petrichor Road down to just AZ. Looking to find some way to get over there, but he has to hold the line here as Mission Ready looking to have some big kills, some big points in the bag. They are certainly finding it. Hakatori still doing damage. He catches Duck Juice. Here goes a high ground play from Twisted Minds. Who else? But they're going to lose Petulins to a knock. I think he's resable.
He's fine.
He's good. Oh, he was just far enough down. Hakatori is going crazy, though.
Still defending up on this position, surrounded by enemies. Na'Vi fighting tooth and nail. The Expendables on one side of them. They still have FN on the other. Slam did at least manage to rally it back together onto their point, feeling a bit better about it, but it's going to be Shin that takes some shots into them. Okay, so now Twisted up on top of it all. VP starting to deal with Mission Ready. Mission Ready that was trying to leapfrog into the position in front of them. AZ is still going to be back behind this. Arena's in a vehicle. Looks like they're going to be cresting in back behind the Expendables.
That's 5 kills in this game for Hakatori. He has been stellar for Na'Vi and has put them up into second place. Currently, E-Arena, they want to go. And FN over here in the longhouse. I don't want to go in Na'Vi's house the way that Hakatori's playing right now, so turn your attention in another direction. The good news here for E-Arena is they don't have to fully commit to anything. They have enough of a ridgeline here to work with to keep themselves safe. They don't have to go for a fight. Maybe if they see a knock or something like that, they might try to make something happen. Nurens wants to get that Dragonov headshot, cannot connect onto the Expendables, who are hanging on by a thread up here on this hill. And here we go, VP's turn. Take a crack at getting towards this mountain.
Okay, well, I mean, Twisted is kind of letting this chill for the time being. They don't want to peek down too much, so low ground's been surrendered instead. Just hoping the fortification in the high ground is going to give them enough to work with for the later stages of it. VP very focused in on Mission Ready for the time being, as that's going to be the closest threat to them. Nixie's still back behind for VP, who is having to contest up against Al-Qadsia, very far north from their position, but now he's found himself a bit isolated. That means the other members for VP have to be very focused in, as now it's Twisted gonna spot out what's going on with Expendables, but look how close it is on the leaderboard. We're at 40 in first place, and then down into 5th, it's just 34, and everybody trying to cling to life and make some magic happen in a very precarious position.
That's got to feel good for Twisted to get some revenge after that Rondo game onto the Expendables, but look who it is that's still alive. It's Tanvu. We've already seen miracles. Is he going to be able to strike twice with that lightning? Hakatori just doing some overwatch, trying to figure out what's going on. These are, I mean, unbelievable shots from Hakatori. He's got to have close to 1,000 damage right now. He has 788, so close to 800. Look at those headshots. That is disgusting work with the AUG.
Just massive amount of work. 5 kills right now. Na'Vi absolutely popping off, and they're having to fight for everything. You get these damage numbers at this point. We're only phase number 6 now. Just Pop still stays in, so that means our outlier teams up into the northeast are going to have to sneak their way in, as well as Thanadol. But the hillside firefight continues.
Bizzler has a blue zone bag, so he's going to be able to tank the blue zone grenade for a little bit and chew through the rest of that kind of charge that it has in the back of it. And oh, Michael, oh my God, Petulins has a P90? Where in the world did this come from? They must have picked it up before they dropped.
Just a P90 up on top of the rock.
Unless someone somehow dropped up there, I don't know, but that is a great gun to have up on that position.
And it's only going to get stronger as this goes forward. E-Arena has some vision onto Twisted, but once we see the circle kind of collapse in, that's going to be even more of a denial of angle up there, and that high ground is going to be even more exploitable to where he can peek much more aggressively down in the lower sections of this one, and you can see they want to. They know that VP, Mission Ready are fighting over here, and there are points to be had. They know that Navi's popping off. FS has picked up some skills as well, so it is just neck and neck between everybody at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, Batu doing his damnedest to try to get some extra points, but VP's denying, doing a great job of it. And now he's got E-Arena to contend with, who are keeping him from being able to peek that angle.
Arena.
Well, they're in trouble to say the least. And Batulins finds another knock.
Okay, well, they managed to at least stop off, but that's going to be... Mission Ready really can't do anything due to Twisted's positioning, so they just have to surrender that point. Mission Ready now entrapped between VP.
Oh, what a need, but it was just a little bit late.
Fields up into the northeast. That's a long-range shots.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of it, too. They found it, so they're really holding firm over here. Our VP, they're managing this spot really, really nicely. They've got Mission Ready
goodness.
in a position where they can't really move a muscle. It helps that you have Twisted Minds above you. Now E-Arena shepherding Twisted Minds away from these angles as best as they can. How in the world is Batulins finding these shots? That's a headshot. Finally, it's actually Zenith from FN who denies him. Luce tries to get involved, but can't connect.
Lyrics does make it over.
So back to just kind of sitting up on their perch.
Wait, Shin just took down Nixie from VP, which could open up a new corridor path for Alkadzia to get in, because remember, Shin is still alive. He's in the center, been kind of quietly chilling there, but Nixie apparently was...
Yeah, it gives an opportunity for Alkadzia to get in. I don't think so. They are dead right there. 38 points.
Really focus their attention towards their south and towards their
Yeah.
west. They don't have to worry about the east now.
If they can get 4 points in the next match, it won't be too bad.
His turn.
But considering they got 30 right at the beginning,
Too strong on that. Snaky snake staying away from it.
it's kind of disappointing that they haven't been able to get any more.
Anything that moves around them. Gotta be careful though.
31 in the first 2 games, and now they're here
Really burn through their ammo
with
because they're making a lot of
39.
That's just kind of par for the course.
Or
for Twisted
38,
Minds on
not
your
39.
Twisted Minds high ground, shooting at people, pissing everybody off. Yeah.
Yep. That's just a normal day in the office for them, for sure. It is going to move a little bit. I think a small sliver of Twisted Minds' high ground is still going to be in this next circle, so they can hang on. E-Arena has decisions to
I don't
make.
think they
have to
can.
try to make
I
a
don't think
wrap
there's
around this
enough
side.
for them to hang on.
Obviously, they didn't have great other options other than crashing something, and they might be forced into that. Lou is going to get a knock, looking to pop tires as well to make this even more challenging for E-Arena. And Mission Ready, though, they've gotten to somewhere. I mean,
They're still alive.
They're still alive, and it's better than where they were.
I mean, that's the mission that they're on right now, is just stay alive, survive. Don't let them come after you, because it has been threat upon threat. They've been the focus of Twisted's high ground, E-Arena right on top of them, and VP has kind of exploited this distraction, where we can see that Twisted has been looking down onto E-Arena now and kind of snuck into the circle just above them.
Oh, the heads are just peeking out here for Batu. He did manage to find one shot, can't get more to go. Gats takes a go at E-Arena. I was going to say these grenades could be really impactful, but that's a really nice molly. Is going to catch right into them, and they are
Oh!
from Jacob.
Good throw to finish that one out. E-Arena. Now you still have to deal with the high ground nuisance.
Down goes the two Americas teams. That's
open, and that's the way you have to go to get
in
inside
day
the
number 1. Good nade by Lou and
Grenades are so good
Batulins.
right now. Another beauty, this time from Twisted Minds. Hakatori just making everybody's life a nightmare. Anytime they peek near him, he's lighting them up with that AUG. It seems like good grenade on
How that nade didn't just kill him.
At this point, I
There we
almost
go.
thought Tanvu was immortal. He took that nade right to the face. It's like, nah, no big deal. Everything's fine. Jacob, though, what are you going to do as your feet are just getting riddled with bullets? Lou still wants a bit more, but has to be careful from that Navi angle.
Still a ton of 5-5 here for
There we
Lou to
go.
work with. Yeah, he's going to claim Jacob. So this is huge for Twisted Minds. They have just been feasting in this game. Obviously, it started with the DN Freaks crash, and then into the E pickup on top of this mountain. Now they look towards VP to see if they can find some more victims.
9 kills and more to mount, but they now have to deal with this. You can see that VP was trying to set up for him, but God, just red. But Batulins denies it, and now VP, and they were waiting. You can see that that's what the setup was for, was to try to catch Twisted when they had to come down, and just falls apart just that fast.
Lou actually jumps down. Who else but Hakatori? Somehow
Oh.
getting in there as well. Somehow Lou, sliver of HP, hanging on. That grenade, I don't... Oh, it does actually reach him. I thought from that angle it might not, but just got close enough, and he was so weak. And any damage done would have got the knock.
Akan.
Oh, a headshot from Akan on the Batulins.
All right, Pekapa, they're getting pretty aggressive on this one. Akan actually moved into the positioning where Slam G was playing from. Park Pro as well as Song Jong getting more aggressive towards the circle itself. Shin's still alive. Looks like he might be thinking about trying to sneak over onto this angle, but he's already been spotted out by VP.
Yeah, Shen, I assume this is not going to go well for him. He should hear Beamy above him, but he's trying to figure out exactly where that is. Oh, Beamy didn't see him. He didn't see him.
Well, I mean, there's enough reinforcements. It's fine. Nope, wrong way. There you go, Shin. I mean, we did see Shin actually be very impactful into what was going on the fields, catching out Nixie. So a little bit of retaliation coming back finally.
This is tricky for Bagel Pa. They have to use some cars and some not great cover to keep themselves protected from VP. The good news is a Slam isn't trying to get
Khan from the side.
Actually, they did find a bit of an angle from that balcony inside.
That nade's not anywhere close enough.
I think Bagel Pa maybe in their last gasps here on our first Miramar.
The biggest beneficiary of
He's going to be so confused when he sees where one of those went.
And while the firefighting's been going on, they've just been hunkered down and surviving. VP still on the hunt for more kills.
Those nades didn't go nearly far enough.
As there you go, it's going to be Slam G that spots out FN, who was trying to see if maybe they could get some kill points out of this, and instantly denied.
Yeah, good grenade from Lucarux.
There's your 1,000 damage.
Yep, he was going crazy. I just kind of felt it in my Casker bones that maybe he was going to have one of those games, and he did. Sungjong in trouble, Akan in trouble, Bagel Pa in trouble. There you go, Lucarux doing a great job there. And you know he's behind that foldable cover. Well, headshot found, and he's down.
Second one. Lucarux. Just pushing on one, not even healing yet.
To the south, Navi actually sent
He's like, I need to get to this spot before I can heal.
Set up to sneak in back behind VP's position potentially. FN, while you've had this fortified position for so long, it's just going to be a full-on terror coming out from VP. They are not relenting. Slam losing a member and now just down to one.
Holy.
We're in phase 9. Well, how did this happen? This has just been non-stop fighting. Navi trying to claim some real estate, and they find a good grenade onto Beamy. Lucarux and Corexi tied together behind that hill.
Navi have so much.
Laid down for Navi to try to push through a good grenade. Man, oh man, that was so close. That prone state helping. That fire hits Lucarux. Does it hit Corexi? No, just Lucarux.
Okay, does manage to pop up with the control that VP managed to get over here. FN looks like
how does he survive that?
More Fairest in that position for the crossfire to set up for
That's crazy.
Just a kill box Hackatory could try to exploit. Meanwhile, Slam
Mogor has been doing really good for Slam as well.
Does get eliminated, so it is continuing to mount. Navi on one side, VP on the other, and poor old FN right in the thick.
Yeah, Zenith though, a longtime veteran, Hackatory just is indestructible right now.
This dude, he's on another level right now.
He is unbelievable. Oh, Zenith has a S12K too. Oh, no, not like this, Hackatory. Not like this.
He's aware.
Dude, this is horrible. He's played so well this game.
Tries to go for the peaks on the headshots back and forth. Notice that, there you go, VP does get taken out. The backflank coming up from Fairest. That means this is down to just a 2v1. Navi, who is in firefighting position for so long. Do they know where the backstab is going to be coming from? Yes, already heard the footsteps. Set up for it.
Boom, Hackatory.
Hackatory that takes the last kill.
That was skill on display. Hackatory just from the beginning of that game to the end was lighting players up left and right, and he finishes it strong.
That was just such a highly technical game. Yeah, we've been seeing a whole bunch of wild stuff that's been going on, and that was still a wild game as well, but it was so... I mean, we saw a meat grinder of a mid-game that Navi was just in the thick of, and Hackatory was just unrelenting in his defenses.
And it all started with that early defense he had against 4AM. That gave them that compound, that gave them that space.
Just a great...
Gonna pay off in big fashion like you just saw, and it helps when you have a player of Hackatory's caliber who can
get caught up on the final match of day one.
Individual talent.
We've been seeing a lot of just stellar performances coming up from players today, like just clutching up, really just starting to shine, like a lot of these players that we've been talking about for quite a long time. Like, these guys are so, and just having their pop off today of all days. Everybody knows the pressure for this as it's mounting, leading into, of course, yes, there is the next PGS, but there is also PGC looming on the horizon. This is where you've just got to make sure.
This is the practice for PGC for a lot of these teams.
Go a bit more into the west at this time than we saw last time, opening up Los Leones.
Like, a lot of these teams are gonna make it into PGC.
Everything else is fine in this circle. Everything else is awesome. Everything else is fun. We'll just have to wait and see what the PUBG gods have deigned for us to find. But that game went by so crazy because it was just nonstop. Like, there was just so much fighting. And it was just so funny because I was just like, oh, we're in phase 9. And there's still like 8 players alive. I'm like, what is going on? Absolutely just stellar games so far today.
Well, the terrain and the way that was set up is kind of what led into so much of like the prolonged skirmishes, right?
Yeah.
And kudos, like the desk was talking about a lot of the teams and the way they're playing Slam. I mean, getting an experience in a situation like that is
8th place right now for Slam.
I 100% agree with our desk, and the uptick that I could expect from that squad is going to be.
Again, if you want to make it into grand finals, I think the minimum you want here is top 8.
Fantasy captain today?
Who?
Take a guess.
Salute.
Nope.
Batools?
Nope. He's on my team, but he's not my captain.
Oh, I don't know.
Hakatori.
Oh, well then. Rip me. I guess we know where you're sitting at overall.
Maybe. Well, I don't know how the rest of my team is doing today. Him and Batulins have been doing the heavy lifting for sure. And
Damn.
So I was like around 200 or so there for a second.
I'm not going to look until the day's done. I want to be surprised. Yeah, one way or another. But just, of course, we love that we have the fantasy in here. It gives us so much to talk about. It gives you guys at home so much to, talk about with your friends and have a lot of fun and potentially earn some G-Coin if you do well enough in the fantasy. As we take a look back at Hakatori.
I mean, accusations galore just based off of this man's aim. Is just he lives up to it, right?
This is just a highlight reel. Like, you could put together a good 5-minute montage.
Oh, what a name!
He wouldn't be denied. I mean, this position, that reposition right there at the end too, that was an S12K. That could have got real dangerous real fast, and he's able to dodge it against a very good player in Zenith. Again, one of the more experienced players that you're going to find out of the PWS, out of Korea, and he just bamboozled him, and he just had everyone's number that whole game.
And it just felt like he knew every single angle that people were going to be approaching from. That's map knowledge in an area that we don't often see in competitive, understanding exactly where, like...
4 a.m., only 8 points right now. That's really bad.
Whenever you get to those
Mission Ready International Alliance.
From, like, our all-star players on this level,
I'm not gonna lie.
what the other team is trying to accomplish.
I don't want to say I expected it, but I kind of expected it.
That can really allow you to exploit any vulnerability in it. I mean, we saw that. That's one of the reasons why Twisted loves those high ground advantage positions, because really...
And it sucks, because I really do like a lot of those players and everything. But, I don't know, and my gut was telling me that they weren't going to do absolutely fantastic here. And I really wanted Alcadzia to get here because I enjoy hopping into Roth's chat all the time, messing with him. So, the fact that they made it and then had such a good start to the day, I'm hoping that they can kind of get back on track. Otherwise,
seems like the Freaks have avoided any confrontation.
They can just tumble straight down the leaderboard very quickly.
Wants an opportunity at Arctics, but Arctics not gonna commit.
We've got a slow bowl that's kind of going on right now as everybody's playing around center, but it's just kind of territory control shots that are coming up mostly. We can see coming up from Na'Vi. In the west, we do have Petrichor Road that's going to be trying to regroup. Begapaw's going to be kind of chasing in back behind AZ, but mostly pretty calm as this territory is going to open up enough to where really you can settle in, get a bit of a split, get some information, but it's not anything really too crazy. I do want to say what is interesting, though, is TE has already made a commitment into Los Leones.
Yeah, I like that spot that they're taking though, because
it is strong.
That the northwest side of Los Leones, if circles go north or west, are really nice. Oh boy, Ming Ming, chilling, a PGC champion, out on the flank here. It just depends on who sees who first.
Oh, did he see? Nope, did not see him, but
Oh.
the shots went a little bit slow, and that's going to give it a moment for D to at least get something, but Alcadzia was running a split, and now really just has to surrender those two.
What positioning there? That worked out really nice for Petrichor Road. They're able to cover each other. They're able to keep themselves hidden from Alcadzia until Alcadzia is in a vulnerable position.
Yeah.
Really nicely set up.
That
I mean,
sucks.
it could have gone a bit different if you looked left before right in that situation, but I'm not going to fault him if you think that the compound's open. Why are you going to look at the tree to your left? Instead, you're going to be more concerned about what's going to be happening over and to your right behind you. So I guess that's one of the reasons that makes it so strong.
Oh my god.
Rip Delwyn. How did you not expect that, Delwyn?
Poor Delwyn. Correct, he's the only player in Los Leones for VP. Everybody else is out on the north side. I mean, you just don't expect that.
I mean, you just got PUBG. That's all I can say.
You know, usually it's Delwyn doing that to other people. To be
True.
fair.
Karma.
Yeah. Giveth and it taketh.
Speaking of somebody that deserves some karma, is poor old Lyrics over here. He's been the punching bag in early circles right now, so pretty safe. Nobody really around right now. It's just going to be FS just to the west, and Slam's going to be a bit further north, but there's still a couple hundred meters to work with.
This is a little bit of an odd feeling for us today, where the early game isn't kind of wild.
Nobody's shooting.
Yeah.
What? The Freaks are taking some shots, maybe at 4 Angry Men, and that's kind of it.
This has got to be like, well, it's also kind of the least crazy circle early that we've had, in a way.
Boo circles.
Yeah, come on.
Boo.
They've been pretty good today to us, giving us just action-packed games. This is a player that just shocked us at PGS Shanghai, and Kiss has been kind of getting the bad end of a lot of these fights early on in games.
While we were kind of sitting here in a bit of a quiet section, yes, we have had some very crazy circles. Yes, we had like military circle off the start. We've had some crazy shifts that are happening into it. But when you look at the leaderboard, you can see that Twisted up on top, Navi with Hactori, what we were talking about, the strength of his firefighting capabilities, the rest of the squad, Navi as well. You can see that really good squads can navigate the crazy circles, and that's what I love to see. Because remember, whenever we're looking at Twisted score right now,
I don't have any bullets in there, Star-Lord.
how many of those points were bought by Batulans with no gear, somehow just trying to steal
You
a couple
should
of points
reload.
away as he's trying to creep his way back behind somebody? Every single one of these points matters, and while the circles can get a bit more wheels off sometimes, we can see that the strong teams do find ways to continually find success.
Oh, exactly. That's the whole thing about this game, is that yes, there is some luck and some randomness, but time and time again, it's the cream of the crop that's rising. Every single event. I mean, you're just seeing just the best of the best continue to jockey and vie for those top positions. No matter how insane the day is, no matter how wild things get, they're constantly just up there fighting for those top positions. And, you know, you got to be feeling great here as Twisted as Na'Vi, even as Full Sense about getting in to that grand finals. You're well on your way, unless you have the absolute worst second day of your lives in the group stage, which, given the caliber of those three teams, pretty unthinkable, especially that team right there, Twisted. You feel like they are a no-doubter to be in contention.
Oh, Godzilla. They gotta put in some work.
And that compound should be Navi's. They're already in their vehicles that our observers are highlighting for us there, and that's a nice one. That one pretty defendable.
That's pretty strong. I mean, we still have the fields up into the north, but Los Leones, of course, is going to eat up a big chunk. Hillsides to the north, but notice that we still also have that.
Navi gonna go with a 2-2.
Down into Puerto Paraiso. That's a very strong in-game positioning.
They're able to just backfill their previous 2. So that works out really well for them. VP, they have Corexi in Los.
Because that's where we're just going to lose everything in the Impala fields.
Yeah.
Everything else has the opportunity to support most of the teams.
Yeah, and that southeastern part that you're talking about, in between Puerto Paraiso and Los Leones, is actually kind of fun to play because you actually can keep yourself obscured from those Los Leones mountains pretty well. and so you have a lot of room to maneuver out there. One of my favorite parts of the map to play, because you give yourself really fair fights out with the other teams that are out there. There's a lot of cover to be found to keep yourself obscured from the compounds that are also out in that part of the map. So definitely hoping kind of that it goes that way, to be honest.
Sprinkler fights are fun.
Yeah.
Camera seems slightly off. It's annoying
more
me.
shots now as rotations coming in. Big about way over here into the west. Nobody really around them
Just
right
like
now. Noting rotations, we do have Alcacia. It looks like they did move into Los Leones as well. 17 has kind of moved into that northern crates area of Los Leones. VP and Navi stacked up pretty close to each other. High ground just to the east of Los Leones is going to be controlled by FS. Petrichor Road roaming in just south of Los Leones. Looks like they're going to be eyeing for maybe the position along FS's line. Force is going to be right up on top of them. That behind a lot of this over into the north. Twisted, not yet inside the safe zone, but playing it a bit slow and steady, trying to figure out how this is going to play out for them, as they are going to be coming down through a field, but nobody's going to be around to really harass, except for maybe Freaks.
And Star-Lord's out on his own there, just ahead of 4 a.m. If they can get a read on that, they might actually be able to find an opportunity, or if they get a lucky knock, Star-Lord would be in a lot of trouble. Here goes Petrichor Road, making this wrap into that part of the map we were just talking about. Some nice hills, some nice cover out here that you can kind of use to make rotations to the north, to the west even. Very doable from this part of the map, so you can spread out a bit, claim some of this territory, look for players that are going to be peeking out in the open, or if somebody tries to drive down a similar rotation path, you're going to have some pretty good sight lines to do some damage.
Uh-oh, Twisted with the BRDM. That's why they're not too afraid of that field, I guess. They are going to be able to cross it pretty easy. Also, a big part of controlling this field is, yes, there is a res beacon that's going to be over here, but, I mean, 61 alive, you know that nobody's probably going to be going after it, but it's always kind of good to get control over the more open ones, just in case something bad happens to you.
That looks better.
Or in case somebody maybe tries to sneak something in there. Free kills are always nice.
there's like 2 pixels of space on the right-hand side of my camera. This is too much for me.
I don't think this is it.
Oh boy, yeah, you're right. There's 17. That's a different orange team up on that hill.
Those aren't the friends you're looking for. That's the direction you need to go, as now you should be fine. It was just a bit scary for a second.
Yeah, I got a little worried for him for sure, but yeah, A-okay. Emergency pickup actually being popped by Twisted Minds out there. So, yep.
No. Yes for Alcadzia.
The amount of players I just heard go, oh. Okay, so high ground.
Yes for Alcadzia.
Where we see 17 VP at.
That's huge.
Navi now finds themselves on the outskirts of the circle. Twisted, do you take that emergency pickup?
Kiss, you just wasted 2 nades.
Eastern area, Los Leones is a key component and big for this circle. You have to assume that maybe it's going to try to shift away from it, but we have seen it try to focus in on that very open area just below the E and the O in Los Leones as maybe an in-game position.
Perfectix
E-I-E-I-O.
Onto that emergency pickup, just doing a little scouting with it. There's high ground open for Twisted Minds on the outside of Los Leones, something that they are obviously very comfortable with. 17 Gaming going to be somewhat aware of it. The Freaks too going to be seeing that player parachuting in. Going to just drive on by. They could make a really wide wrap here. It's phase 3, so you've got enough time that you could chew through some blue to try to find some safety. The problem is there's still so many teams and players alive that there is very little safe to be found.
The western wrap is the safest one into Los Leones, because into the east there's so
Alcadzia down to the Expendables lost 1 and Pero lost 1. Those are the only players down right now.
They're going to be a bit more bold, and that's going to put them along the line where Navi is going to be set up. Couple of shots to try to skirt them along that road, but is 4 Angry Men going to do a stop right there? We often see it be a decent spot for trying to stop on scouting, but I think that they're worried about harassment. They've also probably spotted out Slam, who's cresting the hill just beside them. Not too many ways that they can go for a stop there. Instead,
Maybe like crash right underneath the rock.
I think that they might be able to play on the opposing side of the hill away from VP, as long as VP can't spin it back around with Luke Rocks.
Yeah, it could be a
Put Lou down in that dip.
part of the map. There are a few dips that are playable where you're not
You're gonna keep going?
expose yourself to the teams that are going to be up on the mountains. They're just going to keep going until they feel like there's too much pressure one way or another. It seems like 4 a.m. they're making a dash for the city. They're going to gamble that maybe this is Los Leones in the finish.
Well, they've got to be careful. Their eyes
Don't go this way. No, 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 no.
There was an open opportunity, and now they're gonna be rolling into a pretty bad angle. Xiao Wu's trying to line it in. Longs takes a lot, but not enough to cause him to explode yet. Runs out away from the buggy, but guess what? More friends and Twisted Minds, of course, on the high ground, causing some harassment into 4 Angry Men.
I thought Longs was done. Usually Xiao Wu is good for those. Just couldn't quite get the spray under control. Some smokes are coming down here trying to keep 4 AM pinned, but like you mentioned, Twisted Minds, they have some idea and they have the ability to do some damage, so they will of course take that opportunity. 4 AM just trying to find some kind of safety.
Bad idea. Let's not do this. Look at how much utility that they had to use.
There we go.
Mistake though. If they do go back down over here, they should.
We saw Jinx with a crazy play roll on this during PAS qualifiers.
Closer to it, Circle just kind of leans in, keeps half of it loosely.
Okay.
The other half still in the hills.
Yeah, so you can finish somewhere around that E or S of Los Leones. That's kind of where I'm kind of suspicious, or just on the edge of the eastern side of Los Leones proper, like the actual city. Is Slam. It's their turn to live up to their name, because they're gonna have to slam. And oh, that's a Groza in the Expendables hands too.
Oh, just bullies down the door. Doesn't even care. Arctic just jumps out, but big nade gonna come out from Glorious, takes him down as well. But that should be oh, the follow-ups raining in from the open roof.
Dude, Cloris just sacrificed himself with that grenade to slow up Slam and open up the door for the rest of the Expendables to use their utility.
Oh, and then it's Kiss.
Your sacrifice was not in vain, Glorious.
Alright, they go up 27 points in day number 1. A little bit over half of what you would need for one day. A little bit under half.
You'll take this as Petrichor Road after losing 2 players out in the
Oh,
open
over
road
half?
to get into
Yeah.
some kind of safety in the
Half
middle
would
of
be
the circle.
21 points. You want 42.
It gives you path into Los Leones if it goes that way, and you're already in the the foothills if it goes.
Just to set yourselves up. You still need to have good games for the rest of day number 2 if you even get only 42, but wow. That vehicle just ate that nade.
Everybody else is kind of just gonna fight. Bagel hello.
Just rolls right into the neighborhood. I mean, it's a bit noisy over here, you know, bit of a party going on, but Forest gonna find themselves in some trouble with that one. Now gonna walk back down in the same pathing, and oh, why? That's not the stairwell you want to be running down.
Oh, I thought that nade was gonna be really, really good.
Just tremendous in their defense. Tanvu and Duckjuice up. I mean, only 4 kills for the Expendables, but man, oh man, have they played this spot very nicely. Akan gonna make a go. Duckjuice had a grenade already down there. Unbelievable read.
Almost got caught. You can see he was having to swing the weapon back up.
And then Tanvu helps out.
They just tried to bully their way in and got counter-bullied instead.
God, man, the Expendables so fun to watch. Oh, out in the
6
open
kills.
inventory. Not going to be able to recreate some of that magic from the previous game. Instead, it's Virtus Pro's turn up to bat. They saw their EMEA brethren rocking and rolling, and they want in on the action. Extends, tries to extend into the blue. Grenade out there. That's a Lynx for.
That's a good. Oh, wasn't cooked.
That was huge.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit more cook on that would have spelled doom. This is right along the northern safe zone, so really can't do much more with it. Correxi's very far to the south away from this one. Other 2 members for BP right up alongside of where Navi's going to be playing from. Lucarex's going to be a bit more into the east. Remember, Twisted could also spot this out. Circle pops, and that's going to be Correxi up on top of the high ground. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe that was him making the woo sound.
I hope the people at home can hear that, because that's really funny. All the players just letting out a bit of a whoop there with that circle. I think VP's Corexi going to be very, very happy with that circle shift.
I just want Alcadzia to get a couple of points, at least.
Here's a replay. No.
What?
No way.
What?
That was good. Yeah, you can smile about that one. Okay, so problems in Los Leones as it is going to be Alcadzia, Forest, 4 Angry Men, mission ready. Freaks and TE all racked up on top of each other. Freaks have got to get themselves into the circle, and there is no other way to go but just right into mission ready.
Scope out this angle from Baron, man. That's going to be
Look
really
at all of
annoying
these
to deal with.
teams.
He's got great sight lines into some of those windows, into some of those pathings across the road, too. Vox is like, come at me, bro. I got a Panzerfaust. And he's going to go for the
take you and my teammate with me.
Yeah.
I dare you.
The Freaks are like, maybe we don't want to fight this unless there's some more knocks, but they don't really have a choice. They're outside of the new circle.
That Baron angle is just nasty. Oh, Michael's a nasty angle as well, as Freaks just can't really fight their way into it. Mission Ready just kind of stuck in this point, and Forest kind of being the ones that are spelling doom for the Freaks because Mission Ready just can't do anything else but stay there.
It's going to take some miraculous grenades. Yeah, there's that Panzer. The Freaks just really don't have much hope at this point. They're trying to smoke off the angles, but now Mission Ready's going to commit. Oh, they're taking damage, though.
I mean, they stepped out. I mean, they
Roth got one. Nice.
They were a bit worried, I think, for Forrest's angle that maybe somebody would try to run out and snag them away. Mission Ready needs any points that they can get because this is starting to look a bit scary for them down at 19 points right now. New contenders up in front of them in Forest have been causing them so much trouble, though.
I mean, if you can get to at least 21, then you have to have a really good day number 2. But if you can get to 21, it's more doable.
With a team that's got some really good players on it, they can't just quite get it to go. Yeah, well, those mortars aren't going to work in that. They gotta get through a window, which I don't know if that's even possible.
We're letting you know that we know you're there.
Yeah.
You stay there and you don't come out.
You can't go outside. It's like when I was a kid and it got too late and I wanted to go play with my friends and my mom's like, nope.
Nope.
You cannot.
You're grounded. You stay in your room, son.
That's right. Oh, that didn't stop me anyway.
Up to the north, we got Twisted and 17 lined up against each other with a little bit of VP spiced in up on top in that high ground.
I just want Alcadzia to maybe start getting some
close to 17, but Mission Ready still
placement points or something here soon.
Mount, as I think that it is going to be FS that's got vision.
Box goes down. They're pushing.
Well, the smoke cover's nice. I mean, they're getting hit, but it's just random sprays. But Scappy, again, ready for players to come his way, and he's happy to accept it. Another
They're pushing one at a time.
Almost.
Snakers would not be happy about this.
Michael has no options except for dealing with it. Oh, the shotty goes a bit high, though. Michael manages to avoid just taking that one to the face. Runs back away, throws up the shield, and hopes that the smokes are going to be enough.
I love Michael's willingness to just throw this thing down wherever and whenever.
Hey, it works.
Yeah, it does. He got lucky a bit there with that shotgun. He should have been dead by normal circumstances, but just quick thinking here. Maybe might catch him a bit off guard.
Sneaks around back behind him. Does get the knock on a one, but there's so many people around that angle. Explosions galore going down in front of him. Already taking a ton of damage. He's Forrest managed to win it out, but it did manage to slow down Forrest by quite a bit. Finally,
okay. Ooh, Little Ghost goes down to Roth in the kill feed.
That's going to open up a lot of ability to get into this next circle with some safety, maybe if they can get up to one of those hillsides. They could get underneath.
Don't go down to that.
A good grenade from Xiaowu. Cowboy tries to go up and over the fence. Doesn't like what he sees. Oh, Xiaowu almost got him.
He wants it. He wants it so bad. He might want it a bit too much. As that is going to be Cowboy. Does get the knock on.
Yes.
Half-life though. What is 17 even going to try to do?
What?
Cowboy's not done yet.
By the way, I think that stun that hit Xiaowu might have been somebody else's. That was a great maneuver from Batulins. He dodges the Panzer by seat swapping. They're going to lose the BRDM. But what on the fly thinking?
Okay, so Twisted still alive, but have to
what even is happening?
Alcadzia is running back to see if they can get the reses back into order. Down to the south, Forrest has still managed to move in, gotten very close into where 4 Angry Men are going to be at. The Expendable still alive down to the due south. FS in control over into the east, and VP is starting to feel like maybe they've got control over most of the circle.
So now we get a almost Lociones finish to close out this day.
Hey, it's got the NES in it. So
that's true. That's true.
How much more Los Leones can you get? Just because it's not in the city.
Yeah. But it's good enough. I'll take it. Alcadzia, man. Cowboy there. I want to say, I think that stun that came out might have been from 17, like their own team. Like I think they might have team flashed there, but have to go back and watch that again. It's Twisted. More work to do. And they're going to throw Perfectix out there. Cowboy gets a spot of it, but actually takes the worst end of that damage.
I mean, Twisted's got multiple members lined in. They can't peek.
I mean, at this point, again, I think you need to get 42 points. Alcadzia have made it there. I'm happy with how their day went.
Ways to exploit this through where a lot of teams are trying to just lean into defense. Forest has just kind of been more on the hunt. New Circle has
Now I just need them to try and aim for top 4, which is where they are right now, as 4 a.m. goes down to Forest.
That's a brutal way to finish the day for 4 a.m.
Expendables are trying to push over here now, though.
Yeah, here you go. The Expendables letting loose with the throwables. That's a good one. My word, the Expendables are outrageous.
All right, that buys them way more movement. It was going to be pretty scary for them, but now they've got control of most of the southern area. Al-Qadsia cited the fact that they want to try to sneak out and had to deal with the same problem that Twisted did, which is going to be VP's high ground.
Does Batulins out heal that? Oh, he does.
That is a nice blue zone. It at least removes example.
What do you do?
Yeah, Twisted is in a horrible position now, but the fact that they're even into this top 5 is pretty nice. Only 1 kill, whatever. You're still going to end the day with plenty of points to feel comfortable about getting into that grand finals. Meanwhile, the Expendables, 9 kills between Tanvu and Duck Juice.
Okay, this is going to be interesting to see how the Expendables opt into trying to play away from this.
No way. That went through the window.
Nice. Al-Qadsia, the Expendables, and Twisted all have to get into the circle and all have to deal with VP's high ground.
There has been some just bananas stuff going on today.
Come on.
That grenade onto Petrichor Road earlier was just so dumb. The timing on that was incredible. Yeah, this should be the end of Twisted. What in the world, Perfectix?
Perfectix doesn't go down quiet.
He wants to see if maybe he can open up an opportunity. Batulins, can you creep in, steal away some more
Yes.
Expendables? Eyes onto Al-Qadsia. Here come the throwables on one side of it. Let's not forget about FS playing the lower section of it, and Tanvu lines in the nade right on top. Cowboy, that's going to leave Roth, the last one up, out inside the blue, and he's taken a ton of damage. Probably not too long for this world either.
Yeah, they're just assuming that he was inside of that building. Grenade up on top, 25 damage into Nixie. Batulins, though, Perfectix knock probably allowed him to get to this spot, get further into this game potentially.
Oh, I was really hoping that Al-Qadsia were going to be able to get a top 4, but it's okay.
So sad. Nixie puts down Duck Juice.
Okay, the distraction could happen to allow the
46 points day 1 is still going to be really good, so.
On the other side of it, Tanvu lined up. These guys were enemies a moment ago, but now rallying together to try to take on VP in the high ground. FS just walks right into VP, and they do not care. VP defends it up well.
VP should be looking towards a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Tanvu able to still be alive. He took down Batu again. 1v1 has a Groza throwing some stuns up. Nixie's taking damage. This is tough now for VP. They're getting lit up.
I don't think it's too tough.
Single peak, just getting punished time and time again.
Yeah, look at this. Oh, and now it's a 4v2.
That means it's going to be Belmont and Thanadol for FS lined up against the high ground VP, but circle control, center dot, leaning into FS's favor while it is still multiple members for BP up.
Yeah, and there's some level 3 stuff there for FS. You got that FAMAS. Thanadol just got to watch the angles, kind of tee up Belma, try to get the info on when VP makes their move. I assume this is going to kind of take a pause here. I mean, phase 9 not in play just yet. Will be.
They got to figure out where Belmoth is. If they can take down Belmoth, it's easy to take down Thandal afterwards, I feel like.
A mistake somewhere, over peak something, and then they can really commit to the fight. They have the numbers advantage, but you don't want to give up those freebies. There's a lot of angles that you're going to have to clear on the way down, so they're going to use
emergency cover going down as well.
Give them a little bit of extra oomph in these pushes.
Remember, VP's been fighting over here for a long time. Watch the Dorito Belmont. It wants you. It's chasing after you. Okay, everything's fine. But now look at Belmont's angle on anybody that goes for those Doritos for safety. Oh man, that is scary, scary stuff. Thanadol almost feels like he's back here throwing down smokes for baits and distractions to try to lure VP into an angle that could open up, but they're not taking the bait. You can see that VP is wrapping around, instead trying to sneak behind Thanadol, leaving Belmont all by his lonesome.
This is so smart from VP. This should make things very difficult, you know, unless you're going to see some crazy gun outplays from Full Sense. Doable, but they know that Thanadol's out there. They want to eliminate him, and then they can deal with the Belmont.
Look at how VP is pushing this.
Grenade, just a little bit on the Corexy. Nothing else to write home about.
Thandal shouldn't have had any... Look. VP knows that someone spotted them out because Thanadol needed them.
Now using the cover. Nixie's going to come up back behind him. Really crazy right now that we can see anybody from FS holding
Boom.
it together.
Belmoth goes down.
Finally does go down. The crossfire so strong. There's just too many members for VP. Tries to go after it. Can't get anything back, but it is going to be Virtus Pro taking the last game of the day.
Yeah, really nice hold here for Virtus Pro.
How many kills? I don't even know.
A lot.
I think last time I saw it was like 10-ish.
Yeah, they have more than that now, for sure. That end game, so well navigated.
Hakatori for you, though, right? He's one of those guys you put on your fantasy roster because even on a bad day, Hakatori is still overwhelmingly good. This guy knows how to farm. Comes in at 3rd place with the total kills. And then Na'Vi, total damage up there. It's 7,100. Very also VP, though. I mean, for how their day started, to be in that spot's really good.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I mean,
Match leaderboard. I'm sure overall leaderboard will pop up
I
next.
thought they were in shambles at the beginning of the day, to be honest. But 25 for this one.
8 points for Alcadzia in the final match is huge.
Literally dropping Scoom wasn't the problem, so now here we are with them moving up the leaderboard. So excellent to see.
Yeah,
excellent to see.
I think what's interesting about that as well is that if you listen to Nixie in his previous podcast with Kobo that just went out,
Boom.
you really
54, 53, 50, 50, 48, 46.
more recent previous pro player.
Your top 6 are looking decent. Obviously, your top 4 are where you want to be. After day number 1, it just makes you feel the most safe.
Absolutely.
So.
Those top 3 are very, very close, but the real takeaway is that it is a lot closer than I expected, going all the way down, even down to 11th place. So lots of opportunities for teams to jump up. Nobody really
include 12th at that point.
Maybe 4 Angry Men going to be on the struggle bus when they go into their 2nd day of play.
Definitely. And here is
all
our
right.
maps for tomorrow. Our
Group stage, day number 2. We got to go like... Here. Get right into the next matches.
That had a good start yesterday. If we get a good start, we might be eyeing some teams, and they should. Yeah.
All right, Falcons are in day number 2. So now we'll get to see what Falcons are gonna do. Liquid is in here as well. So we're gonna see Liquid in here. Alcadzia is the team to join us for this one. Mission Ready International Alliance is going to be tomorrow with Falcons and Liquid for the Americas.
But you know what? Doesn't matter how good the plane is. We're gonna go south as our eyes on screen go down towards SGA. A little listening on them as well. I like it. SGA, a team right now actually that I think has an interesting, I want to say, story as a grand scheme of things. Just this tournament in particular, they had their sub here. They have him here ready to play because Severus had visa issues. Didn't know if he was going to be able to get here in time. Talking about a lot of players that aren't here, but he got it fixed literally the day of his travel. Able to come here, able to play. So they got to dodge a bullet in that one.
Well, I'll tell you what, for a team like SGA that's, obviously kind of new to the international stage, this is a fantastic way to start off. I mean, if you're IGL, your rest of your game is pretty much written for you, right? You drop on that tower, you stay on that tower, you live on that tower as long as you're able to. And the other thing is, Alcadzia yesterday won game number 1 when we had a what?
Definitely.
We had a milli circle.
Yes, sir.
And now Alcadzia back down there again.
And that wasn't just a, let's just sit melee and win the game like some melee games tend to be for the military team. They were out there frag and they were feeling comfortable. So let's see if they do so here as well. As we go to Liquid, another of the NA boys that have finally gotten a chance to play.
I'm expecting good things out of Liquid.
All the way from up in North, George, down towards the south.
Be interesting to see how Liquid does decide to play this because they are a George Pole looting team, so they're used to having these military circles pop up, and most of the time, historically anyway, they have been a slow rotate. You take your time, you make sure you got a lot of loot, come in late. But they were toying around with some different things. They were getting E pickups, and it didn't always work for them. So we'll see what their strat is this time, as we already see one E pickup popped, and that is going to be the DN Freak.
Yeah, Freaks wanting to get to the circle quickly. And for those of you guys watching right now, maybe primarily from the Western scene, going, JDG, I don't know too much about them. Well,
you're going to learn.
You actually might, though, because have you watched Globals in the past? It's a lot of the same players we're getting back here again. I mean, December 12th was part of the success story of New Happy in their era of mean, a lot of great results. And then Spaceman Cole playing Weibo Gaming together made a very big ripple in the Chinese scene throughout last year. So a lot of very good individuals on the roster, 2 of which come in from having played together in the past, now get to see what they get to do. And if you looked at the Chinese qualifiers for here, I mean, they were looking as on fire as can be.
Spaceman was the MVP.
Yes, sir.
Cold, arguably, I would say, had even better numbers than Spaceman.
No, they're both up there. It's incredible.
I mean, pretty much everybody on that team that was popping off. So you're already seeing the rotations come in. You saw Gen G come across that western bridge. They're going to hug South. FaZe making their way across. Navi has made their way across on a boat. And anybody north, it seems, of Pachinki is just kind of taking their time, unless you get an E-pickup like JDG.
I love the fact that we're having the map feed up here right now because it gets to set the picture of what's about to unfold. I'm very much looking at FaZe right now because they are a team that will happily stick in and around the bridge area. They know they're going to be late. They saw 2 teams go towards Millie early. But do they set up shop here in the intersection, making that crossover a living hell for everyone? Or do they opt to try and go further center? Same thing happening over on the western side. 17 Gaming taking their time. But look, Paul, at how many teams have still yet to go to make matters even worse. Let's throw a red zone down on top of all of them.
Sure, why not? I've been wanting to know if a red zone pops whenever there's an E-pickup underneath it.
Does the helicopter explode?
Could a red zone mortar or missile or whatever it is hit somebody in the parachute?
You know what? I will say this. I have never seen it.
I've never seen it. I don't know if it's even possible. But man,
if there's a stage
for me to see that, I want to see it now. But I'm a harbinger of chaos. Well, look at DN Freaks. They're taking the long drop. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
nice
they
circle.
are, but Gen G is already here.
Has already arrived. Now they don't have Orca with them, so they are.
It's gonna get messy in here real quick.
Drops 4 to this compound. Yeah, you see Gen G already get out of there.
I love this commitment.
Tokens may be going to Novo.
Shot at which they definitely will. You see them
Team Liquid has super far to go. Slam has super far to go.
At this point in the game, issue for Freaks is, I mean, obviously depending on how Gen G is going to play this game, is that they now know there's 4 guys in this building. They have no vehicles to work with. If the circle shifts anywhere off that shoreline, Gen G could get effectively just stick around, kind of surround that position, and take them out when they leave. But we'll see what Gen G opts to do with that intel now in their position.
A lot of eyes on Gen G after that second place finish at EWC.
Oh, yes.
And rightly so. A lot of pressure being put on those guys. But Flame, Bean, Orca, they all were just having an amazing tournament at EWC. We'll see if they can get it to transition over here as they're still kind of hovering around those Freaks, and now JDG is starting to arrive. They have just hit that northern part of the island. We'll see how deep they decide to go.
Yeah, because there ain't really a whole lot to come for. I mean, we have all of SGA, Seoul Gaming Academy taking up the observatory, and then, I mean, there's space in Novo, but if you fly all the way down there, you're exposed in air for quite a while.
I think it's, I mean,
honestly, they're going for the Freaks plane.
That's what I'm saying. You know, see, you would think it's 6:45.
And you know what's the worst of this is? Freaks coming in, no vehicles. That's what you look for when you pick up. Guys, there's no cars down there. We should be safe. Little do they know, they might just be jumping straight onto the Freaks. Yep, they're going for it. They don't see cars, and for good reason, because they just flew in themselves.
You see that ping? We'll see how quickly they can figure out that there's people underneath, that they can transition over to the other ping, which was on that south side of Novo. But it looks like they're just going to go ahead and go for the compound. DN Freaks playing it quiet right now. We don't see any shots taken yet, but Gen G's looking over here as well. JDG.
Cole goes for the car.
Look at this. Freaks actually playing this real quiet.
They're waiting for a set. I mean, oh, they're coming in, Zeus. You are about to enter the open arms of the band. Here they are, sat ready and waiting. Human, able to find the first on approach. Do they commit to this? They have to. There's a red zone outdoor. They have to try and make the play inside this building.
Not even the red zone. It's Gen G also has angles on.
Dog, Human.
And that is 2 down. One more. You see Cold 119 is so low. December 12th, hugging the coastline, might be able to escape, but that might be the only hope that JDG has here, as Cold will get spotted by Heaven. And that is a nice start to the day for DN Freaks, who desperately needed something go their way.
Definitely a spoon-fed on that one as can be in terms of points garnered. I like the approach from Freaks. I was a little concerned initially, like, guys, you have a chance to take them out mid-air, but they knew what they were doing. Yeah, exactly. They knew what they were doing. They waited for the bait, and you can't really fault STG. It's just one of those awkward situations where another team he picks up in right before you. Slam G trying to dip on this one. Song Yang is around the side. Has a chance to shoot at the last car. Here they go. Akan opens up with the MP5
nice spray boosting.
Able to find one quickly as well. Alcon return. They're going to commit to this. They have to at this point. They lost one already.
Two teams that played yesterday.
Hadn't been flushed out yet. Boostic gonna get spotted though by Guyon, and now you have a decision to make here, Artix.
Oh, from across the street, Park Pro.
Have to run away as well. Park Pro, Bagopod just in a beautiful split here, and they are taking advantage of Slam G. Only one left alive here. We'll see what Lyrics can do.
What I love about these type of games is now we've seen, I mean, the only casualties we've had thus far is traps being exploited. Let's see for the game to come if they're going to be more conservative, if people are going to play it more safe, as here you'd have to imagine that Bagopod's gotten this one.
Look at the picture-in-picture, too. You got it's Change the Game has now made their way up, and yep, Slam G will go out first. So -10 for all you Boostic owners. I commiserate with you. Look at this. Gen G, Orca's taking a knock, but immediately traded back onto Hangy. It's Tosi in the right place. Nice shots there from Bean. We'll spot out Aries, but Tian will take him out. So trades all over the place right now. But Tian, the last player left up.
I hate to use this word, but this is such an ugly fight, and I don't fault the players for it. It's just the area of fighting. Everyone kind of caught with their hands in the pockets on the side of both teams, really. I mean, CTG changed the game, tried to pull up on Gen G, weren't in a position to take the fight really initially. I think that's what this... I mean, the losses on both sides stems from is that it just it wasn't a well-prepped fight. As a circle now shifts east, else can be
wow.
Oh my.
Falcon's gonna be loving that.
One, I'm sure Martin will say with the numbers out back. This ain't this doesn't give us a lot of playable space, Poro.
Yeah, we're highlighting that road into Novo, but I mean, look at the E-Picks that are starting to come through. Team Liquid has taken one. The Expendables are taking one now, 17. Yeah, they look like they're going to go for the south routing, which is going to work out nicely for them because they're going to be running into that the extremely busted Change the Game and Gen G. But this is SGA. You are on the clock right now.
Oh, yes.
You have to get something off of this game. Alcacia kind of in the same boat.
Issue is SGA also has to be conservative with their ammunition because they ain't going to be getting a lot of loot from up there. Nox is probably all it's going to be for them on their side of the circle, at least for now. But of course, make sure to make space for yourself as Liquid now come flying on in. They could light off a powder keg depending on where they land here. So many teams close to one another, so many teams with the chances to engage. You know what? Liquid could be jumping on Freaks. This could be a third team to try and go for that compound.
Well, they're going to see 17 doing their rotation. So 17 avoided Gen G and changed the game.
Do they go December 12s? Like out on the...
I don't know. It looks like they are. It looks like they are going north.
Yeah, exactly. They just might. They're going for that exact spot. The fight on the southwestern end is going to come to an end real soon. You'd imagine 3-on-1 versus Chianja, and he's caught down at the bottom, and there he's taken out. Good for Gen G. First they back off, they go off the edge again, and now they have all the space in the world to maneuver on in. So go over to Liquid and JDG. December 12 able to fend off the double coming in first.
Oh my God. Okay, December 12, we see it. Got next to no HP. Sparking is just going to miss the shot. They got to finish him off and get Alo back on his feet at least.
Good flash.
Gotta save this. Okay, Sparking, it's a 1v1. It's all you. He will finish it. There you go. And now, can we get...
He saw them. He saw them.
Good eyes on Sparking, and that's going to force Arena to pull back away. But they're still going to be close. Yeah, they got to.
Yep, might as well try and see if you can go for it. Good connection by Neurons, though, is going to allow for them to get on land. Opon's going to be the first fall.
It's a good grenade.
See if he goes some more. Goes into the boat! Pushes it off to the side. Boat on fire. Pond should go
down. Kickstart steals it away!
As the boat explosion takes Sparking down as well.
Oh, Lyrics just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Sparking the one-man army right now as he is taking out E-Arena. Will have to pull back away, though.
Buriram.
Saw the shots from Buriram, and now Falcons as well will force him to pull away.
Down he goes to Zhao Wu.
He had the angle. Sparking just too long up there. And that was just drawing way too much attention.
I love the aggression, the eagerness to come in and perform on day one. Hindsight, though, you had Alo down on the waterfront. Chance maybe to get him up, but I'm sure that's something they're going to go over.
There's just, I don't even know what you do there if you're
It's a tough one. It is definitely a tough one. Arena, though, able to make landfall quite literally, take over this position at the loss of punts, but honestly, when you come in on boat that late, losing one in that rotation, you say thank you, we'll take that.
That's it's about the best of your worst case scenarios that you can hope for here, and they were able to get Lyrics back on his feet as well. Party Cardi looks like he's going to be the last last player left alive for Liquid, but we've seen Kurt last do some pretty impressive snake maneuvers. Meanwhile, Falcons, our other America's contingent, playing from that south side of Novo, already 1 kill on the board, and they have nothing really to worry about coming from any late rotators coming into Novo. So, yep, whole game kind of right in front of them.
Circle going effectively the only place
it could, yeah.
Where, I mean, even if it's not going to be forced on land just yet, it's still not a whole lot more to play around as Falcons from the safety of the southern side of Novo able to find some more flushes. One of 17 players as Little Ghost taking down a big threat, honestly, knowing now that 17 is going to be short of Little Ghost coming into later fights. That might motivate you to pull up on them even harder.
Yeah, this is a tenuous position here for 17. It looks like Gen G was able to get the revive back onto their fallen player Bean, so they're back up to full strength on that south side. And that is good news for Gen G as we see Delwyn trying to make his way across. I guess the rest of the team.
13 first aids.
I think the rest of the Expendables arrived into Novo via E pickup, and Delwyn just kind of got left behind. But this is great for Bean here as Gen G has pretty much complete control over this southwestern side.
I like Bean's jump up into the E pickup, try and see what's available. And now able to get back to safety.
A lot of CTG boxes to loot around there too.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no, sorry, not E pickup. Gen G sent one into a military proper to get the rest onto Bean. That's what happened. He's gonna land now, run back to his crate from where it fell before. Gen G up to 4, and honestly, prime position for Gen G to play this one in on foot. They have 2 cars to work with as well, with the ones that CTG brought too. This is a really good spot for them to be, and they have. I mean, look at how clustered
it's like nothing happened.
Well, quite literally, except for the
nothing happened.
And Novo now, I mean, north side this circle plastered with people. In the meantime, down towards the south, you have 2 Korean teams, and that's it.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about FaZe since they made their way down to the military island, but they've got a nice little setup here on the north side of Novo.
Who better?
Trigonometry back at it once again. We'll spot out Jacob.
Dude, he's insane with it.
Arena can actually get that revive.
Nah.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
I think this is warning Mortis going, guys, if you go for the rest here, I'm going to find you too. So
Tiggleton's playing the I wish game right now. Some people hope and
no, Alfie. This is from this morning.
Go and try to go for that res.
Preemptive rotation here for Falcons. They know they don't want to fight.
I didn't wake up at 7 a.m. in the morning to watch it, so watching it back now. I watched day 1 right before this as well.
So they're looking to see if there's a southern rotation possible. They're going into these vehicles maybe to make some noise.
But I'll probably do tomorrow's as well, right around 1 o'clock in the afternoon-ish, maybe. Somewhere around then.
What's the word I'm looking for?
That way I don't have to wake up first thing in the morning.
Have been up here the entire time. They got here pretty quick. But you can see, I can see it just right below them.
And then if other people don't want to wake up first thing in the morning,
strong place to play.
Definitely.
They can stop by and we can chill and watch it.
Consider they got the BRDM. Now, keep an eye on Bagel Pod, though. Look at that big, wide split that they have over there. I'm not sure what the plan is, but they're staying alive and they got 4 up.
I can tell you the plan. Guys, get inside the circle. How? Well, if we just send 1 from each direction, maybe 1 will make it in. Now, it's a tricky play for them to make. I think their cars literally ran out of fuel. They were coming in from North George.
Yeah.
And,
well, they got the 4 points off a slam.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. I mean, this is where they've gotten to. They've been on the foot trying to chase the circle. Akan is getting close, but as you said, he's on the opposite side of the observatory mountain than his opponents. And I like where the observers are drawing up here. These are the options that they really have available. So much more space towards that west than the hill slanting down towards Novo, because as long as there's still players in Novo proper, you can't utilize those hillsides at all.
Let's see where Falcons go right now. As
they're pulling up in the arena.
Yeah, you saw them flex around a little bit just to kind of figure out what the lay of the land was. And they've got this cliffside that they can play. They can kind of avoid. They know where 17 is, right? They know to avoid that line of sight. But they also know that E Arena is up here, and they are broken and busted. So
Keep in mind,
Lyrics and Nurins we'll see if the Wolf Spider strikes here.
Keep in mind it was Kickstart that got the flush initially on Opons as well, so they know that the arena is a two-man. So I like the approach, even if it sends them from one edge to, well, even just more edge. This is a great angle. The issue is they can't take the fight over the hilltop proper. They know they're going to be exposed to the teams up on the hillside. They know that whatever trap they run into, arena is going to be ready and waiting for it because they will get the audio advantage.
And they even have James taking shots over there now.
Exactly. So Smarter and Falcons to say, you know what? We came up here. We have the spot now. We can't push them. But the arena also can't peek us. We'll get the warnings from up high if they try to.
Yeah, they know what to expect as Nurin's going to return a little bit of fire. It looks like the Freaks
Takes a headshot right afterwards, though.
On that cliffside, so you'll have to hide behind the tree and survive a little bit longer right now. Shots still being taken over towards Purdy Curdy as well. As you see, everybody kind of starting to flex around on this south side. Meanwhile, Begopa, well, the situation has not improved.
The circle keeps moving. How do we do it? Park Pro, not Parkour Pro, at least not right now, stuck down this hillside, trying to make his way further forward. But not easy, and he has, I mean, again, Sephiroth sat here, bolt in hand, just one tap to literally anywhere in the body, and that's Park Pro done for.
He's got the cat ears on, so maybe
he doesn't crawl like one, unluckily.
Maybe it'll be a little sneakier, who knows?
We'll see.
But Songjang is way off to the north right now. He's nowhere
They're just trying to get a guy in.
Yeah, they're just, it's, I mean, what else can you do at this point if you're Begopa? But SGA taking a little bit of heat up there on that radio tower. As Gen G found an angle, but it looks like everybody's kind of set where they're at, with the exception, obviously, of Begopa trying to find their way in. But FaZe starting to flex a little bit more towards center here.
I like it. They're waiting for the next circle.
That's going to pay off, too.
Everyone's waiting. Everyone sat there holding their tongues before the next circle goes. While FaZe see this, they go, wait, if no one else is trying to claim more real estate while they're waiting, we might just. And they've just found their landing zone for this next circle. Uphill push. Everyone, as we can see here on that southern side, they're having to fight their way across, and it's going to be brutal. Same thing towards the west. Na'Vi right now are the single defenders of anyone pushing down towards the road proper. Is this a...
I'm telling you, you couldn't ask for a better circle shift for Na'Vi than this one. I mean, they are in great position to kind of gatekeep everything that's going to be happening off to the west, and nobody really off to the east that has angles on them.
The thing is, Na'Vi has a priority to make. Do we look north into the city and see if FaZe comes out towards us, or do we hold our eyes west? Issues, they can't peek up over the hillside, because once they do, they're exposed to anyone looking at them for the east. So, position-wise, yes, great. In terms of kills, it's going to be... it's gonna be greedy to try and go for anything.
Well, they don't even really have to do anything. They're just gonna pretty much dictate everything that Alcacea and SGA have to do at this point. Because once they both know that Na'Vi is there, right? So that's gonna force Alcacea to get involved in this fight with SGA and just kind of hopefully get some points off of that before turning their attention over towards Na'Vi. Now, SGA and Alcacea doing what they need to do and trying to get that fight going before the blue zone arrives.
Eventually, Begopa were gonna lose somebody. It was going to be Park Pro falling to the hands of Hane, as Sephiroth now trying to make that bolt sing even louder up from the hills up high. Falcons, same, have to make a rotation.
Them,
3 teams with the rotation to make E-Arena, Falcons, and DN Freaks, and they're effectively looking to go the exact same spot in Purdy. I'm sorry, all these boys are coming to you.
All that grenade prep for Purdy Curdy. Falcons trying to send it through. That grenade's going to come out. It's going to get H-Win down. And now, Shrimsy had to go somewhere. Yeah, that was always going to be a very, very
tough
difficult rotation for Falcons. But fortunately for Purdy Curdy, he is on time with the grenades, defends his territory. And now he's going to have to, he's going to have to be attention for E-Arena and the Freaks now arriving.
I feel like I could hear Purdy sigh after that pull-up. That was a moment of stress, no doubt. Trying to make something out of nothing in this game for Liquid. As Human now, 3 kills already. Top damage dealer thus far in the game, trying to push forward. Oh, Roth, if only you knew. This one's been cleared out already. Able to survive the C4 initially, but Bean from the other side takes him down.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Well, I mean, at this point, like if you're Alcacea, I mean, this is what you got to do, right?
Oh, for sure.
Fortunately for them, they're able to get everybody else down there. They still have the BRDM. Roth hasn't bled out just yet. FaZe is starting to creep up here, so Na'Vi can't force their full attention over towards Alcacea. SGA, they're paying attention towards the south, where they're getting pressured by Gen G. So a number of fights going on right now, and Alcacea being the kind of beneficiary that nobody's in a perfect position to third party their loss.
And
there.
this is what I was talking about when we were saying Navi just before, is as soon as Hackatory peeked up over to shoot, he immediately turned around to look at his back to make sure he was safe. Good on extends to hold that line, though. Him and So said able to force off Face, and I think Face with not seeing more kills in the kill feed on this area of the map, they're saying, you know what, nope, there are more fights to come, let's not get greedy now, as Alcacea goes aggressive once more, successful initially, and they get the third as well. Die able to get the
There we go.
with Util, and that's SGA down and out.
That puts them up into 4th place right now.
They had that the tower, the radio tower, for so long, and then the shift away. That is so unfortunate for them, and then they end up running into Gen G and forced to push back, but Alcacea more than up to the task, as now FaZe and Navi popping off. The Expendables having to clear out Buriram as well. Fortunately for both of these teams, this particular house, can't even call it a compound, can you, is inside the circle, so they have time to play around here.
Yeah, well, they have the time, but they don't want to spend it, because as you can see, DM Freaks there
Shotguns
wrapping
and
up the
Panthers,
northeastern side. Yep.
Tried to catch it, and I failed. Roth found another one.
Such an advantageous position to peek over. Issue is they should have
Cowboy D.
while Alcacea were fighting themselves.
Gustav is doing really good, though. Gustav versus Cowboy and D.
Outside of this fight he has on his own.
Oh, he
So
can't.
if he can somehow come out victorious here, there might be reses to boot.
He can't go for the reses right now. I mean, look at this. Cowboy and D, they might be rookies, but they know the game. They know to make this guy pay. He's the last player. Look, he's gonna go down. Now, they will lose Roth, but can D get Rello back on his feet? Can he get Cowboy back on his feet? Looks like the call's coming through, and they're saying, grab one. We don't have the option to get both.
Alcacea won game 1 on Millie yesterday, and they're looking primed here again. They have taken casualties, but great game for them as we go towards
Buriram, they find one, they find a second.
Expendables fighting this one over. Tanvu is able to get one solo player now left alive. Khan. Oh, he saw him. He saw him just on the side. We know what this man is capable of. Narrow angle, able to know one more bullet would have done it.
Tanvu.
Oh, what a...
Making sure that Buriram doesn't go out without a fight. Still playing around that ridgeline. Hasn't even stopped to try to heal yet. That is how much he is concerned here about Tanvu. But as we said, this inside zone, so they have time to really kind of take their time with this. As he's going to hear those footsteps coming.
He definitely does. He knows. I mean, it's a
Commit for as long as you can.
There's a player alive in there. If he can find Tanvu, Dimas is reservoir issues. He's playing it slow, and that's allowing for Tanvu to go for the rest. Delwyn is going to hold the angle, not go for heals here. He's going to assume that it's going to be off angle, and it's going to be Tanvu with the kill.
Holy Tanvu.
As well will be huge for them. A 17 finally take a fight on their own, able to get 2 down from Gen G.
Really nice recovery there from the Expendables, and 17 also, I believe, got rid of Alcacea. So the duo gonna have to take out the duo from Gen G. But look at this, Freaks. We've been talking about how they had a really rough day 1. Now they're showing up here in day 2, but that's not gonna help things. Orca getting the instant knock on a salute.
MP5 sprint up the hillside, Heaven there to help as well. But they don't know where the pressure is coming from this side. They know he's over here somewhere, and Deal finally able to shut him down.
All right, Bean. Kind of torn between a rock and a hard place here. He did get the knock on the Xiao Bei, but now 7700 starting to come over in that direction. Might have the option to go for the res here while Bean is being pressured from the south.
Expendables have a perfect opportunity to wrap this northern side. And hey, thank you so much, guys. That's exactly what they're doing right now. They saw the knocks.
Look at
Bean. What?
Bean.
Now it might just be too late, but Bean is doing everything he can to help. 745 damage done thus far. That
that's a good nade.
Isn't going to be enough to get him down. So now we have it here, a 3v4. Freaks, the first team to E-pick up in early on. Forced off one team, took out another, and now they're set here 4 guys strong with a hilltop to work with.
And look at the Expendables, man. They are spreading out everywhere, but they need to be careful. They have to have a read on exactly what's left here. I think they know that they're in a 3v4, but they're sending Tanvu and Duck Juice essentially to 2v4 while they have Delwyn off to the south with a low angle. We'll see if Delwyn finds anything, but Duck Juice has been spotted.
They got to whack-a-mole this one to the best of their ability. Lie low, let Freaks walk into the landmines. That's the only way to do it. They know they have to come off the hillside, so find a position each, try and see if they try to play the flank numbers themselves.
It's a good grenade.
Yep. I mean, all the Expendables are doing is waiting.
Yeah.
They're forcing Freaks to peek. They're forcing them to make mistakes and expose themselves in open angles.
Yeah, I really like this flank from Delwyn. If he isn't spotted, man, he could cause some serious problems.
And if you find Salute on this rock too, I mean, they just got a headshot connected. I believe it was Tanvu that found him, so they have good intel. There's a player sat right here. Don't know his specific util count, but if he has a nade, even one of those 7 flashes, a flash and a quick peek over Delvin could be primed, at least for 1. It should potentially be 2 as well.
My man is hoofing it, not even worried.
Gotta go slow.
Gotta try to go up there, but yes, Salute. I mean, you can see he's jumping in the rock, but he's not even looking over in this. He's not expecting the flank. Delwyn waiting for the perfect time. And there it is. He's going to take the first spray. Gets 2 immediately. Delwyn, job done. You get knocked, but now it is a 2v2 for the win.
He has done what he had to do. Now you leave it in the very capable hands of Tanvu to go up and clean this one off. Dog Juice doing his best to try and force the angles, try and bait them to peek the other direction. And there comes Tanvu with a peek immediately after what was a 4v3.
Stuns himself for a second, but that's okay.
Of the Expendables. What an incredible understanding of the situation and how to play this one through. 2v1 deal. MP5 in hand, goes for the peak, doesn't find one because Tanvu strikes back once more. Expendables out
Tanvu.
I mean, don't even look at the scoreboard. You gotta say that Delwyn is the MVP there for the Expendables. What a play for him, wrapping around, getting the double knock. That is everything and more that the Expendables could have hoped for in that situation.
There was one way and one way only for Expendables to win that game, and they just played that to perfection. The hesitation, the patience, Delwyn not going. When you see Salute with a back turned, 99% of these guys shoot immediately because that's a big threat. He held his fire, waiting for the second guy to come around, took out them both. Perfect.
The double knock on a 1 clip, you gotta take that all day long.
Amazing.
And not only that, but taking out Buriram as well in that initial push. But let's throw it over to the desk to hear them break down game number 1. And
then we skip over to game number 2.
Now that's pretty insane. He stabbed someone in the plane. That's
my man's out here, Shank. No, I gotta say, dude. One of the weird things, obviously game 1, a lot of stuff to talk about, but one of the weird things, I don't think I've seen this in a long time. Every team got at least 1 point.
Yeah.
No 0 points.
Yeah, true.
That's actually kind of wild. I know it's apropos of nothing, and it's just a fun little fun fact.
You know what? We cast so many games, so when anomalies happen, doesn't matter the size of them. We notice and we mention. And you know what? I think it's true. It is very, very rare that no one zeroes out. But hey, if anything, that means what a good start to the day.
Yeah.
Even if the game was tough overall, at least everyone got something on the board.
All right. Well, we got 10 seconds until we figure out how bad this is really going to get. Hopefully we get something on the mainland here for these guys to kind of get the ships righted. As unfortunately for CTG, they licked it a little bit. Of course. Why not? Why not? Let's go back.
Wait,
We're going back again.
Oh, I just wanted to hear the comms from them there when they realized.
I mean, they're all taking it pretty easily. Like,
I didn't hear any immediate swear words or anything of the sort as reaction to a 3rd melee game in a row. Even the observers highlighting, yes, it is in fact Sosnovka once more, and changed the game while they were looking to maybe go further north. Now they've been dissuaded, both by the circle, but also by the fact that Liquid is shooting at them.
Yeah, that's
tends to dissuade people.
It does. Well. The interesting part about this one is because that plane was so far south, remember all that action that we were seeing around Georgia Pole and Zarki and all points north, Razak, all that last time? That's not there this time. Like, the farthest north team we have is E-Arena in Yasnaya, and that's it. Everybody else kind of hugging the coastline, so this kind of feels like one of those games where we might see some action a little bit earlier. You already got a couple of teams starting to make their way over to Millie already.
It's going to be what I would like to call a quicker cluster game. We know there's going to be traffic on those bridges. Genji already crossing over. Face, you'd imagine, is going to be crossing any moment now. Navi already making their way down towards the water. But it's for that second belt of teams up towards your Pachinki, your Shelter. Those teams, they're the ones that are going to set the pace for the remaining 8 teams that are going to be trying to cross over late. How do they make that happen? Are they all going to get caught in those clusters or not? But you know what? For now, let's listen into Orca and hear what he had to say coming into day 2.
젠지는 명문팀이니까 명문 선수만 들어올 수 있다 생각하고 그에 대해서 부담감은 결국 성적으로 증명하는 거라 생각합니다. 저번 PGS 7-8은 조금 무뎌졌지만 이번 EWC로 인해서 우승할 수 있는 법을 깨달았던 것 같고 조금 더 소통을 잘 한다면 저희는 우승권에 밀리지 않을 거라고 생각해서 남아있는 90은 한 번 우승컵을 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
It's great stuff from Orca, honestly.
Yep.
I mean, acknowledging the fact that they started the year a little bit slow, but man, they hit their stride during EWC. And if game 1 is any indication of what to expect from them, I think we can look for more good things.
And you know what? As much as I like to talk sometimes, I also I know. But I also wanna say, you know what? I was a doubter. As soon as Rex was booted off that roster, I was like, he was your main man. What are you doing?
Oh, I mean,
how can you make
no,
anything
Artix.
happen else? I say that, Bean. Thank you, because I was about to mention you anyway. Then Bean comes. Oh, I should have just kept going. That would have been perfect timing. Bean comes in, steps up. Orca does the exact same thing. Flame lifts. I mean, they just all lift together. It's so amazing to see. It's very rare that you have a roster change come through and not have a bit of a awkward period after.
Sure,
They,
yeah.
as soon as that happened, came in and showed results, and I think that's great for them.
They've been looking fantastic since EWC. Fortunately for Slam, they sent the one scout ahead, and the rest of the boys still in the boat, so they can find a different place to make landfall. FaZe, once again, this time, they're not wasting any time going playing around on the staircases and the scaffolding. This time they're just going to send it right across, and good thing, because they got Bury Rum right on their heels.
Yep, now they're driving straight into red zone as well. So actually very similar to what happened in the previous game.
A little bit,
where they opt to set up shop. Obviously, this circle way further west than the previous one was, so you'd have to imagine they're going to set up on the western side of the bridge. Is SGA, a team who I mean, even though they got a good position in the previous game, only got 2 points off of the game.
When that circle pulled away from the hill, I mean, there was just, what do you do? What do you do at that point? Like, that's rough. And obviously with the new Millie circle this time, not opting to play that tower again, instead playing around points of the military base itself. But they've got FaZe making their way through their split currently. Doesn't look like any lines of sight being found just yet, but you see Hane just off in the distance.
Also got to keep in mind, I mean, they're pretty much all coming in with little to no LAN experience, including the coach. So it's a new world for these guys to go up against the global powerhouses that are these amazing PUBG teams. And hopefully for them, while game 1 didn't really pan out the way they would have hoped for, they get something going here. And Hane could very well be the first one to make that happen, tracing these rotations coming through from FaZe.
Yeah, leaving James up on the shelter, do a little scouting, see if he can figure out where people are, since FaZe are just now arriving. Obviously, the rest of the team, though, kind of making their way further west. James kind of left on his own over here. Hane not taking the shots, though. Doesn't want to get too involved because he doesn't really have any backup either.
On the map feed, we can see that we have yet another red zone come in from one bridge to another, as if rotating towards military wasn't hard enough. If the red zone's going to keep bouncing back and forth between bridges, that's going to make things even worse.
Oh, there we go. The shots come through, and that's going to be enough for James. Yeah. He'll go ahead and dip on.
He's out of there.
Join the rest of the squad over by the plains.
Is he, though? I think he jumped back out of the car again. He was like, there's only 2 guys shooting. I've been shut up by more. I'll stick around.
Well, the other thing is, though, I mean, you're coming in late. You don't really know what's going on around you. So if you're only getting shot at by one, that's going to draw attention from anybody else who might have an ankle. So that's a little bit something to be concerned about. But it looks like James completely comfortable with where he's at. His 17 has now made their
Falcons and Team Liquid, both with only 3 points.
Fall around them.
We're gonna hope they get more.
Surprisingly calm buggy driving through a compound in the middle of a red zone. Nah, you know what? I'm fine. We have blue chips.
You know what?
The worst that could happen.
At some point, you just let Jesus take the wheel, and you hope that it doesn't. See, you know what I was talking about earlier. You got people that hope, and you got people that wish. Like, I hope that the bombs don't fall on us. And then maybe, I wish they would go for that risk.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopes and wishes, chat.
Hopes and wishes for Arena. Hopes and wishes, too. Currently set at 28 points. Of course, wanting to get a lot more going this game. Wondering what their transition to Millie is going to be. Obviously, came in a bit late in that previous one. Were run into, I should say, by Falcons. So changing their rotation path, coming in from the far, far north this time around.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of typical of what we'd expect from Team Liquid, just taking their time, come in with the blue, especially on a circle like this where there's a good significant portion of the mainland that they can kind of still play on.
Yeah.
And kind of get themselves righted. Not too surprising to see that. The Expendables also just now arriving. And good news for everybody that's coming in late, honestly. There's nobody on the north side of that western bridge.
Nope.
And the only team over on the eastern bridge, Falcons, and it looks like they might be doing a little bit of scout. That might be a camp, actually.
It is.
The way they're
very
set
much
up.
set up. Yep.
Yeah, well, the way they're set up, that looks like they're definitely looking for somebody to come through. And it looks like JDG might be their Huckleberry.
Yep, that is looking extremely intentional, and also, I mean, A, because they can shoot them as they come on in, but also B, for any team that comes in from the north, where Falcons is set up right now, that's where that team would normally stop to scout the bridge from.
Sure.
So they might actually not shoot on approach. They might do what we saw from Freaks in the previous game, wait until they're all the way on the doorstep before they reveal themselves. But as I say, that take is jumping around on the roofs, so you'd imagine that maybe, just maybe, it's shoot at a distance.
And that's a confidence play too, isn't it?
Oh, for sure.
I mean, like if you're feeling a little bit unconfident, like if you're Freaks and you got 4 deep in the compound, and you're feeling a little bit sketchy after having a rough day one, you take the shots, right? You try to scare people away. But if you're feeling good, you're feeling like you can take the fight, you go ahead and play that wolf spider trap that the DN Freaks did. And what maybe Falcons might be doing is we see the Expendables have arrived to Ferry Pier, and they can afford to sit around and wait this one out. I think any and all boats may have been taken. No, is that one?
Do they
No,
make
that's
the
not one.
ferry, though, is the real question.
Oh, get there. Easy.
2 on board.
Well, where's the rest?
They drove into each other. Oh, I'm hearing the horn. Uh-oh. Gotta go fast. Duck Juice, will he make it? Yes, he will then.
Easy for the Expendables. Well, it worked great for them last time playing out of Novo, as they got the game 1 win, but this time
That's a crappy.
West shift. Gonna pull away as
Falcons.
The trap has been sprung.
Yep.
And they will get at least cold, and the rest of JDG, they're gonna head off for points west.
Exactly. Circle, swinging west.
Burr Ram is going to be...
Bouncy arrows.
Those arrows, compounds, guys, compounds, they're free. Go along the shoreline.
Just in case
they
will
will
see the empty compounds.
They will if they can get there. The mass migration towards the west happens here. As DN Freaks sat in the intersection right now, saw them come in, but it's on the other side of the hillside. Face trying to take on Baco. Papa different sport in the open.
All right, it's getting a little spicy already as everybody's trying to make their
We do see a lot more M249s now.
Already down, but Guyon and Songjang more than up to the challenge, and they will find another one as Gustav will go down. Only one left alive for FaZe, and that is going to be Young James, who was where? Nowhere near the rest of the team. He is on the south side of that military base, so it is going to be a salvage game for Young James.
Not an easy one, and unfortunately for James, not a
Young
position here
James.
that's going to be given up anytime soon, so can't really go for those chips and get reses. He's going to have to lay low in this bowl and hope that maybe placement points are about.
Now, Gen G hurt him, though, and that is... well, that is Bean feeling spicy with the MP5K in hand. He's got nobody with him. You can see support from Tosi starting to arrive, but Bean doesn't need it. He'll find James, and that'll be FaZe Clan going out in 16th place.
Not too much to do on that one. Caught by surprise, MP5, they will shred, and does exactly that here. As Alcatsia obviously hearing that, seeing FaZe eliminated as well, means Rela will crash his glider down. No more need for that. Millie is confirmed at this point. Let's just play it slow out of military proper.
Look at that. There you go. Goodbye, car. That's not going to be making it any further into this game. Well, Buriram is on the other side of the bridge, and I don't think Falcon spotted any of this, as H-Win will maybe get a hint of something, and he's going to go low. Khan, though, you can see where he's at. Yeah, the shot's coming through, so I think Falcons are onto it, but Shrimzy's going to get taken down by Khan. Tiggleton now next on the list, but Khan will pull back away and go for the support of his teammates.
Awkward position for Falcons now as well, because they had all of them commit to the same side. Normally you split either side of the bridge and getting underneath, but they're all caught towards that eastern side. And you can see Burham now trying to get into position to try and see if they can get some off angles on this. But also got to ask yourself, how worth is this fight outside circle right now? Do you let them in instead? I think Burham is trying to leave this because the circle is already closing in.
I don't know if they are. They sent Rios off to the coast on that eastern side. Yeah, you see the angle he's got. He's got this side angle now, but can't see the Falcons for the trees, as it looks like Shrimzy may be able to get back on his feet. So Buriram, I don't know if this was an intentional camp or just a camp of opportunity, but they didn't really have a way to kind of finish this off, as it looks like 17. Did they lose somebody? They must have. Yeah, lost Lil Ghost, and it looks like they're going to get him back.
Yep.
Via 770 well.
Did he drive across? He did. Oh,
He sure did.
Unfortunately for him, both Liquid and JDG has just come down towards the bridge, so maybe he's going to go for a swim and trying to get back over towards his teammates on the other side of the water. As the new circle will pop, of course, can still go water. We'll see how much stays in it. It's going to go north side up towards Na'Vi and 17.
Good news for Falcons. Buriram did pull away from that camp, so it looks like they'll get Shrimzy back on his feet, and they'll be able to get back on the move, despite a little bit of blue damage taken. But that is a rough circle. You can see so much coastline is open there.
The more I looked at this, I was also going with, this is an absolutely horrible shift. We have 3 compounds left in play. And outside of that, I mean, Millie is effectively completely shut out just exactly. You have so much water up top. Everyone's going to be fighting for the hill just north of the S in Sosnovka.
Yeah, that's the hill that I'm looking at.
We're talking 8 teams. Half the server is going to fight over that hill. There's really nowhere else to go for all the southern teams right now.
Yeah, I mean, 17's kind of on the clock looking at it as we see Opans getting knocked a little bit early again, but he should be all right. You know, we had a big segment talking about the rookies, Opans, kind of being one of the new ones, and definitely didn't have the great first day. So the lights of the international stage proving to be a little bit bright there. As H-Win going to go ahead and pop the E pickup. Might be this is just him scouting for the rest of the team. Yeah.
Sending forward an E pickup in this circle, I don't think spells or anything.
Might be asking for a little bit much.
But, let's see now, Liquid opting to cross on over. Felt safe in doing so, and met by bullets immediately by 17 Gaming, who
Shabe hits those
unusual fashion, exactly. Not able to really connect, but the R split, I think, I mean, it's more to scare off. I mean, obviously, you would want to get the knock if you could, but it's more to scare off than anything because 7 is in the water, and now they find him on the backside.
Or H-Win.
We'll see those.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, you're not expecting that to come in that late. I mean, the Expendables, they're just eating blue right now.
They took the ferry. They committed to it.
Yeah, I mean, they came over. That's the whole reason that they were kind of sneaking behind. They took that ferry into Novo.
Yep.
And unfortunately for Falcons, they'll lose H-Win for that, and it's going to be left to the other 3 to kind of scout their own way in. And SGA looks like to be the team that's going to be on the East Coast closest.
It's going to be a good test for their fortitude. To talk to the coach, Boss, earlier today coming into the games and said, we want to play edge, we want to try and spread out and take control. And you know what? Soul Gaming Academy, this is a pretty good chance for you to do exactly that. So let's see how they get successful in this match.
They're doing it. Oh, look at that. Kickstart actually going to spot out Tanvu. So they'll at least get revenge for the loss of their IGL. As E-Arena trying to defend their territory over here on the West Coast, but that's going to be asking a lot. You got Genji and you've got Slam. And now it looks like Magore will spot out Bean, but won't be able to do enough to get the knock.
So awkward, and this is what we're just talking
about.
And
it's all in blue.
Exactly. When you have 8 teams fighting for one hill, this is what's going to happen. Everyone's going to slow down, wait for third-party opportunities, and when no one is able to or wanting to make that play happen, this is exactly what ends up happening. As we see Circle goes the only place it can go. As we now see this amazing graphic just on the top of your screens, Slam G versus Gen G specific damage done right now. It's Magore up, really good right now, but down as well.
Oh boy, there's a number of fights going on there as Genji, E-Arena change the game, Slam, all involved in a fight on the western side. Meanwhile, the Expendables pushed right into the SGA split, and it looks like it's been a trade of mostly, well, a number of them there. So Zephyros, the last player left alive, but he'll be able to flush him out. And that'll be SGA. That's a big win for them to start things off.
This is half the server saying, guys, we're not going to get inside the circle anyway, so let's just try and see how many kills we can get on the edge.
Yeah.
And the pacing ends up like this because no one opted to engage early on. Everyone tried to hold their fire, and now they're fighting at the exact same time. Flame able to heal through that one. Bean there to try and help out too. Jian first one to fall in the off angle.
Gee, it might be a salvage game, but boy, they are salvaging right now. Genji, okay. They do go down, but they collect 4 points on the way, which is pretty good considering the position that they were in here. Meanwhile, I mean, looking at the circle, Na'Vi in a great position once again. They do have an issue with Buriram. They're going to be coming in from the west. Falcons down to just Tiggleton, playing from the south side. Alcacia, they're kind of face-to-face with Bago Pop. Meanwhile, JDG, they I mean, they've lost one, but now they're getting a really nice little area here for themselves.
I mean, JDG, the last team to cross the bridge, might reap the rewards of no one actually being able to take that center spot we're talking about. We talked about half the server trying to claim it, but everything, all the fights which just saw take place were down towards the south. JDG, they crept over the bridge. We're like, wait, it's free? Okay, I guess we'll just go up and take it.
Yeah, I mean, between JD. Oh, here we go. All right.
Beep.
Look.
Beep.
Oh, they're going to double up.
Beep.
Okay, I see you.
Beep. Can you
Umbrella
accelerate up the hill fast enough to take out Bago, Roth? Are you sure that's going to work for you? Let's see.
I mean, look, I appreciate that Roth is the one. Roth is the one that is like, you know what? Put it on my shoulders. I'll be the guy. I'll be the one that sends it in. Okay, waiting for the timing. Get it right. Going up the hill. We're leaving off the smoke. Good nades to kind of prevent things. The vehicle will get there. Roth will try to run. He's going to get two and himself as Guyon and Songjang were able to get far enough away. So
but that still is two.
Here for Alcatia. Now, if they can get up there and clear the rest of them out, get Roth back on his feet, that would be absolutely huge.
Yep, definitely would be.
But look at JDG.
Peeks on over. Gets a headshot connected, gets the second one connected as well. And here comes JDG, as you're saying. This should be an easy cleanup on Xiangyang. He has his back turned to 3 opponents on the other side. They find him instantly. And Alcatia able to stay afloat on this one. Good job on them making this push. I love the use of nades here too. Yes, they can do damage, but they can also mitigate audio cues. So they threw everything they had to try and make that happen. As Buriram now pushes over the hillside as well.
Buriram just playing around on the edge here, and they're going to catch Alcatia at the worst possible time. Roth does get back on his feet, but immediately knocked once again as the Panzerfaust is out. D, the last player left alive, but he's doing work for the team. And now JDG, they see all this in the kill feed, and they're going to get over here and try to get some as well.
Oh, look how far that blue zone just bounced.
And it's going to be JDG again, the last team.
God, D!
D, able to find one now. Zeus from up high will try and see if he can fend off. They need to make this rest happen somehow, but Spaceman can't commit to it just yet.
The kid is cracked, and he is eating blue zone right now. We'll try to make a run for it, try to get in while he capitalizes off that knock. Yeah, JDG actually giving him an opportunity to get in there, as Ruiz will find Suze, and now JDG is starting to fall apart, and D will take him out. JDG bites off more than they can chew.
Rivs could not have taken out Zeus at a better time, and he will say, thank you, D, I appreciate the help on that one. They help one another to dismantle JDG on the top. That was easy pickings for them, but the solos and their timing and peeking from each their side, almost as if they knew what the other guy was doing. Great approach by both on that fight in the south.
And while that's all happening, you see the circle pulling away. The Freaks still 4 up. They have this compound. They know they've got changed the game on the other side of the street now, so it's a little bit of a game of chicken.
Yeah.
As E-Arena has already kind of taken the spot that they would most likely.
Team Liquid are still alive too.
Hanky gonna go down.
They're not gonna go anywhere from here.
Yeah.
Aries, it's been a while since we've had Japanese representation at the Globals, but out here doing his best to represent Japan. And unfortunately for him, I think in this case, not too much to represent in terms of extraordinary mechanical skill, because he's probably just going to bleed out.
Yeah, DNF doing a good job, actually, of kind of keeping track of Aries and also keeping eyes over towards E-Arena and kind of forcing E-Arena to stay on us here. Nurens and Jacob looking down here, but they can't hold the peaks. They have to keep pushing back down because of the good shots coming in from those Freaks. Na'Vi, meanwhile, have pretty much the entirety of the East. They did lose one, but they are in a great position. Team Liquid just north of them, and it looks like Na'Vi might be starting to creep over in this direction.
I mean, these are the teams that have been sitting around for the last 3 circles going, oh, I guess the South is on fire. Now it's finally their turn.
South
to make
and West,
something happen. Exactly. Now it's finally their turn to do something. Freaks as well was sat here waiting for any survivors to come their way, but they all died up on the hill south of that compound, so now they can push up, all 4 alive. And honestly, if Ares peeked out the window with that Dragunov he has right now, there might be 1 or 2 knocks waiting for him if he dares to go for it rather than just tank the blue.
I don't know if he's got the time to do anything but heal at this point. This circle doing some damage. E-Arena will find the knock on a Guman. That's going to open up a door here, and you can see them rushing for the top of the hill. That's opening up the door for 17, though, to make their way across. Change the game will go down. That's going to be it for Ares. And nice spray from Lyrics. Will find the opening knock. Deal will trade. And 3v2. Deal goes down, and it's all down to Who is the last player left for DNF? It's gonna be Heaven hiding in the smokes.
And it's actually Ares that ends up making an impact because he did go for the shot. Salute had to turn around, find him. Good job at that, but that leaves him with his back turned. So a bad turn of events for him as the arena gets taken down. 17 Gaming were waiting around in the north, but didn't want to wait no more. They wanted to take matters into their own hands.
That is the experience of 17 coming out to shine in a big way. Beautiful timing on the third-party push. Heaven will try to stay alive for a little bit longer. The grenades are coming, though. 17 knows he's there, and they would absolutely love to clear him out. That's going to fall just shy.
Oh.
Bounce going to take it.
There we go.
Little Ghost will hit it. And there you go. 17, they're down Xiaobei, but still with 3 up. Looking pretty strong. And now it's down to a 4-man Na'Vi.
Yep.
Versus a 3-man TL and 17.
Keep in mind, Liquid lost Purdy just moments ago to 17 Gaming, as I believe he was trying to cross from the shack on the northern side towards his teammates in the south. So a bit of a, we can call it unforced error on the side of Liquid, and I'm sure they wish they were 4 up right now, trying to make this uphill play against Na'Vi.
This is tough. This is really, really tough here for Liquid. And
they just stay up on the downhill? I think they do.
I mean, that's they're basically, that's the only way they can kind of play safe. Now, Alo has the wide angle and has a nice little spray there, but good shots from Sosid will take down TL's Luke. Extends will get traded, but now Sosid has been caught out, and he's going to go down to Sparking. So good work from both sides here. Sosid with a beautiful flank, but TL up to the challenge.
The 100-0 from Hagatori comes in. Nate right at the feet and 17. I mean, they couldn't have asked for better third-party timing. They even got Salute over Salute and the boys and freaks as well. Now they come on over 3v2, but let's see if he has it in him to do something. Ferris finds one. Ferris finds the second, and just like
Let's go, Ferris.
He absolutely needed to get something there, but the Xiao Wu seat swap will take him down. It's 1v1, or actually 2v1, but it looks like 17 should get him back on his feet.
He has the entire hillside. He knows he has the space and the time to go for at least one.
Oh, Na'Vi is hauling right now. They are trying so hard to get there as quickly as they can. Xiao Wu will keep eyes on that hill while Lil Ghost goes for the res on 277 Owo.
They're collapsing on this. One more Nate to work with. If you can throw it well, right at the feet of Xiao Wu, you might be able to get a double, but you see that as soon as the first Nate comes over, they instantly spread out. Spread as thin as you can. You have util to work with yourself, and that's what they're going to do right now. Spread out. Xiao Wu is going to lob Nates over while his teammates are healing. Try and bait the attention in his direction.
The heals come through for 17, and they are spreading out everywhere. Na'Vi
straight back into.
Where they are, but they do
no smokes for Na'Vi.
Immediately retreat back down the hill towards the center of the circle, but good grenade from 770 will take him down almost immediately.
From a 2-1 into a 3-3 once more. What a great reset on both sides here. Peeks on over. Xiao Wu, that is, instantly met by a hail of bullets as Extends connects well up on the top side of the hill too.
It's almost all down to mechanics at this point. You have to feel, and you can't really ask for more in the terms of mechanics than these two teams as they trade knocks, trade sprays. Ferris will get back on his feet, so we'll bring it back to a 3v3 once again.
Still 3 Nates on the side of 17 as 7-7 goes for a wide play in the vehicle. Finds Hagatori, no change to reload, though has to commit to the push here. Lil Ghost up on the hillside high, able to find one. What a great off angle. He's going to get it, but he can't go down, and he does. Extends, head on a swivel, able to do a 180 and find him.
A huge play from 770 to get the knock and the flush on a Hagatori, but even bigger from Extends to take out the flanking man.
Yeah.
And now it's down to Lil Ghost and Xiao Wu, but Xiao Wu has so much room to move around and reposition to where Na'Vi has no idea where he's going to be peeking from.
The idea was so great. 7-7 even committing to, I mean, effectively sacrificing himself, but Lil Ghost and Xiao Wu just weren't in a position to peek over the hillside proper when Na'Vi had their backs turned. So a little miscommunication, literally 1 or 2 seconds, that could have been game over. But
this
not
is
happening.
So risky for 17. They're basic, I mean, for all intents and purposes, they're giving Na'Vi 2 1v1s here.
But what do you do? I mean, no, I think for right now.
But they've also got him pinned. I mean, this is still like the best possible.
It's a stalemate for now.
This is the best possible play that they have, really.
You wait final circle. No way Lil Ghost solo peeks this. I mean, you know what? He's a brave man. He might just do that. But you have 2 Nates on the side of Xiao Wu. Lil Ghost, he might jump for info, pin them, and have Xiao Wu throw some dimes. That's the best.
I mean,
case scenario I see, but one doesn't peak that solo.
We talked about this is
he saw people.
coming down
This
to
could be good.
mechanics, but this is
They're looking towards the northwest.
this is
They don't see him. No, they
patience
don't
at
hear
its
him
best.
either.
There you go. Little Ghost will find the knock onto Extends. Ferris, do they have an idea of where he is? The grenade will come through, but it's not going to find Little Ghost, and now Xiao Wu will try to make his push. Ferris has
The
a
fact
little bit
that
of
this is
hill
just
to
like
work around
completely
there.
flip-flopped.
Xiao Wu has to be careful. Little Ghost, though, this is a 2v1. This is going to be very, very tough for Ferris to pull off.
Also, Xiao Wu, I mean, and Little Ghost, between them, years and years of experience in this game, and they don't throw a situation like this. Now they know exactly where they have him. Little Ghost knows he connected a headshot. Xiao Wu wants to come over and help, but Little Ghost don't need the help at all. He will find it in 17 gaming, out victorious in game 2.
Give him another win on Erangel. 17 have come in looking hungry, and that was a fantastic end game that they pulled off. Great patience displayed by them after 2 military games in a row. Once again, what is going on, Toby? These guys don't have any time to get comfortable.
I just love the fact that we see 17 do this. You get baited by their passive approach to the early game. They say, no, we don't need to go aggressive. They wait, but as soon as that fight takes place with the arena and DN Freaks, from there on out, it was pedal to the metal all the way to the finish line.
And you could say the exact same thing about Navi. I mean, they had nothing going on their side of the map. I mean, I think when we got into the late game with 4 or 5 teams remaining, they had 0 kills. So fantastic game for 17, and we'll throw it over to Toffees and Martin to break it down.
We're gonna go to a quick break. I'm gonna go make some food, and then we're gonna watch more PUBG. BRB.
Game 2 is done, and Shao would come out on top as 17 Gaming gets the win in a nice little showdown against Na'Vi.
Yeah, our 2 PGS champion winners here. I was able to...
Cole first ones on ground, but Alcaceas made some space for themselves, so they should be all right. In the meantime, a little bit of a card jousting taking place on the opposite side of the map. That's Doctus feeling the hurt from the bumper of Soset.
There you go. First kill for Ferris. Now, as far as hot drops go, Palace, not exactly spicy. I mean, there's plenty of room for 2 teams in here to start things off. We did see the circle pop. The circle is going to go down towards the southwest. So still a lot of water, still a lot of river, but we are kind of centering up around the area that the Expendables is on right now. But right now, we got to see, will JDG spot out these Alcacea boys?
I mean, there's a good chance they could, but for Alcacea right now, especially with this circle having just popped, I feel like there's a lot more to fight for. I mean, now you've survived landing. You've gotten at least the essentials in terms of loot. Do you want to go back into coin flip peaks in a position where you don't have the exact lay of the land of where your opponent is playing from? I like what Zeus is doing right now. He's doing the wide wraparound, but Roth is doing the exact same thing. It could be the 2 flanks that end up initiating this fight.
Yeah, this is the thing. You got to have that stopwatch. You got to have that stopwatch going in your head. Like, okay, we knew exactly where these guys were when we dropped, but now it's been almost 3 minutes, right? So we have to be on top of Roth going for that big wide flank, and he's spotted him out, and he's feeding that intel over to the rest of the boys.
Oh, the timing for Zeus to get underneath that rock there could not have been any better. Rello is up there on the even wider flank to try and come to his aid. Issue is he's coming in a vehicle. I think December 12th just hurt him, so even if they don't know where Roth is, just hearing the vehicle of Rello should tell Sousa now that they opted to go the other way. Yeah, exactly. Rello trying to help Roth might have actually just given up his position.
Oh, they know exactly where he is, though. So Sousa has just got to play down, but December 12th going to use that opportunity to go for a hip flank of his own. Roth going to try to go ahead and press. Leads with the grenade, doesn't find joy with it. Sousa waiting for somebody to peek up over the top. The shots come through. Roth will get the knock with 13 HP to spare.
December 12th, thought maybe he was going to be able to get the knock and return here, but weird off angle.
Oh, he got Rello.
M24 in hand, able to get Rello though up high, and he's very alone right now. So Roth got to make a run for it. Also, I think that's their only vehicle. In the meantime, Cole is going to be found by, Cole's going to find Cowboy. So nice response on this one for JDG. Keep in mind, there is a rest beacon in the very heart of Palace, so whoever comes out victorious here should effectively take no casualties in the end of it. As I say that though, DN Freaks, they have smelled the blood in the water, and they want a piece of this.
Oh, and somebody who could definitely use having a few more kills going his way to start to get the snowball rolling is Salute. And he's looking over at that spot where Rello is. Nobody there. December 12th, though, his spidey sensitive tingle. I don't know if he heard an engine or heard something, but he is repositioning. He's hiding behind that rock. He's waiting for the peak to come through. Deal not going to spot him. And December 12th will get the opening knock.
Oh, I like the angle of heaven. But right now, December 12th is doing a great job at trying to keep this at a 1v1, but you're limited to only so many angles. And in the end, heaven, had he not connected that last bullet, Guman could have been down as well. So what looked to be a somewhat cleanup from JDG was DN Freaks coming in and shutting them down. And just like that, the Palace teams are both now down to 2.
December 12th causing problems there for DN Freaks. That looked like it should have been a pretty clean and easy cleanup. But Freaks, they'll get it.
Yeah.
It was a rough sled, but they'll get it. They'll get their man back. It looks like they'll go ahead and reposition. Meanwhile, I could see it down to just 2. They're playing inside the Palace still. It looks like JDG is going to be playing on the outside, so they have to be careful. They know that these guys are still here, right? So they just kind of. It feels like we're doing some sheepdogging right now. We're herding them into one place, trying to figure out where they are.
Definitely. I mean, and again, even for fans that don't know JDG, I just think it's so amazing that we can have players come in on new formed rosters and impressed to the same extent that we've seen them do in the past. I mean, December 12th, in that time on the first iteration of New Happy Esports, arguably, in my opinion, one of the best Chinese teams of all time when they played at their prime. They were completely unstoppable. And, well, here he gets to show that still a little nostalgia in some of the performances he can put off, even as a solo.
Little tower defense here for the Alcacea lads. As JDG, they're just wrapping around the south side. They might be... I'm wondering if they maybe were able to get the tags, the blue chips from their fallen players. But
Hello,
we had an
welcome
interview
to the
with
Making
Delwyn.
Interview. I am Lisa. I'm here with Delwyn from the Expendables. So they really had a very exciting game in Game 1, and especially during the 3 versus 4 against Dion Freak, your godly flank paved the way for the chicken dinner. Can you share with us what was the communication between your team by that time?
Trong trận 1 khi mà mình trong tình huống 3 cân 4 với DN Freaks thì đó là một tình huống thận sầu và mình đã giành được cái bữa cơm gà. Vậy em có thể chia sẻ thêm là trong pha đó thì team của mình đã call với nhau như thế nào hay không?
Trong pha đó thì team của mình thì bây giờ 3 vs 4 thì mình cần đột biến thì mình con team thì lộ sai để giữ cho mình để mình móc sau lưng để mình giết hay là đột biến gì đó để mà có một chiến thắng.
I can't tell if they got the chips. Can you?
In that 3v4 situation, I thought that we needed a breakthrough. So I asked my teammates to kind of bait the other team with the car being revealed so that I could flank from behind so that I could take the breakthrough and get the chicken dinner.
Ooh, that was really a smart move with both strategy and your own ability. Thank you very much, and we're back to the game.
I mean, he explained exactly what we thought was the thought process of the team at the time. Such a great communication between this formidable reigning PGC champion team of the Expendables to come out and win that first game of the day. As we look at the stats from the previous game, also a military game, where 17 came out victorious. So, beginning of this day has had Asia written all over it.
Yeah, I mean, that was an extremely high-risk, high-reward play for the Expendables. If he doesn't pull it off, they lose, essentially. And
oh, yes.
Delwyn, I mean, obviously, Tanvu gets a lot of the pub, and but Delwyn, I mean, he has stepped up in a big way for that squad, and that was him guaranteeing them the win, essentially, or at least giving them a better shot at it, turning a 4v3 into a 2v2. And you got 2v2 with Tanvu on your side. You're feeling pretty good about things.
I mean, here, 1v2 is enough for him to win games. We saw on day 1, so yeah. When you get even numbers, you're feeling even better.
You ain't lying.
Yeah, we didn't get to talk too much about the circle, but as you said earlier, a lot of water, river, and play, of course, but we're forcing people out towards the Harpo Peninsula, and you can see it's making some of these rotations pretty uncomfortable. We're bottlenecking a lot of these teams in these pathings, and right now it's the patient, ever so patient Team Liquid waiting here, and eventually, well,
yeah,
the arena would come, and for the arena, they just got to get out of here.
Yeah,
Realize this path is closed.
You got 4 up. You got a BRDM. You're feeling good about things. You got the south side. You can easily avoid all of this, and it looks like that's going to be the call here. Is Purdy Curdy and Alo will hold the south side of the 2-2 split, and Nurens just continues to make his merry way in the big old cow.
You know what, Poro? If you had 1 year ago told me that one of the best weapon lineups you can have right now is an MP5 and a Panzerfaust,
I know, right?
I would call you the biggest troll of all time, but you know what? Here we are.
I know. Here we are. Well, it looks like the answer to the question is that JDG was not, in fact, able to get those blue chips, and instead they are going to go ahead and take that 2v2 scrap with Al Qudsiya. They know exactly where Roth is, but I don't know if they've got a bead on D. The utility not landing for Spaceman, though, but that one might be, again, just too far.
Yep, they're fishing with Nates right now, wanting to clear out Roth so they can focus on the last play. But as you're saying, he might have gone unnoticed. He's running around right now. I think Colt has the info. He's looking that way at least. Roth trying to buy some time. Loves the smoke on himself. He's able to find Colt. Now it's up to Roth to find the other one on the opposite side. Not able to do so, though. Spaceman out victorious in that one.
He did. But he's not able to get the flush just yet. He was leading with that Panzerfaust as well. So big 1-1 trade. So far as the hot drop goes between these two, it is all even Stevens. As you see, the new circle will pop. It is going to cut south of that river, and it's going to pull away from the water on the west, and everybody on the move once again. As you see, a number of E-pickups already popped here. I think that one from the north may have been Gen G. Yeah, that was just Gen G getting everybody back together. And look at how they're 4 deep in the middle there. As you can see where the fight in Palace is going on. That 1v1 will eventually finish up here. D has looked like an absolute monster so far. Can he finish this one off?
I mean, this looks like a fight for 2 points, but effectively this is a fight for 2 points and resting all your teammates. No one is around up here, unless if Freaks took all the blue chips, which I don't think they really bothered to spend time doing.
They did, yeah.
This is a pretty important fight to get your entire team back in the game and maybe swim across coming in on the side of fishing camp.
This is a man that is really enjoying having the opportunity to play on a LAN server right now.
For sure.
Just jiggle peeking left and right, big shots, but the trade as well. Look at how much damage both of these guys are just absolutely taking it to one of each other as the smoke will come down. That is a good molly. Takes Spaceman down. He's going to have to stop to heal. D considering going for the res, but I think Roth just telling him, look, this is all you, big dog. We believe in you.
You know what? He can get back up alive with a little bit of help. Should he come out victorious in this fight? What a great nade to start the fight. A lot of damage done. Forces him into hiding because now he has no audio or footsteps to go by either. His ear is going to be ringing at least for the next couple of seconds. Gets to reset though.
Yeah, this is smart from Spaceman. He realizes that this smoke is actually working out in D's favor, but he's going to continue laying him down to keep himself alive just as one goes away. The other one will spawn, but D, that smoke going a little bit too wide for Spaceman, I would say here. He's going to make the run for it, but D sees him.
Oh, able to see him again. Missing a few shots here, of course, can't really blame him. It's a very nanosecond reaction time. He needs to come through with it. Once again, these peak battles, this fight has been going on for so incredibly long. It's going to come to an end, you'd have to imagine, any second. Now, Spaceman brave enough to go for a full-on reload. 17 bullets he had to work with, now up to 42. He's going to throw the gas can. He is. Try to shoot it mid-air.
This is a battle of egos right now between these two. Experience versus youth. Who will come out ahead? D still working around the side. He's going to fall down, though.
Advantage now.
And now Spaceman takes the immediate high ground, but D will find him. D's going to get him down to 30 HP. Spaceman has just about the same. Spaceman going for the heal, though. D will go for the push, and he will take the win. And Alcancia, you can hear Roth letting his boys know. What a play from D.
I like D, but also really want to see him just get red zoned now, just for this one to effectively end in a tie. That would be the funniest thing right before he gets down to the blue chip. Just go boom. Oh, well, I guess this one is over. What a fight. Oh, my lord. That was exhausting.
Jeez Louise.
Neither of them wanting to give up on that one. You know what? Respect to Spaceman for committing to that first aid there. Had it been 2018, he would have got the heal off. But, of course, now that they take it a little slower, not going to happen. And with that circle as well, 4D, not only is he going to be able to get his teammates back up, but they should be able to cross over as well if he's fast enough. Of course, phase 3 now, soon into phase 4. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Alcancia. See how they get back everybody. As we see Buram and SGA kind of playing around that same little crossroads just off center of the circle. Meanwhile, a lot of teams on the south side, they do have to kind of figure out a path in.
Yeah.
The likelihood that they run into each other pretty high, considering especially how wide split Team Liquid is.
It's such a contrast. Northeast is completely packed with teams because you have the fields to play, you have the compounds that's up there to work with too. Southside, as you said, and as the observers kind of show as well, it's easy enough to get into the circle, but where in the world do you play from? I mean, FaZe, they have taken up the majority of Swamp. Now you have Slam G coming in. Liquid is behind them. So is E-Arena. As soon as that first fight pops off, the Swamp is going to be lit ablaze, and then you're going to have one potentially wounded team remaining there for the for the remainder of the time that circle that area is in play.
Yeah, we get to see a replay of this one again. I'll be breaking this one down for a while here. I mean, Roth, this was just a straight up hot drop.
Was that hollow?
Oh my gosh, December 12th. Just letting them know. But look at that grenade. Oh, Cowboy almost escaped too.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, that's an interesting one. We're gonna have to keep track of JDG and Alcancia. Alcancia does get the win. They did pay for it though.
Yep.
It was not easy. Look at Roth. Yeah, he knows.
If there's a hype man out there, we have a guy right there trying to claim the title, Hype Man of the Year. As again, Swamp, you just can't fight over it. And for Arena, they realize this too. Slam G as well, going for a fight in a compound outside circle. Still a better play to try and fight your way through this one.
Navi kind of, we haven't seen Navi get involved in early action in a while here. They've just kind of had good positioning and avoided the early fights, but now they're taking it right to the Expendables compound.
Yep.
They'll lose Sosa to start off. Hakatori very low, has to stop down. And basically, I mean, you can see he just extends, just sending every bit of utility he has over the side to see if he can spare some time here.
Oh, the car!
Oh, get out there. Oh, so sick.
But look at this while this fight is taking place. Gen.G have just come inside the circle too, and they too are trying to engage in this one. Shooting from the north side, coming into it.
Oh,
Akatori
what a
able
grenade
to find
hack.
Tanvu on the rooftop. Tanvu gets extends just before that happens though, so a trade 1-1. And the real team to reap the rewards of this is Gen.G, who just found the flush on Soset.
Oh yeah, and Orca is just in perfect position on the side there, and it's going to force Hakatori to push into those smokes, but Delwyn, he's going to go right for it, and yep, he'll find him. And now Na'Vi down to just nobody, as they will go out in 15th place.
And make matters even
and
worse.
there's Alcatsia.
For the second time, Na'Vi taking casualties while trying to make something happen here. Gen.G should be able to come in and clean up. We're looking at the south side fight, outside circle as well. As both these two southeast side fights are just so incredibly difficult to make something happen from.
Yeah, Slam and Arena, I mean, that's the rough one. They're still in the blue. Here's Glory's now the last player left alive. He had to take on Na'Vi. Now he's having to take on Gen.G. That Panzerfaust's not going to fall where it needs to. Arena will get eliminated by Slam. So that fight comes to its conclusion on the south side. Glory's now just waiting for the inevitable push. Hopefully he can maybe take one with him.
Didn't get a whole lot going yesterday. Trying to make up for it here today, but Gen.G is going to shut him down. Good initial knock. Got some damage done to Flame as well, but simply too many buddies coming his way for him to be able to stay alive. Gen.G, good cleanup. Nice pull-up.
I'm telling you, man.
Speaking of pull-up, 17 here now, able to do the exact same thing. It's actually going to be Hung Yi able to take down Roth.
Gen.G is just moving different.
They're daring.
They are moving with confidence.
Yep.
I mean, Cowboy, he's got whatever he had to be able to pick up inside that shack, and unfortunately for him, it wasn't much.
Nope.
And, well, that'll do it for Alcatsia's 3 coming back in. Now, D, though, still alive.
Yeah.
And he's making his way in on that northeastern side, so they still have one in it.
Still one in it. As the fights for the fields in the open starts going off, you can see how much util these players are expending. You want to see that live through to the end game, but there's just too much to fight for. We're only in phase 4, and these guys are burning everything. Yeah, it is.
There's just nothing to play here, and now you got mortars just falling everywhere. Who even knows where those are going to land? Heaven will at least be able to get one of his teammates back on his feet. Guman just left for dead out in the field, but 17 kind of in the same boat, really, as Khan will just continue to rain terror. This is one of the benefits if you're one of the teams that has the only compound in the circle. You get to set up for some nice mortar play.
I love Buriram's play coming into this compound. We didn't get to see it because there was a lot of fighting happening on the southern side. They actually wrapped way further west initially, but able to come back, claim this compound alongside Seoul Gaming Academy. They're now sharing that intersection. And for FaZe, I mean, down on the southern side, mission accomplished. They've been able to hold off for now, but still more teams on that south that they can fight through.
All right, change the game now. They are trying to hold on to their southwestern side. They're taking 2 fights here, Liquid and Bagel Pa. As the trade comes through, Purdy Curta will find Wembo and get the flush as well, but Sparking will go down. Alo will get flushed out. Kurt's down now as well. Luke 12, the last player left alive for Team Liquid, will find another one. Gets Ares, at least secure that point. Maybe he can get his boys back up. A Bago Pa, they smell blood in the water. They're going to make the push.
They better. I mean, they have a perfect opportunity to make something happen here. Luke right now fighting all on his own, trying to stay put in this one, and he's being allowed to, question mark, by Bago Pa.
DJ TJ7231 says, Hi Shadow Shotgun.
Bago Pa surprisingly passive in that fight. They get 1 point off of it, but that could have been a lot more. But look at the space they now have. Them and FaZe in between them, sit on 80% of the circle.
All right, yeah, FaZe. This is looking pretty.
Oh my God, that's honestly funny.
You got the compound has to be vacated here, and they got to do it quickly. But well, do they have to do it quickly? It's almost like
Ocasio, 64 points so far in day number 2, though, for them. It's good.
FaZe 4 strong. You can see Vard just off on his own, spotted out Bago Pa. Hane will take out Magore.
FaZe's main task through
Yeah.
the last 3 circles has been keep.
How have you been though, DJ?
Because in doing so, not only do you get more space for yourself, but you also.
I wasn't.
They've been so pleased.
I'm so sorry. We also set up our capture card. So on Thursday we'll be good to play the new Pokemon on stream.
They go 17. Chabé will open things up. The shots come through. He's got to pull back though, because good seat swapping coming from Falcons.
Best you can say.
17.
Fair enough.
Keep them. Oh, they're playing around cover, but good grenade from Kickstart We'll find Xiaobei, and now another one to follow.
Yeah, anyways, one of the things that I was saying while I was muted, is that,
Things are not going well.
you gotta get 42 points, a day, I feel like. It gets you to 84 overall after 2 days, and if you get 84 points, I'd say most of the time you're gonna make it into the top 16.
Loving this from FaZe, and they will take out SGA and Xion. And
So,
though, they're starting to creep out. It looks like they won the waiting game of who's going to leave the compound last. So Buriram starting to make their way out. Demastery still left behind, though, so it's only a 3-man push from Buriram, but it's only a 3-man hold from FaZe, as they've got Vard covering the south side, making sure that Bagopod doesn't wrap on them.
And FaZe have absolutely no threats, I mean, from from anywhere but these boys ahead of them right now. They have done such a good job at forcing, as I said before, everyone off their back. So they just sit here and say, Buriram, if you want to come to the circle, you're coming to us. If not, then you're running into Falcons.
yeah. So,
Replay here. So you see Falcons.
Theoretically, tomorrow, because I'm not going to wake up early enough to actually, like, watch it live, I'll probably do another watch party for, I don't know, maybe a little bit earlier, maybe like 10 or 11. Maybe not till 1, I don't know. I'll do it at some point tomorrow. Oh. Hey, they got a top 4 though. Realistically, if you go by like how I think you should get points, you want around 21 at the end of this. Besides Begapa, because Begapa is in day number 2, so.
But Buriram kind of pulling back, resetting, and then they retake the fight to FaZe, find 2 instantly, and it looks like Fex is going to go ahead and join Vard towards the center of the circle, and that is great work from Buriram. But where do they go now? I mean, it's just wide open field.
My read on this is that FaZe thought all of Buriram committed to looking towards the west, and when they peeked over the side,
Well, of course you catch the Pokemon and I don't.
Line prone, ready and waiting. So good job on Dimas and Khan for making enough commotion on that northern side of that split to make FaZe think that that's where all the attention was. Good job on them. And for FaZe, they get punished for their aggressive play.
And they're going to try to set up a little bit of a vehicle for it here, while Bagopod, they've sent Park Pro down here to kind of scout out what's going on. They've left Songjang on that northern side of that high ground. Keeping eyes on Shrimzy. That's a free point that they would not want to give up easily. And Buriram, they've got 1 vehicle. It looks like they're going to put 3 inside of it and leave Khan behind.
That's a really good nade. Oh, it cooked a little bit too long.
Bounce is short. Here comes Buriram. Actually said 3 in a car pulling up on this one. This one is actually going to be Songjang from far, able to get the knock and the flush with it. So where Falcons were before, that's where Buriram is sent.
Falcons, they could have added an extra point there. Could have been 17.
Oh yeah.
Showing up here. Guyon has 1 for himself, but Bagopod, you know, it's been slow sailing.
How did that not get the knock onto Bard?
They're having to play without their their inspirational leader, the ageless Pio. But it has been slogging for them through the first day or so, but finding a little bit of joy here in this Tago here on day number 3, or day number 2 rather, match 3. Buriram, after losing 1, they're still kind of pinned up against the wall. They go for the kill onto Shrimzy. They get it. They get stolen away, and now they're kind of stuck out here again.
Yeah, up on the hillside. I mean, we say stuck. Where do they?
Yeah, he did get the knock, but
I think right now, I mean, they're taking
like it's just unfortunate.
And hoping, of course, that this next circle has a hard western yoink.
Could have been 17.
So you can see the pins they've put up, of course, a little outdated now, as they marked what was behind them in their pathing on the side of Buriram. That is, they know at this point. I mean, pins not really needed. They know exactly where they have their remaining opponents. I love that Khan is this patient, expecting a potential push come in. We see on the other side too. Bagopod is like, guys, everything west of this is our line. This is where we're set. So that makes me a little nervous. Do they now not know that FaZe is down here? But you see the markers too from Park Pro. I think he's aware.
No, yeah, Park Pro, his job has
so their marker and their line was where everyone was. They don't
Unfortunately,
The only person Vegapod isn't aware of is Khan. They're assuming that there is people over the entire line inside the zone. Though I don't think Khan is really a huge problem for Vegapod unless they go down here, I guess.
They were very much pinned up against the wall.
I mean, Vegapod is just saying we don't want to be in the middle.
Yeah.
We will happily have blue on our back, but we don't want to have to look two ways. We don't have manpower. We don't have the helmets and vests to try and do that. As Park
sneaky
Pro,
boy.
sneaky man, grabbing forward, spots Fex, goes for the nade now initially as well. Vod gone down, found one, but trade in return. This is just working out perfectly for Burram on the receiving end of it, and that's phase done for in this Takeo match. Burram and Vegapod, last two teams left alive.
Knock on to Songjang, but it doesn't look like Buriram in a position really to capitalize on that, and they might be able to get that res, and it looks like they will. Guyon going to go for that high ground. But you see that
Buriram are just going to be trying to keep everything
just waiting to happen.
Contained.
Songjang back on his feet.
I mean, next impact player here could be very well end up being Edie. You saw Gurion send his car as fast as he could up that hillside, trying to reclaim it. While that was taking place, Edie has been creeping up that hillside of his own, up on the northern side of it. So if they spring the trap right, having all the opponents outside circle, Edie could have a perfect opportunity, similar to what we saw with Delvin in game 1.
Yeah, and don't disregard the impact of Khan right now. Khan with that long position, he's got the scope. He's letting them know where the smokes are, where they're moving around if he spots anybody. And unfortunately, actually, never mind. Right on top of Park Pro, so Cruz will overthrow the first one, and then Edie will strike. Find Songjang. It's down to Guyon.
Boom.
Beautiful work from Buriram.
Yeah.
Clinical stuff.
I feel like it was pretty easy that was going to be Buriram. This is our total leaderboard. Why does it show the top 12?
Start looking at the matches played so far, because that is going to come into play. Not everyone has had the same.
I mean, I guess so you can split it up into 12-12, but 16 is going to be the cutoff, right? So that's just whack.
Again, this mid-pack, man, it's gonna be so close. Some teams, obviously now, only played 3 games. Falcons, Liquid down there. 3 more games to step up. Otherwise, you're gonna be a target. There's gonna be a bullseye on your back tomorrow once you come.
Didn't want to go Jadina City.
Go forward just a little bit.
Missed the plane on that one. They are gonna go south instead. We have
Game number 4.
Hot drop outside of the palace one in the previous game. Are we gonna be gifted with one here? Does not look like it. Rondo, of course, the biggest landmass map in PUBG, so there should be, in theory, plenty of space for teams to maneuver.
Watch this one somehow go down to Jadena or Rinjiang.
I feel like we haven't seen a 2-plane Rondo in a long time.
It has been a bit.
You know?
Yeah.
It felt like we were seeing him a lot there for a minute. And
Oh my god, it did go over. There is...
I like it. I am not opposed to it. I'm still waiting. I feel like Jadina City ending is going to be my Sarki ending.
That's never gonna happen. Like, we're more likely to see the Miramar Island ending before we see a Jadina.
Which I also haven't gotten. Someday. Someday. We are getting closer. I feel like we're creeping further and further away from Stadium and over towards Jadina City, so maybe, who knows. I just want an escalator battle to finish up the 2 solos going whee, past
the
each
moving
other.
walkways,
Exactly.
just jiggle peeking while you're moving slowly to the left or right. That'd be awesome.
Exactly. Moving walkway finish. Now that's what I'm asking for. Will it happen? I highly doubt it, but maybe someday.
Look at this. So Navi and 17, they share that test track Neox factory, but right off the bat, Navi looking like they found an angle onto Xiaobei, so taking shots. So not as peaceful of a duo drop as we've seen in the past, but looks like 17 will survive for now.
They'll take the open shots, but they've also sent 2 guys immediately into vehicles, sent them further east. I mean, again, they followed the trail of this plane, saw where teams were dropping, and with this circle, they know full well that the entire east is up for grabs. So smart on Navi. Sure, take a few shots towards 17. You know, gotta keep them humble. But outside of that, go east, because that's where the space is to fight for. Alcacia doing the exact same thing. They've already set up the E-pickup. So with that, as they fly into the sky, let's get a listen in to Cowboy how he felt coming into day 2.
Honestly, I wasn't very composed the first game, but I will say I was very confident, and I think that confidence derives from my team, especially Roth and Rello. They're confident boosters, and they just make me feel like I have leaders I can follow and trust in. The best advice they gave me to feel confident and feel good going into the games was that it's the same game I've been playing, and that I don't have to be anything else besides myself, and just know that I have them if I need like a shoulder to lean on.
Farming, man. He just looks like that is the face of confidence right there.
Yeah.
For a kid who's just his first land. I mean, he is just having a time for himself, and D right there with him. So, Rello and Roth, they found themselves with some gold here with those two youngsters.
The ability to not look past your monitor in these LAN environments is something that many players, even with years of experience, have still yet to figure out. And
it's tough, man.
Well, Katsia, I mean,
really
for the
tough.
most part, especially in their early games on the days, have been looking like they've mastered that very, very quickly.
That is, I mean, I'm honestly, I'm putting a lot of that onto Rello and Roth.
Oh, for sure.
Like,
for sure. You need your veterans.
I mean, at this point, I mean, I swear, I've known Rello since he was like 17. But at this point, like, he's an old head now. Like, he is the experienced man that's been around forever. And Roth, obviously, right there with him. So, I mean, if you're Cowboy, if you're D, you could not ask for two more experienced.
Cut-off points in the group stages.
If you know those guys,
63 was the high, 53 was the low.
The most patient, the most understanding, the best coaches for two young guys that are coming in here to a LAN for their first time.
So theoretically, if we base our numbers off of that, then Alcadzia has already made it through group stages.
2 years, and it hasn't always been pretty. And well, to make matters worse, usually it's caster curse. This was a graphics observer curse. So, haha, production, that's on you, not us this time around. A Sparking able to get not his first kill of the day, but one of. It's been Luke. That's been the success story for the results that Liquid has been able to put on the board so far.
Yeah.
Let's go Sparking.
Sparking, able to get something going.
Yeah, pretty average start. I mean, you're not upset about 15 points in 3 games, right? Like that's you'd hope for more, and but you know, given the fact that you had 2 back-to-back Millie games, especially when you
want 5 on the low end of points per game. You really would prefer 7.
That's a hard way to start your day for anybody, let alone Team Liquid, who has those.
If you get 5 per, you get up to 60.
Still 3 games left to play.
They
decide to go as we see Roth all
by
himself, nobody anywhere near him. He's got tired of dealing with the kids, man. Take a break.
No, you're reading this completely wrong. The rest of the team are like, bro, you're too loud. Can you please just go somewhere else? We can't hear what we're thinking here. You're blowing our eardrums, and he's just going, yeah, the whole time. And you know what? I love him for it. Keep doing you, Roth. Keep being loud. Keep getting that team hyped for the fights to come.
With a muzzle break, huh?
You got the arm coming down, and more importantly, the muzzle break. Love a good muzzle.
At least it's not a tech stock.
Yeah. or the open field DBS. You drive all the way out there. You're getting shot at. You have to drop smokes, and you get a DBS, and you're just like, great.
Happens.
Ridiculous.
Well, SGA, it's been a slow start, despite the fact. I mean, they again back-to-back Millie games, and they are a Millie team. You would have hoped to maybe find some more success in those, but 6 points so far today.
I think Seoul Gaming Academy is feeling the hurt of being a day 2 team, in the sense that everyone else, I mean not everyone, but the 8 other teams here on the server had a chance to play yesterday, get confident. Had they started day 1 with everyone else, I think they would have potentially been off to a better start, because they're only now trying to get their confidence going, while all these Group B teams coming in have already been able to find that. So for them, being in Group C is tough threading.
And a new team.
That too.
With the international set, I mean, I guess a bigger shock, bigger surprise, really.
That's how that happened.
A lot of people, JDG.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
With only 7 points, that is obviously the Alcadzia hot drop situation from Tego contributing to that a little bit, but that's one game.
Yeah, but then you also have double military and a South George looting team.
Yeah,
I don't think. I mean, you don't want to. You can't just keep saying, "Oh, we'll write that game off," you know, because eventually that's your entire group stage done, and you didn't make finals. But I think in their particular case for this one thus far,
again, minimum 5 points a game. You want 7.
Second Rango game down on military, because they got that center hill for free, but got a bit eager for points and paid the price for it. So maybe that has humbled them coming into this game, where now they're once again playing it slow, but with plenty of space to maneuver on the west.
Yeah, this should be good for him to kind of get kind of back on level
I mean, who's to say what would have happened in the previous game had Spaceman won that fight against Daiwag?
I mean, I have to imagine that they would probably be in the same boat. I mean, they were C3 dropping into the middle
what would have happened, Poro?
I'm to say what would happen. I mean, I could see. I mean, we saw what happened there. They just kind of donated a few points to whoever happened to be near the middle. I believe it was 17 at the time. But looking at actually, SGA is getting real close to 17 actually. So keeping an eye over there is DN Freaks coming in from the north. Nobody further north than them currently, although it looks like Falcons maybe making the long trek.
They are migrating towards the east for the Heat, the Falcons, that is. Trying to see if they can make their way in way late. I mean, and I like the idea of them going north on this one. We know that the plane was south, so no reason to try and become part of that cluster. Because how many times have we seen Falcons run into trouble in the early game where, not that it could necessarily have been avoided in those particular cases, but now that you give them the chance to avoid it actively, go north. You know there's going to be space. Play it slow, play it smart. That's what these
Double glider.
So why not just
up in the air?
Yeah, that's an easy call for an IGL.
Yeah.
We see a few gliders in the air. Rello going to be feeding that information over to his team, letting them know that they've got Bagopa kind of rotating right down in the middle of them. And Lurex doing a little air racing here. Oh, he's doing the seat swap. Go for it. Shots coming through. Danger zone.
I tried.
You got it. I mean,
but then they left. They heard my singing and like, no, we can't. This is not. You're killing the mojo, bro. Just not doing it. This circle is going to be
don't go too close to the top of that hill. Ah, no, Rello's leaving it actually. D, you got to get out of there.
Towards the south, keeping as much water in as we can, while also having that very central bridge now up for grabs. Liquid, do they opt to cross on over?
How do we keep on?
Great timing on that one. This bridge is going to be pivotal for this circle to come.
Well, that's if any of these teams on the east side of the river decide to even go that far. I mean, you still have the land bridge off to the north that Navi is kind of rooting around at the moment. And JDG on the move, they're going to get a compound for themselves. And now this is where you're in IGL. You start kind of, where do I want to shove my chips? Are we going east right off the bat? Or are we going, do we stay on the east side as long as we can and just assume that the west is already kind of full and just kind of take our time, play edge? Or do we try to go for that push on the west and see if we can get a compound? It's a tough call.
My short answer, if you are east and you have a chance to go west, you go west. If you're east but it feels dicey, you stay and cross your fingers. Say, come on, Circles, you've done it before. Let's do it one more time for the boys, shall we? And to make matters even worse, everyone rotating in their Pico buzzers right now are going to go.
So, Tanvu's going to be good.
EMP zone on the western side of the circle. 17
and Tanvu losing all his speed there is not going to be too happy with it.
They are going to be slowed down and to make. I mean, for the worst part of this is 17 being slowed on the rotation. They have
okay. Tanvu's pulling up anyways.
Backfilling them, so that could cause commotion.
Yeah, that's you know, you don't usually talk too much about the impact of those EMPs, but this is a big one.
Yeah.
Right now, Bean's got bigger problems as he got Slam G right on top of him, but Tosi will spot out Arctics from playing the wall. He sees Boostic as well. Maybe, oh yeah, get the flush onto Arctics, get the point. Mogore will try to spot out Bean again, but Bean able to run away.
Yeah, they're trying to come in and fortify the position now, but they're a little late on it. Good thing for them is that Tosi and Bean have been doing a great job at it kind of baited the attention, making it look like they were more than just two players here. Slam G couldn't really hard commit to it early on. Orca now forced back into cover, but he has his entire team in.
Okay, Orca able to pull back into the hard cover, try to reset, get the heal up. Bean still just a problem as Boostic going to continue just sending all his utility over there, but that door just not not cooperating. Lurex with the high ground, trying to feed information over, and Bagopa.
Ooh, the live damage update?
Very, very cautious, very not wanting to get involved in fights last game, and it kind of bit him a little bit.
That's interesting, besides the fact that it's not accurate.
The awkward part of trying to engage in this fight from the north, where they currently are, is this compound doesn't really open up any windows from that angle. I say that, but I can't find one in the air. Mogora now going down to Flame as well, and that's going to be Slam G done for. Slam to the ground, and Genji now fully aware that Bagopa is set up on the northern side. Will probably just hide in this compound and wait for that next circle to pop.
Man, Slam G. They started off so hot yesterday.
Yep.
And they were looking
They're not looking great.
Reality has come back, and the reality now for them is they've only got 2 games remaining.
And they're only at 33 points.
Currently 33 points, 12th place. You got to imagine that's not going to be anywhere near enough to make that cut line for the finals.
Yeah, slow backfill here now on the southern side of the circle to one more EMP to slow rotations down as the circle swings towards the north.
Jeez.
We're going from, I guess we have something to play around to. Okay, good luck, have fun, guys. Everyone on the southern side is going to be playing into the open. Freaks, I mean, observers say they might stay on the eastern side. They probably will. Issue is, you know what I said? I was gonna say next circle is gonna shift west. I'm not sure it will because you've been playing.
Team Liquid's color is also throwing me off.
Here, but this could really go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, hard shifts.
I'm glad that they've just stuck with yellow for Alcadzia. I don't know why, but like I don't like yellow personally as a color, but at this point, like that's their color, and it makes me. It's comfortable. But Team Liquid's color just looks off.
Which part of these open fields they want to be playing from. If you have a compound right now, you better lock it down. And I'm getting a little scared now because
And I think it's because Burrow Ram's here.
2-2. If they know the amount of pressure power that's going to be coming in from the south in just a moment, this might be a bit too greedy for my liking.
It's greedy, but right now it seems to be working out. Suze and Cold have been kind of keeping eyes on things to the south, and look at that.
Oh, Bean! Oh, Bean got Salute.
Running into the Freaks. They're gonna spot out Salute. He's down. Heaven now kind of in no man's land. Human, good spray.
He is in the middle.
He's gonna turn his attention over to Flame. Deal will be the one that gets him. Tosi down to 5 HP and just has a rock and nothing else. DNF. Great rally there.
Bounced it off his head. I don't think that hit the side of the rock. I think that hit his head. Oh, Gustav finds a double.
Able to stay afloat, breathe for a little longer with that utility usage from both Vex and Gustav, but they need to get these reses now. Jeems down already. Shrimsy, Tick, the only 2 players on the side of Falcons to try and make something happen here.
Wow, Falcons had 2 knocks on the push, and then immediately with 1 good grenade from Gustav, the tides have turned. Shrimsy now taken down by Fex. It's all down to Tickleton. This car comes through. Tickleton will at least get Gustav.
He finds a second.
Well before going down to the blue zone grenade.
How do they allow for Gustav to get
I think Vard.
Oh, and Vard's gonna go down too.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
That is rough stuff.
Okay.
Down to just Fex, and he's got Alcadzia
Meh.
on his doorstep.
Obviously not a good game for Falcons, only getting 3, but I'm glad they got 3 out of that. That nade by Gustav did so much damage.
I mean, again, the timing, the push on this couldn't be better. They know, I mean, they should know they're going to be up for a 4v1. Of course, they want to play it smart and safe still. A good situation they find themselves in. The meantime,
Purdy.
17 here, they've pulled up next to them. If they can clean this one out and then get
Getting shot at by 2 different teams.
Purdy split too thin from his teammates in the compound towards the east.
The 3rd and 4th party from Buriram and the Expendables causing problems for Team Liquid, but 17.
Delwyn stealing kills.
Flushing out with the mortars. So Team Liquid,
I don't think Team Liquid actually got that many kills out of it.
All of their knocks that they just got on 17 rather get stolen away.
Definitely did. Fex is still alive in the compound as we see. Everyone out towards the east, having to come west now. We are shifting over on this side. So Navi, Bagopie, the remaining Freaks players trying to make this play happen. Salute actually went up high. Try and no, scratch that. He took himself a
JDG have a 2-2 and it's fine.
A good scout there for Freaks.
But it's phase 4 and you have to make sure you are like ready to move, in my opinion.
Well, this is
like as soon as you hear vehicles, it's either your teammate should be crashing onto you by that point or you should be leaving.
Circle, but he's getting shot at from Buriram. He's getting shot at by the Expendables. He's got Team Liquid just off to the east, Alcadzia. Meanwhile, they would like to be able to clean out Fex without losing anybody here, if possible.
Blue zone.
Wait,
Nice.
Cowboy.
Down, yep, taken out a distance, but yeah, that's
Okay, they get him back up.
Safe res?
Yeah,
You would have to imagine.
That's an easy res.
You would have to imagine. Blue is coming in, but they have part of the compound inside circle, so carry him towards whatever part of this building is inside the next circle. You should be all right. Here you see the cutoffs from the previous tournaments. PGS 5 last year was the highest one that we've had ever at 63, but we are in those high 50s, low 60s looking. So once you clear that, you can play with a little bit more breathing room.
Yeah, and I mean,
You got to take into account the res as well, though.
I mean, look how close everybody is on that leaderboard up at the top.
And I don't think we had the reses before.
Team coming in and just soaking up a bunch of points and running away from everybody. I mean, the Expendables up there was 75, but that's not really much of anything of a lead at all. I mean, that's just going to make that cut line that much higher, and we've seen it just keep progressively going higher and higher as the parity in this lobby just gets greater.
Yeah, Na'Vi have a pretty straightforward mission ahead of them. Either take out, change the game coming in on that northern side, or force them to rep hard west. If you do so, you are in a great position up here in the northern side to spread out and play to your advantages. In the meantime,
oh my great
Big Opa.
They knew them, they heard them coming in, they've been tracking them ever since.
They needed a day today. And they're having a day so far.
And Freaks are sent running as Guyo joins in as well. Cloris finds the last, just like that, Freaks shut down.
Bagopa had down D and Freaks on ice skates, man. They had no idea where to look. That split
Freaks could end up struggling here as well.
Going off to the north, they're still playing the coast.
Freaks are only at 53, and they only have 2 matches left.
That'll be good for their second kill.
And it was actually E-Arena that
I'm kind of actually wanting Freaks to do well, because if Freaks do well, it means less teams besides Falcons can get points in the grand finals, which means no one will really be able to take over Falcons' position. Though I highly doubt it happens and they don't make it. Falcons should be able to make it pretty easily, but like if you don't have those teams up there, then technically it could get a little bit scarier for Falcons. I doubt it, but it's like a 1% chance that they don't make it. Oh.
With the MP5 in hand, the Nate did the majority of the damage and it cleans him up with the SMG.
Cowboy's gonna go down in a second.
Cowboy, but he's gonna go down to Clories. So the third party coming in, but what a hold from Edie.
Yep.
Cowboy does steal it.
The blue zone gonna arrive. He's got to dance in front of it. He's dancing around trying to survive. It's not gonna happen. Alcacia will get taken down by Buriram.
A quad kill with an MP5. Now we've seen it all, Po. Let's see if he has more in him. Able to find one headshot in return, though. Forced back into hiding. Not going to go for any heals. He's feeling warm as can be, despite having only 11 health to work with.
Look at this kid. Just popping off right now. He's going to have to stop down and heal up, but he's got the teammates with him, but they can't peek that hill, unfortunately, because JDG, they are starting to flex out cold and space.
Guess what? He has a nade. Oh. Gonna find a little bit more damage. A little bit too far off, though.
Gaming Academy, and all he can really do is throw some flashbangs and hope that he maybe catches somebody slipping.
Yep, definitely.
I will say, ever since we've gotten mortars and BRDM and everything else like that, I feel like we've seen
This feels like old school Buriram.
just slightly less importance put on really good nades.
With just about anybody in the lobby in the fight, and so far it's working out. The Massey will go down to the blue.
Like, obviously, there's still really good nades here and there.
That thing has a lot of bodies on it as the circle will shift away once again. Just so many hardships, Toby.
Yep, it's been tough. It's been tough, and right now, Bago Pump, similar fashion to the previous game, reaping the rewards of this one. Rivs run for the circle, not gonna happen. Has a teammate still in the blue, that's Edie. Not sure how many first aids he's got to work with, but at least he's alive.
He only has one.
Rivs, while he gets inside circle, I don't think Edie is near enough to be able to get anything done there. Now he has to heal himself.
Yeah, he's just got to try to out-heal the boys.
He has a lot of bodies. How many first aids?
Yeah.
Service?
There we go.
6? Nah,
Only
he's
6, yeah, he's done so.
And I'm not seeing him outliving Cloris in this one either. So, you know what?
It's possible.
Quad kill with MP5. I think he's done. He's done what he had to do this game.
Yeah. No, we're not. We're happy.
I think he can make it into zone.
The middle games have worked out pretty nicely for Buriram. Get him back on track as they get ready for the end of the day on Miramar. Meanwhile, you can see on your mini map there, JDG starting to make their way in. So Team Liquid, you got Alo and Luke 12 on that ridge line. You got to be expecting the push to come through eventually. They got E-Arena behind him as well. But Bagopa, look at this. Okay, Edie going to go ahead and get spotted out by Suze, so that'll be a point.
Suze was paying attention.
Denied. And that's 6 now for JDG as they're starting to find their groove.
Exactly, they need to make their way inside the circle, but they're playing it smart and saying we have a high ground position here. We're going to take advantage of it for as long
Yeah, that nade did so much damage.
2 of them down to 20 health. The one that he needed to do the most on was Roth there, and then the swing in the end of it. Finding the last between the smokes. No reloads either. Extended mag does it for him.
One flip.
The triple.
Look at that, man.
And the last one on the very back side of the wall. Did he see him through the smoke? Nice spot him on the edge there. Good job.
Damn.
SMGs are back, boys. Everybody's happy. Well, it looks like Cloris has been spotted out by E-Arena, but he'll be able to retreat and hide down just a little bit. Luke 12 and Alo still just waiting for the inevitable push.
Exactly.
I mean, JDG, they've got grenades, they've got frags. That should be an easy clean
That's
for them.
the entirety of Luke 12's picture.
Ostrich move, sticking his head into the ground, going, if I can't see you, you can't see me. Isn't that how it works?
Exactly. That is
Issue is they know exactly where they're prone, so it's going to be up to JDG to decide whether or not they want to commit to clearing out Liquid. Issues, even if they do peek over, shoot at Liquid, they're exposing themselves to the remaining other 2, or make that 3 teams in this circle. Now we can say 2 because Larius is down and out, but as you can see here, I mean, it's so dangerous for JDG to aggressively peek over because E-Arena will shoot from one side, Bagopa from the other. I think they're going to wait this one out and see next circle.
That's the thing. I mean, they would love to be able to just throw these grenades over here towards Liquid, but as soon as they get to somewhere, they also just don't have a really good read on where they're at.
Yeah,
and
they're fishing.
I mean, you can see they're going far, just too long.
Because that hillside is facing towards the opposing teams, it's not worth the risk.
Yeah.
Play smart, go back up to Suze, see what's available up towards the north, which unluckily for them, and they know this is not a whole lot. But try
They
to
have nothing.
there rather than forcing a fight into the
Really.
They know now that Liquid has to leave this position too, so play it smart on that side.
And also, you're in the late game. You only got 5 grenades, so you kind of want to hold on to as many. Unless you're Bagopa,
I mean, they've
who
only been
apparently
fighting at a far.
is holding on to every other grenade in the lobby. 14 grenades for Bagopa, and look how much space they have to work with on this northeastern side. It's looking good for the boys, the old men.
Bagopa, they needed good day today, and they are absolutely having a good day. They're up to 52 points. Other teams are definitely gonna go out first, so they're gonna get more point placement points, at least a couple. I wouldn't be surprised if they get at least 3 more kills, and they might end up getting the win.
See what you can make out of there. It's a bit of a rich line and a rock to work with. Are they actually hard committing to the fight on the eastern side? I don't think they are now. They're going to sit up behind these vehicles, and that's where I'm a little afraid on the side of JDG is I'm lacking that spark, that aggression. Not saying they should just hard pull up on Bagopa, because that's also a death sentence, but the willingness to pull kind of an APAC move every now and again is something I think could help JDG push further up on the leaderboard.
I think if JDG had a better read on where Bagopa was exactly, but the problem is Bagopa's so spread out.
They're everywhere.
It's kind of difficult to get an idea of what's going on there. So really, I mean, this is probably the best play that they had available to them. Just keep 4 alive. You know you're running a little bit low on util. You still have 10 smokes. You still got cars. You still got everything you need. So just wait it out.
It's all gonna depend on where phase number 8 goes.
Maybe you'll be in a better position to get that W.
And this is not so much, I mean, the situation right now, it's more just their playstyle in general. I'm waiting, I'm lacking that extra gear.
I mean, they're
turbo mode
fraggers, right?
to go aggressive. And that's exactly the thing. They're all very capable mechanically, but not always putting themselves in the best positions to take advantage of that. As Elo able to find Jacob, the duo of Liquid. Still not done for just yet. Able to get to knock the rest.
It's a good.
Imagine could be possible, but for your arena, I mean, they're playing with an inch.
Let's go Liquid.
Side, and with every single sec that Blue closes further in, leaves them open to Elo and Luke.
Yeah, and that shift not helping them either, is it?
Not at all.
Well, Luke, you see the Liquid boys, they're going to be losing their tires here. But yeah, Bagelpa still in fantastic position. But they've got eyes all over the place here. That's the one thing, is they've got a lot of things that they have to keep track of. And if JDG gets a wild hair to try to make a push over there, Bagelpa's got to be ready for it. So they can't over focus on any one particular part of this map right now.
This is a perfect case of nothing to claim in the center.
Yeah.
Players would have sent one guy if there was anything. There is a rock, but that's also nade bait, so you're not going to go for that.
Right, it's a rock, but there's not a single angle you can actually play. Unless you have two vehicles. If you have two vehicles, you can set it up on like each side.
You're waiting for them to get in range of you. And I mean, right now things are looking great for them. But we'll see what Arena decides to do. Hopping
Somebody's got to move first.
Car, but go down to the blue zone. Oh,
deny.
And yeah, I think Arena.
They're leaving. They're saying, nah, hell no.
There's
nothing to come for.
They read the tea leaves and determined that this was the better play, which is crazy with 3 alive. But I mean that just goes to show the circle. There's just no play for them.
It was 3 alive, then it was 2 alive, then it was 1.5 alive, and that's the point at which they said, you know what, I've just been headshot. Our teammate is down. There's nothing for us to do.
I still think with 3 up, you could maybe try to make just a crash and hope.
It's point fodder.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, now Team Liquid have managed to make 3rd place, and they are on the south side, and it looks like JDG and Bagopa are starting to pay attention to each other, and Liquid, they're kind of surviving
they
here.
Have no smoke slip. That's
no
the last
smoke
one.
Left. That is the problem.
They have a busted. No, they're done. There's nothing they can do. They're gonna fall, and to make matters fair, 1 point apiece, and finally now the 4v4 Bagopa has a chance once again to bring it home.
All right. Well, we see they've already halved their grenades. They went from 14 to 7, and they didn't manage to really find anything with the 7 they've already used. So hold on to those. JDG still holding on to their 6, or 5 rather now, as it looks like they're trying to do a little bit of probing. But nice shots there from Park Pro. Will find December 12th, and he gets the flush. That's huge.
Perfect angle on that peak as well, using the smoke to his advantage. No one else had a chance to contest that peak, and
I think that's blue zone's right. Oh my god, look at that blue zone.
Blue zone comes in, forces Spaceman off his angle down to half HP. He's going to have to commit to the heals here, but he's inside the blue still, so this is taking so much time off of him. What an insane timing for Bagopa. No casualties on their side. They should know exactly where they have Spaceman any moment now. 4v1 looks to be a 4v0. Unless the Spaceman can do something.
Boom.
Not gonna happen. Bagopa, they won't be Tagopa, but they will be Rondopa all day.
Wow, man, that is the cleanest 4v4 that I think I've ever seen. I mean, Bagopa doesn't even take a knife. I don't even think they got shot at.
Pio, you can stay in Korea. We don't need you for PGC. We're actually doing pretty fine right now. So just do your thing, and we'll see you next year.
What a late game there. I mean, you want to talk about wildcard maps. We can't really call them wildcard maps at this point. They've been around for so long, but the middle maps have just been huge for Bagopa, and now they get the win. They've climbed up the leaderboard, and JDG, man, they got 4 up to the late game. They have to be kicking themselves.
Great game for some of the bottom teams to crawl up that leaderboard as we go on over to Rankle next.
Damn.
It works. In the middle of the map, as far as planes goes, that's everybody should be happy with that one, huh?
We always talk about like vetoes and vetoing maps and what could we do. How about if we veto plane paths? We have the entire 360 of plane paths. All teams get to remove one from the possibilities.
We're getting in the weeds on that one, man.
If we are to have a ban phase, we ban plane paths coming into the game. But this one as fast can be for everyone. 3 teams jumping out at the very end of it. SGA, Bago Pass, Yuyun, and Slam G. But here we go, fighting abound. And just like that, fights are happening. And it's Na'Vi versus, well, Tanwu to begin with, but he's down.
Immediately.
Hagatori finds 2.
On the Clories of Tanvu, flush them out, make sure that they can't get that res. Now they did lose Sosid, and Hagatori only 4 HP and not a first aid to be found. And now Delwyn's gonna go down as well. It's all down to Duck Shoes with the shotty on the top of the stairs, but the rest of the boys are coming, and Extends will clean him up, and that is it for the Expendables.
I didn't need my captain alive anyway, so it's fine.
Who does?
Who does? Well,
there was another hot drop too, wasn't there? Alcacia and JDG once again. We saw D come out with the win last time in the epic 1v1 versus Spaceman. Will it play out that same way this time?
Yeah, well, Na'Vi, they made a plan for themselves. They executed it, and they did so to perfection. Salutis in the nearby area of where they were, but
that's about as clean of a hot drop as you'll ever see.
Literally, when you have 3 players land on shotguns in a 2-house compound, you're in for a pretty good hot drop.
And not micro easy to go along with it. Yeah, I mean,
it was quick. That's for sure.
And that is exactly what they did. JDG, meanwhile, 3 deep, pushing forward. They don't have cold with them, but they might not need them if they can catch Alcacia in a unfortunate position, although it looks like Alcacia there kind of turtled up here a little bit, so that's going to be a tough nut to crack.
I like this. A Takeo rematch. Let's go for it. Alcacia and JDG finding each other once again. I mean, when you're set with a psych on hand,
we'll see if the damage updates a little bit quicker this time.
And wait for things to happen. On the flip side of that, when you're set with a VSS in hand, do you really want to push buildings? No, I don't think you will either, so this could be a stalemate that's going to last for a bit. The VSS, though, will be swapped for the M16. You can see up in the top there. Damage only applied between these 2 teams. So this is a hot drop exclusive damage tracker.
Yeah, that AK looking real dangerous. I mean, AK S12, pretty strong, pretty salty combo when you're pushing into another squad. Oh, he spots out D. Not shot. Nope, there we go. Okay. We'll give his position away, but what does Alcacia do with that? You see Roth on that kind of side angle. He's got the MP5. So if anybody from JDG tries to do anything slick on the north side anyway.
They're expecting it too.
Yeah.
You look at the angles they're holding. They're committing 3 to this.
Good eyes from JDG slowing things down. You see Cold 119 still off to the south. He might have finally been able to loot up something of worth. Maybe going for the high ground flanking angle. D with that M24 in hand. He's got a scope to go with it too. That is...
Oh, I am so happy to see COD doing well. Theoretically, according to previous PGS standings, they have done enough to make it to the grand finals for PGS 9. We'll see if that's the case tomorrow.
Expectations placed upon,
but like theoretically that's the case.
As we see, the timing. Cold 119 has found that flanking angle, but it looks like Alcacia, as he said, the timing.
D did get 43 damage out onto Suze.
He catches 3 with their backs, and I think only one of them had a vest that's only has a barrel. That would have been a lava spray come through. Them just being melted away, but no, able to get off the hillside. I don't think he has a scope on either, not just the red dot to work with. So,
I think he had the Cold had the scope on the M16.
Oh, he does. Okay.
So he's got something to work with there, but it's. I mean, you see the rest of his team; they're kind of moving around and pulling away from this. So Rello with that 6x M4, not spotting anything out, and Cowboy in kind of a dangerous spot here. Cold 119 does peak.
It's surprisingly similar. Yeah, it's surprisingly similar to the way that the Palace unfolded. It was like flanks on flanks.
And that's good. If they're higher than 4 teams, then they just have to be higher than 4 more. I think it was PGS 5
He's up against the Bolt. Now he realizes that he's trying to get off to safety, but Roth is able to trade him in return.
Very nice trade. Very, very nice trade.
Yeah, mathematically they should be in, and theoretically, PGS 5 was the highest one, and that was 63 points, right? And they're at 66 last I saw.
That's between them and Face actually up towards Minas.
So
I thought they were gonna backfill and get some easy loot going. Face was sat here ready and waiting, takes them out. So finally, something going well for Face in this one.
A little bit of a yay boo for Na'Vi there, isn't it? I mean, they win. They win the cleanest hot drop in ever, and then they immediately go down to FaZe.
That was a yay boo.
That's a big yay boo.
I never heard that one before, but I like it.
Yay boo. This ain't no way boo.
Revived, and Alcatia gonna go for the reposition and pull away from that wide open side. Okay, you can see Suze kind of looking down there. There's just nothing to be found.
Yeah. And this is taking place a kilometer from the circle too. They both had a really...
Hey, guess what? Bararam is thinking about getting involved in this too if it lasts long enough.
They committed to this. It's been dry as can be, and now Bararam, as you say, Bararam is peeking on over, and oh my, is he going to be exposed? Oh, great double headshot from Rivs. Headshot, body shot, make that Colts now. Trying to make the wraparound, but nice trace in there by Rivs to follow him. 10 damage done, down to just one. And that should be an easy one, and indeed it will be. Double kill for him.
Just everything.
Yeah, Alcadia just needs to leave now.
Go wrong for JDG today has gone wrong, with the exception of last game where
they're probably going to be real frustrated.
The final two and just get immediately walloped by Begopa, and now they stick around, as you said, too long. That timer just not.
They're gonna have some reflection to do.
Managing to go up and sneak two away, and that's Alcatia is real happy about that. You know what?
For sure.
We didn't get the points through the hot drop, but the result is still the same.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I was talking about in the previous game too. JDG just lacking that 6th gear, lacking that, you know what, we got the first guy down, 4v3, we have the upper hand, let's make a play happen, make the push on down along the western side. They knew where they had two of them inside the warehouses too, but too much to lose in going out early on here, and well, in playing safe or trying to do so, they end up paying the price for it.
And Rello, we'll see if they can figure out where December 12th is. It looks like Spaceman's just kind of running away. And December 12th will be left to his own devices, holding an angle, that AK. As Buriram has pulled away from that high ground, they're going to continue making their way into the circle. As it looks like Alcatia, they may be thinking the same thing here. But we do have an interview, though. And it's going to be with Songjang.
Hi, we're now having some jump from Begopa. So you've actually racked up 6 kills all by yourself in match 3 and got the chicken dinner in match 4. So you showed us that you're far from rusty even after being playing since 2018. So how do you feel about your mechanics right now?
세 번째 매치에서 혼자 6킬을 기록하시면서 거의 치킨을 따낼 뻔하셨고 네 번째 매치에서는 이제 치킨을 드셨는데요. 2018년부터 꾸준히 활동해 오시면서 아직도 감이 녹슬지 않았다 이런 걸 증명하신 것 같아요. 혹시 현재 본인의 컨디션이나 경기력 어떻게 보시나요?
사실 운이 좋았던 부분도 있어서 그런데 승부욕이 좀 있다 보니까 아쉬울 수밖에 없다고 생각을 하고 팀원들이랑 또 남은 매치 잘 이겨내보겠습니다.
Frost annihilated.
I think a bit of luck was inside, and I'm very competitive, so I will overcome it with my teammates further.
Okay, the veterans still got it. All right, we're back to the game. Thank you.
Never has a person overtaken an interview as hard as Roth just did. I don't know if it went through our mic.
Just so we know, Roth was not talking to Songjang in that.
Oh no, he was not. He was definitely talking.
He wants him to get in here.
I feel like he might have been talking to everyone.
Maybe.
When he was. At least everyone could hear him, that's for sure. And again, love it. Love a like that go out.
Roth is so much fun. Let's go, Roth.
I don't think I'm wrong in saying better than most people expected. Maybe also better than they expected themselves. I know they have high expectations, but sitting in 3rd place overall right now is definitely impressive and pretty much guaranteed grand finals.
Yeah, no, I think Alcatia, I mean, I have high expectations for them all the time, but they typically, when they get to internationals, you do see them, they fall victim to slow starts, and that has not been the case whatsoever for them here, at least in PGS 9. And we'll see if they can continue that success into the grand final. But right off the bat, Toby, I got to say, 11 minutes in, 51 alive.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it's been a very bloody early game. And I only expect it to get worse here, obviously, as we've got one game remaining after this. The early game, huge, but look at El Pozo right now.
Yep.
Just quick reminder of what the historical cutoff point has been.
We are looking at around that 60-point margin here. You see it. I mean, the thing is, Navi played this one smart. They knew that Freaks were... Oh, that doesn't help things either. That I got
why are you talking about Navi playing it smart right as they're just getting...
I mean, we know what happened. We know what happened, right? They got wrecked. But it's just a timing thing. Couldn't be any worse. FaZe were backfilling as well. They too saw.
I mean,
Freaks leave.
that was really good by FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, they saw FaZe leave. They go, we're just here to pick up a gun, and then wait, there's a car coming in. Oh wait, it's 4-1. Oh wait, he ran himself over. Guys, there's points over here. And then you know what? If they come as free as that, and it's a team like Navi you get to eliminate coming in on your edge of the circle, you're pretty pleased with that.
Absolutely. Well, not pleased is 17, as they have lost Xiaowu. But I mean, at the end of the day, they've got 66 points already. They're fine. Like, they're vibing. They've got 2 more Miramar games here as we see Alcatia after winning the Battle of Smirzera, get everybody back on their feet, and they're going to take the high ground off of that E pickup. So we saw they had scopes. They could make some waves here.
Definitely. Watch out for any other helicopters coming your way, and maybe a mortar shell or two. But overall, this looks very good for them. As Freaks, oh no, that's a spin out in the arguable worst position possible. Dance and weave, touch and weave, thrown down, act like you ain't here, but not gonna work. Slam G rewarded with at least the knock off for that one. Slam G, a team who had great success yesterday, haven't been able to get anything going at all. But just like in EMEA, when things go well for Slam G, it usually starts with this man right here, Boostic. An incredible mechanical player. One of the young guns coming into the EMEA scene. And here, able to get one as well.
I guess Heaven didn't get the memo. He saw the wheels got shot out. He hopped out, and Guman said, "Peace, I'm out." Well, unfortunately,
I'm still going.
Freaks will lose 2, and this is just continuing for Freaks, man. It's just, I don't know. They just haven't looked right. Now, I mean, they're sitting on 53 points, which is, you know, okay. But, again, that if we're looking at what might be a 60-plus point cutoff, they're going to be sweating tomorrow unless they can find something here in these final 2 games. And now they've got to play Game 5 with only 2.
It's clear to see what their kryptonite has been. They had 0 points in their 2 Miramar games yesterday. They have none thus far. It's definitely something they're gonna go back and look at coming into.
I didn't pick a fantasy team.
Because they still have 1 more game left. You could only imagine short at 53.
Well, this is an interesting.
On Sunday, it was my girlfriend's birthday, so I was spending the day with her, and I kind of completely forgot about it.
Back in, so the timing on that perfect, and Shawu gonna send it into El Pozo.
So, Thursday we should be able to pick fantasy teams for finals, though. And yeah. So theoretically on Thursday I'll create one. And
all that work to get Xiaowu back.
That's all Xiaowu could add to
we're gonna be doing a Pokemon stream on Thursday as well, because that's when the new Pokemon game comes out. And I got the capture card today. Got it all set up. It's ready to go. I don't know if it actually captures audio. I might test that after I watch Game 6. So, we'll see what happens.
Well, Katsuya might be able to see it, but everyone can see them too when they peek over from that southern side from the uphill. You can see here they're peeking up, but in doing so, also leaving themselves exposed to the entirety of El Pozo. So it does not come without risk when you try and go aggressive here.
Sure. Now Katsuya,
but yeah.
Send Roth down. Start thinking about
I wish I had. I don't even. I mean, no matter what, I'm picking Ra on my team.
JDG's no good, very bad day.
I don't care if he does good or bad. I'm picking Ra.
the one thing they got going for them is that they have 6 games left to play. So we've seen this team pop off and put up 60 points in a day. That is not outside of the realm of possibility.
Yes. Oh, dude, I love Roth so much. It's just awesome.
Exactly.
So what they didn't get to work with today, maybe they will be able to maneuver out tomorrow. Because whenever Roth had a chance to shut them down, he sure has.
Well, the pressure's definitely going to be on, but as you said, don't have to worry about that thorn in their side from the late game here. As Alcancia doing exactly what they set out to do at the beginning of the day, get themselves set up in the first 2 games, and then
73 points, I feel like, is the maximum cutoff it would get to.
Intersection circle, El Pozo, GG. Well played. You're probably not alive by the end of this shift. As Gen G now decision to make. Yeah, they're going to fortify the West. That makes perfect sense. Even if the North is in.
Do they have a UFL going on in El Pozo?
Going to receive so much heat. Rather back off, say, no, we're not going to get all those kills. This could be a 20-game kill if we survive the North. We could also just get south and get...
Even they're saying even Alcadzia might try and come in down there.
Westernmost team, they've got control over pretty much everything, but they've got to go somewhere. So, meanwhile, Team Liquid, here's what happens. You have to leave El Pozo eventually, and unfortunately for them, Roth coming down. He came down early, and it pays off as he finds a couple there. Deal with the seat-swapping Panzerfaust onto Alo. Sparking will try to get him. The shot's not landed. There we go. He'll get him in the end, and Team Liquid will be down to 2 as Alcancia. Blood in the
that went through the window.
Perfect timing for them to jump off the cliff side as well, and the northern side swing around the west. But you can look at this, the ammo count that they have railed down to 29. They expended all of it up on the hills up high, but luckily for them, they have some corpses for Liquid to pick up. Also, I mean, you talk about anomalies earlier today. I think I've seen Purdy get killed coming out of a shack 4 times today. So I don't know about that one. It's just rare that you get to see it on repeat. But Purdy, just don't be near shacks. They apparently don't work for you.
Yeah, I mean, like 24 points through 4 games or 5 games really for Liquid here, and now they're down to just 1.
Yep.
Definitely not the start they were anticipating for themselves, but still 1 left, and if they can get above 30,
Falcons
35,
struggling even more.
how the day started with the 2 military
There's no way like Falcons don't have a big game either here or next game, right? Even if they get fucked by the circle.
Base is pulling up on this one as well within Nate range now too. They can lock one over. That could easily be Arena completely done for. The backfill, the safety position.
Oh, it bounces off the vehicle.
Being pressured hard, and now it's just Lyrics down towards the south, trying to help the boys set up here. Rips finds himself on an island of his own, trying to fend off against the duo. Oh, it was a bait all along. I like the idea of going for the molly, but in doing so, left himself exposed, and that's Burram down in 12.
There we go. The C4 Bronco coming towards SGA. Are they ready for it?
Oh no, he didn't go all the way there.
No, he missed the turn, the smoke. He will get himself and he'll get Ane, and that may open up a door here as you see Akan trying to push in with that DBS in hand. Not finding anything just yet through the smokes.
Not often you are rewarded with anything to use a DBS for when it's now a crate gun, but hey, if you get a chance to push a building with it, there ain't really a gun that's better than that one. So let's see if he can make it. Ringakan already able to find the first one. See if he can get the second. Sephiroth able to jump out, been hurt, but nice swing there. Able to get one Park Pro, able to trade him quickly though.
Good trade. That's a good trade, but unfortunately, that's just the way things
Oh, and Falcon's gonna be struggling here.
Flushed by Zephyros.
C4 again.
C4 again here for H-Win as Falcons.
Oh, they're doing
down to just 2. He's gonna hop out of the vehicle.
That's gonna be good enough.
Run away, Akan, run away.
Are they gonna survive this? What can you
Nah.
do? What can you do? He even died before that too. They're stuck.
No counterplay. What are you gonna do?
Unlucky. They were able to survive the push, but in the end, the no-man car was too much for them to deal with.
Look at this circle.
Gen G likes it.
There's 21 players left alive.
Yep, and we have, what, 9 players inside the circle?
Goodness gracious. I mean, we've been talking about how Erangel has turned into one of the bloodiest maps in all of PUBG, but it looks like Miramar kind of making its own claim at the crown as D, once again, the last player alive, but that doesn't mean anything. This kid is absolutely cracked as 770 is going to find out.
Yep, first one down. Might be a one-man army, but a big one at that. Taking on, doesn't matter what accolades you have in this tournament, but of course, prone down there, not too much you can do. Little Ghost with an MP5 of his own goes for it, and he's not going to be able to get that first aid off in time. He's going to go down as well, so that's going to
Boom. Another point for D.
There you go. We see a replay here of...
It didn't even go inside the building.
it didn't need to, man. Sometimes splash damage is a wonderful thing. Well, CTG, we haven't gotten a chance to talk about them too much. Only 14 points on the day. It's been a slow start. And they
I'm surprised they haven't said anything about how slow it's been for Falcons.
Might be setting themselves up for a little bit of a rally here at the end.
Slow start, but look at how close it is down towards the bottom. A lot of these C teams have not been able to really perform today, so with a win here, potentially, CTG, they could skyrocket up that leaderboard, and it all starts here, taking out the remaining two from E-Arena, and then pushing down towards FaZe. Janjan is going to be real careful, because he's leaving himself completely exposed to FaZe, and because of it, he falls. He had to push with a P90, a bit too eager, a bit too greedy, and pays forward.
Oh, he does. SGA will get in, taken out. E-Arena Opon's just left to run away as Vex will spot him out, and that'll be him going down. Sparking going to find two from Change the Game as now Change the Game just like that, down to just one player. I believe it's Aries, the last one on his feet, and he's down to half HP.
Not too much you can do. Force the prone down. They had everything on lockdown. Little did they know the solo inside the shack towards the north was going to be their downfall.
Oh, Aries does find one.
Not taking too much damage initially either, but once more will fall down.
Hey, guess what? Sparking finding another top 4.
Doing so, but they have good control on this southern side still.
FaZe. I mean, we saw them get the wipe on the Navi early, but it feels
Not
like
bad, not bad.
out on this
Picks
western
up a kill,
side.
picks up a placement point.
Going on over there, but they still managed to get themselves 9 kills. They've got 3 alive. They know to play around that Gen G compound that the circle is favoring, as Sparking is going to get spotted out by Slam. We haven't seen Slam G in the late game in a while, have we?
FaZe out here DMing Slam G, guys. If you have a
It's
C4,
phase 6 and we're a top 4.
Guys, if you have a C4, can one of you guys send it into Gen G? That would be super convenient. Can we go EMEA versus Korea, please? Because we would like to stay alive. Good thing for FaZe is they have VOD inside circle, but it's on Slam G. I mean,
Where's
everyone's
Beam
really
going?
as well. Not sure how much impact he's going to have from there, but it's on Slam G to make the next move, because FaZe, they can just backfill down towards VOD and lay low there.
And Gen G, the struggles.
I'm half tempted to fast forward this a little bit.
Late game here, but only 1 kill collected so far as Jeems trying to make his way across the street. Yeah, they know that Sparking's there. Fex was
Hello,
I think that
Kitty.
was a bait vehicle really to get
Might have
Sparking
been,
to peek.
yeah, for sure.
But Sparking too smart for that.
Headshot connected, literally 1 HP
Rude.
on the side of Sparking. Again, I mean, if FaZe just wants full control of this eastern side of the circle. There comes the cars. I'm not seeing any C4 trails, so not going to happen with that. A lot of pre-nades still being tossed out, though, as the pull-up comes through.
Snail trail's not going to be there as grenades falling from Gen G, but not falling where they need to be.
Not at all.
Slam G now has the wall to play around. Tosi has one prepped and primed. It's going to get Arctic's very low, and now, Mogore will go down to Orca. Arctic's very low. Boostic's still alive, still playing around those vehicles. These utility from Gen G just way off. It's Tosi pushing with the MP5 blind. Doesn't even matter. Slam G will go down.
Gen G doesn't get a single knock.
Timing couldn't be better, because they knew FaZe was occupied looking towards Sparking. They were the main threats to prevent a third party to come through, but for FaZe, they had a 10-second gap there from where they could have engaged that fight, maybe taking the win. But again, the threat of Sparking, him staying alive for as long as he did towards the north, forced them to stay slow on it. So Gen G not only able to get 4 points off of that, but able to keep all 4 players alive themselves. As FaZe playing it in slow here, wanting the circle over the potential pull-up opportunity against Gen G.
This could be a massive, I mean, it already is a massive game for FaZe, who started off a little bit slow, as Sparking will donate himself over to the blue. But if FaZe can wrap up this victory, they will shoot up the leaderboard. Only 21 points through the first 4 games, but now 9 kills, 3 up, They've got Gen G pinned. If they can get a little bit of circle luck here, that would be absolutely huge.
Anything but north. And you know what? It's north, but it's northeast. And they have Fex and Teams have the rock on the right-hand side. The likely, I mean, okay, sure, we could just go full Gen G and hard shift northwest in the final one. But it is, no matter what, gonna end outside the compound. And right now, that's all FaZe needs.
I got to tell you, I feel like we're setting up for about the most boring 5 minutes that you're going to see in an international here. Because FaZe, I mean, they don't have to do anything. Hold on.
I will say this. Right now, as long as there's damage from Fex right now, if he gets knocked, that's when the transition between buildings gets dangerous. That's when Bot starts peeking, trying to get some of those off angles, right? So right now, I'd give the advantage to FaZe in terms of trying to take these peek back from new windows every single time they look out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game.
Look at the angle, the cross here in the open.
You can't.
If there's a knock, he peeks.
Can't get knocked here if you're Vard.
Nope. He's waiting for a knock. He's waiting for a knock to force someone to cross through that open. As soon as they get a knock, if they do in one of those buildings, he peeks to get the crossing guy that goes for the rest down as well. All of a sudden, that's a 3v2. They're leaving. Or at least repositioning.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they leave just yet. I mean, there's no point to. I mean, you've got that hard cover. Satoshi, they're.
Whoa. Whoa. Hey.
Am I excited?
Go back.
As soon as they get a knock, if they do in one
Just
of those
happened.
buildings, he peeks to get the crossing.
Figuring out where the direction though.
I get the idea of having a guy cross the road and go south, but right now, though, I like the idea of actually aggressively taking the fight to that southwest side. The danger is just then you leave the duo out. Those engines get up. He needs to peek.
Only bad part is Bean spotted him. Bean knows he's there, so now Gen G knows he's there.
But that
so
put
they
pressure
know
on them
not to
too,
expose
though.
himself. And the rooftop that Vard is on is outside his zone. So, you know, that was the insurance policy essentially. If they can find something off of it, great. But now that he's been spotted out, and now that it's outside of circle, you know, we go to plan B.
Well, look at that. Buddies, because
another 10 seconds.
All came in fighting their way there. So FaZe set with what they've got. Gen G with plenty to work with. Those smokes going to be deployed soon. Again, you can see here, trying to make sure Vard doesn't catch anyone crossing.
A good thing, one good thing for FaZe at least is ammunition, not a problem. All of them sitting well looted up, so they've more than able to just sit here and spray down everybody and just making them uncomfortable.
Yep.
As trying to get shots into the vehicle through the window, and it looks like he's actually going to get the wheel, but it should be okay for Vard. Is he'll drop the smokes and try to reposition, but yeah, a little bit of a tough rotation, but he'll get there.
You get the rock. If you get to the rock, you could be all right. Headshot connected, but James with the double blue zone comes in, finds Orca, forces them all into healing. Bean is down low as well. Great long throw, hitting all of them at the same time. Now
Tosi gets hit by the molly too.
I love this isolation play. Great strategy set up by FaZe.
But that's about the extent of the offensive utility that they had, and the res is going to come back onto Orca, and they'll be able to get him up in time. And you can see one grenade
comes out.
Yeah, one grenade left for FaZe here. Couple of Molotovs, and that's a huge knock for Bean onto James.
That was the nade too.
You go for it too, Fex. The second he isn't holding that angle, Bean peeks out, gets a double headshot, and now it's all about up close. 2v4. Vard and Fex trying to fend off here. There should be no world in which they're allowed to get the rest. And now is the utility barrage from Gen G that comes through, but Vard is still here, still holding strong, making it a 2v3.
Last grenade has been used by FaZe, so they've got nothing left in the bag. James not even able to get rezzed here. Vard has to hold on. Wait, where did he get that grenade? Okay, they got one. I'm not sure where that came from, but it could be good. Tosi and Flame still just playing around that smoke.
Vard is playing blind. He is doing a good job baiting the attention right now, but Vex cannot commit to the res. It's simply too difficult. A lot of damage being done though, Vex.
Back down into a 2v2.
Become useful in this. How does he wrap around the southern side, create a crossfire? Not gonna happen. Tosi with an MB5 finds the first one. It's just Vex now left alive, and it's not to be. Gen G out victorious.
What a play from Gen G.
Yes.
That knock, I mean, as soon as they got that knock, just...
Now also in the top 16 with 31 points here. Our bottom tier still count
Over there on the side for all of our teams, the 11 teams stacked up. Full Send still holding strong with 6 games played in Virtus.
Top 12 is 42.
In 11th with 5 games, also very, very nice.
Freaks only on 54. That's a little bit nerve-wracking, to be honest. If they don't get 60 plus, that could be scary here. But yeah, look at this. Gen G with 5 games, 41 points here, putting themselves kind of above the rest of the mid-pack here. Still now in the top 16. Liquid now also in the top 16 with 31 points here. Our bottom teams, man.
At least there's no one with 12 matches in the bottom 12. Like, that's gonna mean that this is gonna be really, really close.
Means that the cutoff could get ever tighter.
Yeah, I think it's gonna get very tight as we go into tomorrow. It is going to be, I think we said in the agreement, you were joking, maybe we'll see 8 teams competing for that cutoff.
I think so.
And that is starting to.
You're putting so much pressure on yourself for tomorrow.
Ooh, and they're splitting thin here as well. I like to think of Smirzera kind of as a layer cake, and you leave one on the very top layer. That's Colt on his own MP5 in hand, waiting for his teammates now to come up and join him. They're taking the fight to Alcazia this time around. No more waiting around, no more playing it slow. If we want a hunt drop, we got to take the fight to them immediately. Issue is, Colt, while I like the MP5, he's looking at a long distance engagement, or at least some distance engagements right now. On his own up here. They have the circle, so they can wait around for a bit and have this one stall out, but...
And they lose all their prio.
I'm not sure about it.
I had eyes on Impala. It looked like FaZe was getting real close to Slam there as well, but it looks like they'll pull away and go south, so the only real early game battle here is going to be Alcazia versus JDG once again. Now, no Bury Ram on the south side, but they do still have E-Arena, very close. 17 also has a 7700 down here. So it's starting to attract a little bit too much attention here if I'm JDG.
And I mean, yeah, you're fighting over Chuma. Now it went from a hot drop to a cold drop. Of course, for good reason, because he is going to expect the white flanks, because that's been the case every single time these two guys have fought each other. But also, you're a dead center in the circle.
Yeah.
There is simply too much to fight for. You've been able to stay alive. You've gotten, quote-unquote, the good side of Chuma for this circle. Take advantage of it. Lay low. If anything, let Alcazia come to you, because you have a good game to play from this area of the map.
And it looks like that's what they're doing. They're giving away that high ground. They're starting to make their way towards the low side of Chuma, loot up a little bit more, and I think a big part of that is exactly what you said. They're dead center circle, so I think that is the right play. But we had a chance to hear from Tanvu. Let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah. I knew I had to take you to the hotel, but you said airport, so I was like, what?
It's like connected to the airport.
Yeah, it just threw me off for a second. Because I was like, oh, I thought it was driving you to a hotel. I'm confused now.
It's connected to the airport.
Gotcha. That's fine. Yeah, that makes sense.
81 points through 2 days.
Katie looks happy.
She is
very, very good stuff from the Expendables. But again, it's group stages, right? It's nobody remembers group stages. Everybody remembers what you did in the grand final.
Exactly. JDG. I don't think this is a reposition play per se. This is them trying to just, leave. Smirzera altogether. It is a hot spot, but not a spot from where you usually get a whole lot of points going your way. Issue is there's that 4 guys in a car, and both change the game, and they're actually providing into each other. Wenmo is on his own, able to find one, will be traded immediately after, but this fight is far from done. The remaining change the game players are here, and Luke from Liquid is here as well.
Does he not have his... I bet he doesn't have a scope on his mini.
Decision in leaving might have just become the downfall of JDG altogether.
Oh, and look at that. Yeah, as you said, Luke has that angle, and now Ares is coming over. Spaceman will get spotted out by Luke, and Cold out in the middle of nowhere. Luke will pick that up. You gotta go secure that point if you're Liquid. You need them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Get that 31 on the day so far. We'll turn that into 32. Hopefully. Nope. You're gonna steal it.
Had one more shot to shoot, but didn't go for it.
It's the way it is, isn't it?
Yeah, they prioritize this. I get it. He was waiting for the pickup from Purdy. Now they're pulling up on this. They know that they had a 2v1 opportunity, but they're pushing in one by one. Purdy taking down initially Alo there to trade it, though, and in the end, Alo out victorious as well. So Purdy, effectively working as the bait in that one, opens up the angles for Alo to get too much needed kills.
The short to mid-range god back once again as we see Tanvu actually going down in a vehicle explosion. So the Expendables running into some difficulties on their rotation in the north side.
Yeah.
As I think they just ran in between a Falcons and
Boss lady.
Freaks, kind of sizing each other up
Hey.
there on the north side. They end up.
DJ asked how it's going.
Happens to the best of them. Of course, this is far up on the north
She has the
side of
cat.
things, so you'd have to imagine that
Oh, my chair's in the way, huh?
possible at some point. See the aftermath of another vehicle
I don't know. If I
explosion.
move
There's
like
the
that.
Freaks. They were set up for a camp
Just
initially.
the black
but
blob right
get
there.
better of it. Still a lot more to play for. They
Chilling
are
with
now
the
12
boss
themselves
lady.
as well.
Just watching
All right.
TV.
Looks like we still got a few teams on the outskirts.
It was her birthday on Sunday, so we had a good time. We went down to a bigger city. That's still a really tiny city compared to most cities, but
Down here in match number 6 as we check back in with
yeah,
Gen G,
almost as good.
Right there, Mr. Tosi.
It wasn't much they had to do in that last game, but going up against FaZe in the position that they had could have easily been at a loss had it not been because they played it as smart as they did. So
I don't think these cutoff points are accurate.
got the MVP overall due to overall damage and kills. I'd like to think
Because I don't think there was reses in PGS 7 and 8. I can't remember.
Yeah, that's the one thing you can really say about Gen G is that everybody has contributed. There's nobody left.
For sure.
Nobody carrying the weight for the other boys. So all.
Not what I meant.
Now she's on the phone.
Cylinders as we check back in with Bagopod, getting a little close to change the game over here on the western side. It's a long-range scrap, but Songjang is kind of feeling himself. You got to figure after what has been a fantastic day here for Bagopod.
Yeah, definitely.
I was gonna tell her DJ, but then she got distracted by her phone call.
Would be hard to imagine the cutoff being any
It's okay.
higher than that, so they can do whatever they want. But of course,
We're on game 6 though. I'm hoping that Falcons get a few more games,
On the other side of that coin,
a few more points. I hope that Falcons get minimum 9 points here.
Not what they were hoping for from their start.
Last night to that hotel, and I might as well just shower here.
Avoid
and then
Bagopod's
don't have to
push
worry
here
about shit.
in the early side.
Yeah.
Aries on that long.
I think it was literally right after PGS 8.
Songjang is here. I mean, he has been repositioning.
So.
Park Pro has just been forcing them to. They Park Pro from range.
Team Liquid, they need like 9 more points for me to be happy with how they did today. And Falcons need so many points that I'm not sure they're going to get it, so I'm just going to hope that they get 9 points and I'll be satisfied.
But his personal playstyle forces your team to play in a
Yeah.
specific way.
I mean, if Falcons get 9, it means that they're going to average 5 a game, and if you do that, you'll get to 60 by the end of tomorrow, which, again, not what I want. I'd prefer them to get more, because I think cutoff is going to be a little bit higher than we've seen. But, like, Alkazi is at 72. I think they're good. I think, like, if you can make it past 70, you're probably going to be all set. And then you have all the rest of the Americas way farther down right now. And again, nothing against MRIA, because I really do, like, hope that they can do well, and they're all really cool people. But my gut was telling me that when they made it, without Snakers and stuff, they just weren't gonna do quite as well. So we'll see how that changes going into PGC for them. Because I think how they're playing now and how they'll play in PGC is gonna end up being very different.
Could be. We'll see.
I really hope not.
So, well, we'll see what happens.
He's your captain too. Nonetheless, he's gonna fly up towards. Honestly, he can probably fly all the way towards where he fell and get his exact crate back. There he is.
Okay.
There he is, making his way up towards the north to get his load on back.
I'm gonna have to make sure that on Thursday I get a the fantasy team all set up.
But outside of that, no foul, no harm. Expendable spell. At least they live for 9 seconds.
No.
Deal?
No.
Don't you even.
Deal.
Don't you even.
Bomb slug head.
Bad deal.
Don't you even. As we.
Oh,
no, yeah, the tire. Oh, that's rough.
And it was the gold Mirado, the cursed one. Wah, wah.
That's why it's cursed. That's why it's cursed.
Thames.
Yep. Well, he's back, and it's like nothing ever happened.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The only thing
Except he doesn't have a gold Murado.
down towards the central south, and Gen G, from a win of the previous
Like,
one,
I
is
told her
looking
Cody had
very
that
good
whole
on
week
that
off,
church compound to come out with a lot of points in this one too. Having said
Yes,
that, it is
originally
an area of
we
map
were
that we
gonna
know
do
a
that,
lot
and
of
then she
teams
said she
like to
doesn't have
pull
a
up
bed.
on, so
I was like, okay,
we'll
that's
be
TJ, you came in here again, and you just like caught the Pokemon real quick. This is ridiculous. You just show up, steal the Pokemon away, and disappear.
Right now, as you see Team Liquid, they're going to pull up.
You do it on purpose too, I'm sure.
Right above him, Xiaobe. It's like going to be shot at from range, and we'll spot out Sparking. The seat swap from Alo will find him, and now 7700 left all by himself.
Purdy trying to make the wrap around here. I like the idea of trying to get the off angle on the side. You could imagine 7-7 is going to try and fall back.
Talk to her about it, and
I
That
joined his
happened.
teammates. His team is actually
Yeah.
in the opposite direction, but this is where they had their vehicles.
It's okay.
But he's now just making a run for it, trying to get the safety. And this is one of many, I think, splits trying to be punished. This is exactly what they wanted to
Yeah, this is game 6 of day 2 from earlier. Hagstrom.
I just think it would be easier not to have
just a little bit too long. Everybody got happy feet. Not sticking
Theoretically, we'll probably be doing the restream, rewatch, whatever you want to call it, a little bit earlier tomorrow. They'll probably hop on anytime between 10 and 1. I don't know. I need to really solidify that. 11 o'clock? We'll hop on at 11 o'clock. And kind of do a rewatch of day 3 tomorrow. They play at 7 a.m. Eastern, I think. Or 6 a.m. Eastern? One of those two.
And it's just a peak battle as they go through, and Tiggleton will be the
Let's go Wolves!
Falcons also in a place where they need to find some points here in the final game of the day.
I mean, honestly, this fight could be grand finals or not for DN Freaks. 55 is where they're set. They need more to guarantee. They're going to be set back watching tomorrow, hoping that whatever they get off this fight, get them through. And right now, it all lies on the shoulders of Salute, and who better to try and
Eastern time to Sweden. Sweden is 6 hours, so it would be it'd be noon to 1 o'clock if you were gonna watch it live. Hagstrom.
Are going to be left sweating tomorrow,
yeah,
hoping that
noon to 1 o'clock.
Yep, they very well could end up being the cutoff team, whether that's going to be 16th or 17th.
And if you don't watch it live, if you're at work or something, then when I do it 5-6 hours later, you can just pop in here and we can watch it together.
How do you push into the circle? Wrap hard northeast around. Go all
I probably won't skip as much as I did today, tomorrow. I just watched day 1 and everything. Yeah. Yeah. I'll probably, depending on what time you wake up, I'll probably be watching. But yeah, I watched day 1 and day 2 today, so.
Are they going to stick around? Say, come on, somebody else want to come out? Steal it? Steal it? No? Ane? Yeah. That is unfortunate stuff for SGA, as they will lose 1, and you see Heat just off in the other.
But yeah, we'll be doing it, like 5 to 6 hours later than when PUBG is live with it, so.
Unfortunately, it's here.
From Korea fighting amongst one another to America's
nice.
Same thing. Sparking finds one. Purdy finally warmed up, able to get the double.
Well, I appreciate your lurks. When you do, Roth, ooh, takes him down. I don't. I hate that Alkadzia and Team Liquid are fighting each other because I don't want them to fight each other. But I'm kind of glad that Alcadzia lost because I'm pretty sure they're through. And Team Liquid is looking a lot safer now. Now that they're at 39 points.
Done, and they still have so much more left that they can do. Begopa, after taking out SGA's Heat as well, they've got Zephyros.
Hooked in Delta Force. Yeah. Delta Force is okay. I tried to get into it a little bit, but then most of the other people disappeared, and now that Battlefield 6 is out, I feel like you're gonna have a few less people playing it and stuff too. I don't know, or it could stay the same. They were ready.
Here too, able to fend off. Last game was all about Xiangyang. Now it's good.
Begopa, they needed a huge game, and they got a huge game. Or a huge day.
A very bad day for SGA, no matter how you look at it. They've got 6 games.
Bad day for SGA, great day for Begopa.
We'll try to go in there with the ego crash, and will lose himself. And now Guyon has grenade prepped and ready.
Yeah.
We'll spot him out on the
I thought my whole thing with Battlefield is I'm not a huge fan of like planes and tanks and everything when I'm trying to play. So I tend to play like the smaller maps that either limit or don't use them. And I have more fun playing like Battlefield 6 TDM and Domination and stuff than I do with like Call of Duty or something. Especially the Call of Duties now.
They still got 3 left up, and they have to fight their way into the circle, but unfortunately for them, change the game off to the east.
So
the Expendables eyes on them to the west, to the south, and Slam G and now Navi starting to make their way up.
But to be fair, I've just been playing a bunch of like random games over the past couple of weeks. I've mainly been playing like Borderlands and Mega Bonk.
Has been in PGS's past. Only PGS 5 has got us into the 60s proper. Everything else has
Yeah.
around those high 50s, and then one at the 60s.
And I get that.
Previous PGS, so
I just feel like
freaks now at 55, relying
most of the time when I want to play a tactical shooter, I tend to play PUBG.
If you're a fan of any of these teams that have had a little bit of a slow start here today, is every single team in this line.
And I like my brain likes faster paced shooters more.
Maybe a little bit different
because I don't have to think as much.
That's going to be for tomorrow to find out. Right now, they need to focus on getting as many points as possible.
Loot extreme, yeah.
41 left alive.
Yep.
Just like Tarkov and stuff.
To the day yesterday, but they cannot finish 42. Then that's them out for this tournament. As Lorix with a Panzer in hand finds the double, gets another one to go as well. While Navi are sure to be through to the grand finals, he's gonna steal the BRDM.
Oh my God, Ferris!
Wait, go over, pick him up, put him in there, drive him off to safety, and then get the rest. If he can make this happen,
the
that
problem is
would be a
Orca.
godsend rescue. But yeah, block him off.
Yeah.
You know what? Give him that flush. That's fine. No, he's even gonna take it to him. Bean continues with the bolt.
Good God, Bean! He's bolting everybody right now. Ferris, yeah.
Orca does steal that.
To try to save somebody, gonna fall short.
Slam G, this is their last one, I think.
Finish that one off. So Falcons
Alright.
coming in at the greatest time to third party.
Falcons, 4 kills.
I mean, that was a huge.
Happy with that. Team Liquid are 2 points away from where I want them.
Unfortunately for him, he will kidnap a BDRM and stay alive for.
But you suck at fighting. See, that's my whole thing. I'm better at the fighting part than the thinking part.
It's like, yeah, you want to. Let's see if we can get a piece of that. Well, what they get a piece of is Slam G. They're down.
5 kills for Falcons now.
Most definitely not be making it through to the grand finals.
Yeah, 43 points, probably not going to do it. But all things considered for Slam G, first time on land. A lot of
the mechanic of the game, yeah.
A lot of good things to be happy about, and a lot of things left to improve upon. But we'll see what they do with their.
I don't know. I think I'm.
Team Falcons, meanwhile, still working around on that north side, seeing if they can find anybody else, but it is barren up there. So
I feel like I'm slightly above average when it comes to like fighting and stuff most of the time.
I don't know.
But then when I'm going up against like better, like really good players and stuff. IGO, yeah.
What better person to get down than the guy with the Panzer? And is he crawling over to Toshi to give him a Panzer? Yes! James, get the hell out of there! There's a boomstick looking your way, and he does so in time.
Indeed, and he'll try to send that grenade, and James will find Flame. And that'll be another kill picked up. But look at Team Liquid continuing their reign of terror. 11 kills, but Sparking will go down.
They made it up to 42. Even if they don't get any more, I'm happy with how Team Liquid ended their day.
Joining in as well as one team thought they had the upper hand. They too get backfilled. And now Burram, the ones on the aggressor here. It's just Alo left on the other side. And even if
He goes down there. That's fine.
Kills before phase 5 has closed in.
42 points. That's the point that I'm happy with in a single day. Okadzia didn't quite get that many today, but they had a good day one. 72 points should still theoretically be decent. You only need top 16.
Which is always a good thing. Everybody
don't jinx it, but yeah.
Everybody has that goal in mind.
And right now our top 5 have 70 plus.
They're down to just 2. And they are stuck out in no man's land once again.
Yeah, once Falcons up to look that way. I mean, unless if they
So.
get pinned down from the east, which I don't think they will. Once they decide to look this direction, you'd have to imagine Genji is done for. If not, then maybe Burram.
I really do think the cutoff is going to be like right below 70. Or on 70. I could see that.
But Orca keeping him humble. Oh, that's a C4.
That's a C4.
Where are we going with this one?
Who can say? Only Vard knows.
Only Vard knows. He's driving south. Nope, turning around, getting some speed on that Bronco. Going up over the hill. Are we wrapping left? No, we're just sending it forward.
Send it forward, see what we can find. Do a little C4 fishing. Unfortunately, the fish aren't biting over there. Edie is down, but look at that. Yeah, as you mentioned, Falcons
7.
High ground. They have the angle. We're down to 23 alive in phase 5, Toby. Just as we all predicted.
What a game. I mean, you know what? In this particular case, this circle
8.
is ruthless. There's nothing to play in the open. You have now, we have Ferris sat in his PRDM in the middle of it as well. And it's just, there's nothing you can do, especially when a team like Falcons have this position up high.
I mean, it's been, like we said, it's been a slow start for Falcons. It hadn't been a great day for
9.
them. They're salvaging stuff here in the final game of the day. 9 kills now. You got to imagine more to come as there is just nobody really pressuring them over there on that northern side. Shrimsy going to try to get in grenade range, see if he can land it. The long-range throw.
Oh, wow. How did that only do 27 damage?
Yeah, the old cop. Now it's completely gone for. The old vehicle, I think, is still on the side of that. Smoked riffs, proning on down, staying put.
What a grenade, though.
Definitely.
Yeah. There is a vehicle in the smoke, apparently.
Good on him for getting back on
that makes more sense.
Getting a lot of kills ever since doing so. And now,
well, he better. He's got to make up for -3 from me.
All right, Falcons are over 30 points now.
Enough.
I'm slightly more satisfied with how they've done now.
The high ground is out. Thank God.
8 more points.
Maneuver around these fields. I don't know if Dimas was on a wide flank, then got tagged. He did. Okay, got tanked by one of the attacked by one of the arena players, and then blue because but he was trying to wrap around face, get an off angle, but arena shut him down.
9 more points to get to 42.
Had eyes and was able to pick off that kill. So another point in the bag for Falcons. That's going to be 10 kills for him so far. We're down to 6 teams alive and only 2 4-man squads.
Ruiz.
Important one for Arena. Forgot about that. Of course, this being their second day too. They're set at 54 with a chance to get a lot going here. They need, I want to say, for guarantee, 10 points. 10 points, you are in. I say that now and then they probably fall out at 64, but still, they should be looking good at 64. 62, everything below there, that's where the danger zone starts to really take place. So for
I really do think they're underestimating the reses. I think our cutoff is going to be closer to 70.
I think you can't even get caught up thinking about how much or what the cutoff's going to be. Just get as many as you can. Shrimsy will finish off Ruse, and that'll be their 11th kill as Falcons remain
Expendables
but now they've
take
got FaZe creeping up from that south side.
Falcons' old spot.
Just Clories and Tanvu, but that's all you need.
Tanvu has been insane.
500 damage and 4 kills as he continues to wreak havoc in his second life in match number 6.
I'm not sure if that was us getting over to him kind of mid-shot, so it looked weird on the ups perspective, but it looked like he just flicked the hell out of kickstart there. What a beast of a player.
Fortunately for Sonics, still in a position where they can get
Sonics.
back on his feet.
He just called them Sonics.
Keep looking at
I love it when he does that. I think it's hilarious.
Now, I mean, that's our 2-4 strong teams right next to each other, and now they have to move into the zone.
You know what I like? Our BRDM thief has somehow made it into the top 5. Everyone's playing at a distance. No one can expend the ammo right now to try and shoot a BRDM.
Oh, no. Fex can.
I'm chilling. As I say that, though, Cloris finally realizing, wait, that ain't a rock.
Oh, it's not that Snakers couldn't make it to PGS. They did make it to PGC, though. So he will be there for PGC. So, like, I don't think MRIA is going to do good in these tournaments overall, which sucks, but also, like, I kind of had the gut feeling that it was going to happen that way even if Snakers was here. I don't know. It's what my gut was saying, but I'm not actually sure. Yeah.
Get something going, penetrate those walls. Take him down. He is creeping forward on his own right now, but you saw Tanvu and Expendables up on the hill up towards the northwest. That's, I mean, as soon as he shoots, he knows the arena is going to be within utility range as well. He wants to get further forward, and these smokes being deployed obviously is going to give the intel that someone's down here, and I think that's also part of the reason why he's backing off to some extent.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if it was Gustav or Vard, but one of them spotted out of the arena and let Fex know that he is in rather precarious position here.
They're trying to isolate.
Yeah.
I think is what they're doing right now with those smokes being thrown up the hillside. They want to be able, they want to be able to push further forward without being shot at from the sides.
Fex, you got the right gun for it. Why not make the push? And
I don't think he wants to take the shot until he has Ferris in.
On the trigger right now. He's making sure that he is just seat swapping or popping out, not giving up a free kill here. That's a beautiful grenade.
Look at that.
It's not going to find a knock, but it is going to do a bunch of damage.
If there's a
FaZe.
that is when you love it right in the middle, and the util keeps raining on in. FaZe falling victim to just that. E-Arena has been fighting at a distance for this entire game. Finally now within nade range, and they made him sing. 55 points still, though they need more. They need to get off this hill.
I think for MRIA, though, Bizzler is technically the sub, so when Snakers shows up for PGC, Bizzler is going to be the one that's out, and I feel like that is not the right way either, because I think Bizzler...
As E-Arena is falling apart here.
Oh, they need just a couple more points, but can they get there? Ferris is doing
36 right now.
Keeping them at bay. Jumps out and gets another one. Does not have to reload with the M249 in hand. Able to get the double on the approach.
He should go run over the other person, too. Yeah, there we go.
Ferris as well as he hops back in. Fex gonna use the last rounds of that Lynx, but not gonna. Actually, we'll find the knock on a Clories. Tanvu will trade it back though.
I mean, in the end, it's their decision to make, but with how Bizzler played and everything, I feel like you really do have to go like, hey, Bizzler is playing really, really well.
The newcomer to the global scene, the hopes of qualification to the grand finals lies on his shoulder.
Oh, yes, Shrimzy. 38 points.
For E-Arena, as he closes further forward, he will fall. 57 has been enough in tournaments past, but will it be enough here? E-Arena fans will have to sit back and watch tomorrow, hoping that only the top teams sponge up points.
It's going to be sweaty. It's going to be real sweaty. Now, the problem for the Expendables now, that hill that they've been playing around to such great effect is now
H1.
And somehow
Kickstart destroys him.
He got pulled up on by 3 people. A BRDM and an M249 was all he needed to make magic happen. We talk about Hagatori and how proficient he is. Ferris can do those exact same things, and he continues to do just that. Shrimzy down. He's a solo man, but with a big gun in his hand, he can make things happen.
This guy is just wrecking the lobby here in the late game. Flashbang, he's going to try to make the push. Is Tanvu going for the res in the smoke?
Oh, lay down right here. Lay down. Lay down. Yeah.
They are done for. They are absolutely roasted. Ferris in perfect position to see this.
He is the ham in this sandwich and never
Boom.
perfectly perfect.
Dude, yes. Falcons are... I don't see Falcons going down to Ferris here.
Collecting points for Na'Vi as they now have 87 overall, but Falcons, they smell blood in the water. This is the win that they need to salvage their day. 3 against 1, but that one...
I think they already salvaged their day.
But they know exactly where he is.
Sir, I was hoping that they would just get up to...
And Ferris is just going to have to wait for the eventual push. He's already down to less than half HP. He's got about 20 left. Shrimsy will spot him, and a huge win.
Let's go, Falcons!
Na'Vi looked done in that.
Huge.
They were done. Ferris skips the whole fight, jumps into a PRDM to get out of there alive, able to get
Huge.
2. What an effort. What a game to finish off day 2.
Just got away with absolute murder there for Na'Vi, but Ferris, beautiful solo play. 5 kills.
That last match, 14 kills for Falcons. Na'Vi getting 5 off the back of Fear.
14 kills and the win, so...
You're coming in, you're already qualified, and you can just focus on having fun and fragging out. All teams that already were qualified, but Liquid...
Right after this, it'll show us.
Step up here. The 11 points just from kills alone was great to see.
Very, very nice. As you go down that leaderboard, you're going to see a bunch of points coming in. The overall is what matters.
Boom. 45. 45.
And for me now, you could say the top 5 already guaranteed they're going through, right? The cutoff point is going to be somewhere with E-Arena and Freaks, and I actually think...
You think it's going to be near E-Arena Freaks?
The cutoff point is going to be 60 plus. I was saying you want to be 65 to 70 points today to be completely safe. Our top 5 is that. So tomorrow, I think we're going to be seeing something like 8, 9
Look at this.
fighting for those last 3 spots.
Our bottom 12 teams, all besides Slam G, all have only 6 games played.
And for me, the fact that it is the Freaks that
So.
are very likely getting dropped out of this is shocking and frustrating.
Oh, yeah, this is in Universal Time, so 1800... so what is this? Yeah, 6 a.m. for me. I think. But yeah, so like these teams, it's 6. All of them have 6 or less matches besides Slam G. Which means all of these teams are going to be getting points and everything. We have, what, this is our cutoff, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that are going to get at least another 20, if not more. Dude, it's so hard to tell. I think the cutoff is gonna be like 67 points. I think that's where the cutoff is gonna be. We'll see. We will have to see. Yeah, so 1800 Universal is 6 a.m. for me. I think. No, that would be 6 p.m. So confused. I'm thrown off now. I don't know. Either way, I appreciate you guys stopping by. I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll be on
because there's nobody in triple digits at the top of the leaderboard.
around 11 probably Eastern, so Hagstrom, that would be
teams that have gotten a lot of points on the top, right? We've been seeing 5 teams in 7 plus. We've been seeing Expendables and Navi doing extremely well, but again, some teams have gotten, you know, 45, 50 plus on their 6 games, right? So we could come.
It'll be around like 4 in the afternoon, I think, for you.
All right, so we want to get a little guest on here.
Yeah.
We saw Sparking walking by. Said you got to get on, my man. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fine.
Excellent. Good to see you. Have a stand over here, right here, right in the middle.
In the middle, okay, in the middle.
I
That's
like
cool.
Get a little bit in there. So I want to start out saying you guys had a great day today. I want to know, what does getting ready for today look like for Sparking? What is the prep for a day like this that's got that stress look like?
So I think for me, like, it's really important what I do out of the game. You know, I'm a person that I'm the opposite of a lot of players that like to take energy drinks or something. I like to be calm.
Okay.
Nice.
And so I went for like a 4 or 5 kilometer run in the morning. You know, ate some chicken and stayed chill. You know, listen to some good music, stay cool.
Yeah.
And focus, and that's it. And of course, the warm up in the game also matters, right? You know, play some DDM, some shooting range. So everything matters, but my main focus is to have my mind in a good spot.
I can respect that.
I want to talk a little bit about being the teams in Group C.
Oh yeah, it's 9:30 at night for me right now, Hagstrom.
Play yesterday with the rest of the team. Like, walk me through about yesterday and kind of
So I'm gonna be
playing against.
as soon as Sparkin's off the screen, I am shutting this off. I'm gonna double check my capture card real quick for Thursday, and I'm going to bed. Yeah.
But I think no matter what, there's no group of death, how people say it.
Sure.
You know, I think if you want to qualify and if you want to win, you got to face everyone. So
makes sense.
Today we had rough circles and we still had some good points. So tomorrow, if we keep playing like we're playing, I think we're going to make sure we get a slot.
Awesome. Before I let you go, is there anything you want to say to the audience? Any shout outs?
Fans, family?
Just say thank you to my family, to my friends, and everyone in Brazil that is, you know, up early to watch me. Vamos. And that's it.
Awesome.
Let's go Liquid.
Nice. Let's go Liquid. Well, thank you very much for stopping by and chatting with us. I'll let you get out of here because you guys probably got some work for tomorrow. Awesome. Glad he stopped by. This is, for me, incredibly exciting to see Liquid playing at this level. They're a team that has deserved to be here all year. Second place at PGC. Barely missed the last PGS sequence because of DraftKings. We'll just say it. And this is a situation where having them back in here performing at form is very exciting for me as an American.
All right.
Yeah, obviously them coming in here, they're...
Bye-bye. Have a good night, everyone. I appreciate you all for stopping by. My girlfriend in the background saying bye, too. I see you guys tomorrow for some more PUBG. Bye-bye.